Phoenix Audio presents Master of the Game by Sidney Sheldon, read by Shannon Engeman. Prologue, Kate, 1982. The large ballroom was crowded with familiar ghosts come to help celebrate her birthday. Kate Blackwell watched them mingle with the flesh and blood people, and in her mind the scene was a dreamlike fantasy as the visitors from another time and place glided around the dance floor with the unsuspecting guests in black tie and long, shimmering evening gowns. There were 100 people at the party at Cedar Hill House in Dark Harbor, Maine, not counting the ghosts, Kate Blackwell thought wryly. She was a slim, petite woman with a regal bearing that made her appear taller than she was. She had a face that one remembered, a proud bone structure, dawn gray eyes, and a stubborn chin, a blending of her Scottish and Dutch ancestors. She had fine white hair that had once been a luxuriant black cascade, and against the graceful folds of her ivory velvet dress, her skin had the soft translucence old age sometimes brings. "I don't feel 90, Kate Blackwell thought. Where have all the years gone? She watched the dancing ghosts. They know. They were there. They were a part of those years, a part of my life. She saw Banda, his proud black face beaming, and there was her David, dear David, looking tall and young and handsome, the way he looked when she first fell in love with him, and he was smiling at her, and she thought, soon, my darling, soon. And she wished David could have lived to know his great-grandson. Kate's eyes searched the large room until she saw him. He was standing near the orchestra, watching the musicians. He was a strikingly handsome boy, almost 8 years old, fair-haired, dressed in a black velvet jacket and tartan trousers. Robert was a replica of his great-great-grandfather, Jamie McGregor, the man in the painting above the marble fireplace. As though sensing her eyes on him, Robert turned, and Kate beckoned him to her with a wave of her fingers, the perfect 20-carat diamond her father had scooped up on a sandy beach almost 100 years ago, scintillating into the radiance of the crystal chandelier. Kate watched with pleasure as Robert threaded his way through the dancers. I am the past, Kate thought. He is the future. My great-grandson will take over Kruger Brent Limited one day. He reached her side, and she made room for him on the seat beside her. "Are you having a nice birthday, Gran?" "Yes, thank you, Robert." "That's a super orchestra. The conductor's really bad." Kate looked at him in momentary confusion, then her brow cleared. "Ah, I presume that means he's good." Robert grinned at her. "Right. You sure don't seem 90. Kate Blackwell laughed. "Just between the two of us, I don't feel it." He slipped his hand in hers, and they sat there in a contented silence, the 82-year difference between them giving them a comfortable affinity. Kate turned to watch her granddaughter dancing. She and her husband were without doubt the handsomest couple on the floor. Robert's mother saw her son and grandmother seated together, and she thought, what an incredible woman. She's ageless. No one would ever guess all she has lived through. The music stopped, and the conductor said, "Ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to present young Master Robert." Robert squeezed his great-grandmother's hand, stood up, and walked over to the piano. He sat down, his face serious and intent, and then his fingers began to race across the keyboard. He played Scriabin, and it was like the rippling of moonlight on water. His mother listened and thought, he's a genius. He'll grow up to be a great musician. He was no longer her baby. He was going to belong to the world. When Robert finished, the applause was enthusiastic and genuine. Earlier, dinner had been served outdoors. The large and formal garden had been festively decorated with lanterns and ribbons and balloons. Musicians played from the terrace while butlers and maids hovered over tables, silent and efficient, making sure the baccarat glasses and Limoges dishes were kept filled. A telegram was read from the President of the United States. A Supreme Court justice toasted Kate. The governor eulogized her, one of the most remarkable women in the history of this nation. Kate Blackwell's endowments to hundreds of charitable causes around the world are legendary. The Blackwell Foundation has contributed to the health and well-being of people in more than 50 countries. To paraphrase the late Sir Winston Churchill, never have so many owed so much to one person. I have had the privilege of knowing Kate Blackwell. Bloody hell, Kate thought. No one knows me. He sounds like he's talking about some saint. What would all these people say if they knew the real Kate Blackwell, sired by a thief and kidnapped before I was a year old? What would they think if I showed them the bullet scars on my body? She turned her head and looked at the man who had once tried to kill her. Kate's eyes moved past him to linger on a figure in the shadows, wearing a veil to conceal her face. Over a distant clap of thunder, Kate heard the governor finish his speech and introduce her. She rose to her feet and looked out at the assembled guests. When she spoke, her voice was firm and strong. "I've lived longer than any of you. As youngsters today would say, that's no big deal. But I'm glad I made it to this age, because otherwise I wouldn't be here with all you dear friends. I know some of you have traveled from distant countries to be with me tonight, and you must be tired from your journey. It wouldn't be fair for me to expect everyone to have my energy." There was a roar of laughter, and they applauded her. "Thank you for making this such a memorable evening. I shall never forget it. For those of you who wish to retire, your rooms are ready. For the others, there will be dancing in the ballroom." There was another clap of thunder. "I suggest we all move indoors before we get caught in one of our famous Maine storms." Now the dinner and dancing were over, the guests had retired, and Kate was alone with her ghosts. She sat in the library, drifting back into the past, and she suddenly felt depressed. "There's no one left to call me Kate," she thought. "They've all gone." Her world had shrunk. Wasn't it Longfellow who said, "The leaves of memory make a mournful rustle in the dark"? She would be entering the dark soon, but not yet. "I still have to do the most important thing in my life," Kate thought. "Be patient, David. I'll be with you soon." "Gran?" Kate opened her eyes. The family had come into the room. She looked at them, one by one, her eyes a pitiless camera missing nothing. My family, Kate thought. My immortality. A murderer, a grotesque, and a psychotic. The Blackwell skeletons. Was this what all the years of hope and pain and suffering had finally come to? Her granddaughter stood beside her. "Are you all right, Gran?" "I'm a little tired, children. I think I'll go to bed." She rose to her feet and started toward the stairs, and at that moment there was a violent roar of thunder, and the storm broke, the rain rattling against the windows like machine gun fire. Her family watched as the old woman reached the top of the stairway, a proud, erect figure. There was a blaze of lightning, and seconds later a loud clap of thunder. Kate Blackwell turned to look down at them, and when she spoke, it was with the accent of her ancestors. "In South Africa, we used to call this a thunderstorm." The past and present began to merge once again, and she walked down the hallway to her bedroom, surrounded by the familiar, comfortable ghosts. Book 1, Jamie, 1883 to 1906. Chapter 1. "By God, this is a real thunderstorm," Jamie McGregor said. He had grown up amid the wild storms of the Scottish Highlands, but he had never witnessed anything as violent as this. The afternoon sky had been suddenly obliterated by enormous clouds of sand, instantly turning day into night. The dusty sky was lit by flashes of lightning, virlig, the Afrikaners called it, that scorched the air, followed by dunderslag, thunder. Then the deluge, sheets of rain that smashed against the army of tents and tin huts and turned the dirt streets of Cliffdrift into frenzied streams of mud. The sky was aroar with rolling peals of thunder, one following the other like artillery in some celestial war. Jamie McGregor quickly stepped aside as a house built of raw brick dissolved into mud, and he wondered whether the town of Cliffdrift was going to survive. Cliffdrift was not really a town. It was a sprawling canvas village, a seething mass of tents and huts and wagons crowding the banks of the Vaal River, populated by wild-eyed dreamers drawn to South Africa from all parts of the world by the same obsession, diamonds. Jamie McGregor was one of the dreamers. He was barely 18, a handsome lad, tall and fair-haired, with startlingly light gray eyes. There was an attractive ingenuousness about him, an eagerness to please that was endearing. He had a light-hearted disposition and a soul filled with optimism. He had traveled almost 8,000 miles from his father's farm in the Highlands of Scotland to Edinburgh, London, Cape Town, and now Cliffdrift. He had given up his rights to the share of the farm that he and his brothers tilled with their father, but Jamie McGregor had no regrets. He knew he was going to be rewarded 10,000 times over. He had left the security of the only life he had ever known and had come to this distant, desolate place because he dreamed of being rich. Jamie was not afraid of hard work, but the rewards of tilling the rocky little farm north of Aberdeen were meager. He worked from sun-up to sundown, along with his brothers, his sister, Mary, and his mother and his father, and they had little to show for it. He had once attended a fair in Edinburgh and had seen the wondrous things of beauty that money could buy. Money was to make your life easy when you were well and to take care of your needs when you were ailing. Jamie had seen too many friends and neighbors live and die in poverty. He remembered his excitement when he first heard about the latest diamond strike in South Africa. The biggest diamond in the world had been found there, lying loose in the sand, and the whole area was rumored to be a great treasure chest waiting to be opened. He had broken the news to his family after dinner on a Saturday night. They were seated around an uncleared table in the rude, timbered kitchen when Jamie spoke, his voice shy and at the same time proud. "I'm going to South Africa to find diamonds. I'll be on my way next week." 5 pairs of eyes stared at him as though he were crazy. "You're going chasing after diamonds?" his father asked. "You must be daft, lad. That's all a fairy tale, a temptation of the devil to keep men from doing an honest day's work." "Why do you need tell us where you're getting the money to go?" his brother Ian asked. "It's halfway round the world. You have no money." "If I had money," Jamie retorted, "I wouldn't have to go looking for diamonds, would I? Nobody there has money. I'll be an equal with all of them. I've got brains and a strong back. I'll not fail." His sister Mary said, "Annie Cord will be disappointed. She expects to be your bride one day, Jamie." Jamie adored his sister. She was older than he, 24, and she looked 40. She had never owned a beautiful thing in her life. "I'll change that," Jamie promised himself. His mother silently picked up the platter that held the remains of the steaming haggis and walked over to the iron sink. Late that night she came to Jamie's bedside. She gently placed one hand on Jamie's shoulder, and her strength flooded into him. "You do what you must, son. I dinna ken if there be diamonds there, but if there were, you'll find 'em." She brought out from behind her a worn leather pouch. "I've put by a few pounds. You needn't say nothing to the others. God bless you, Jamie." When he left for Edinburgh, he had 50 pounds in the pouch. It was an arduous journey to South Africa, and it took Jamie McGregor almost a year to make it. He got a job as a waiter in a working man's restaurant in Edinburgh until he added another 50 pounds to the pouch. Then it was on to London. Jamie was awed by the size of the city, the huge crowds, the noise, and the large horse-drawn omnibuses that raced along at 5 miles an hour. There were handsome cabs everywhere, carrying beautiful women in large hats and swirling skirts and dainty little high-buttoned shoes. He watched in wonder as the ladies alighted from the cabs and carriages to shop at Burlington Arcade, a dazzling cornucopia of silver and dishes and dresses and furs, and pottery and apothecary shops crammed with mysterious bottles and jars. Jamie found lodging at a house at 32 Fitzroy Street. It cost 10 shillings a week, but it was the cheapest he could find. He spent his days at the docks seeking a ship that would take him to South Africa, and his evenings seeing the wondrous sights of London town. One evening he caught a glimpse of Edward, the Prince of Wales, entering a restaurant near Covent Garden by the side door, a beautiful young lady on his arm. She wore a large flowered hat, and Jamie thought how nice it would look on his sister. Jamie attended a concert at the Crystal Palace, built for the Great Exposition in 1851. He visited Drury Lane and at intermission sneaked into the Savoy Theatre, where they had installed the first electric lighting in a British public building. Some streets were lighted by electricity, and Jamie heard that it was possible to talk to someone on the other side of town by means of a wonderful new machine, the telephone. Jamie felt that he was looking at the future. In spite of all the innovations and activity, England was in the midst of a growing economic crisis that winter. The streets were filled with the unemployed and the hungry, and there were mass demonstrations and street fighting. "I've got to get away from here," Jamie thought. "I came to escape poverty." The following day, Jamie signed on as a steward on the Walmer Castle, bound for Cape Town, South Africa. The sea journey lasted 3 weeks, with stops at Madeira and St. Helena to take on more coal for fuel. It was a rough, turbulent voyage in the dead of winter, and Jamie was seasick from the moment the ship sailed. But he never lost his cheerfulness, for every day brought him nearer to his treasure chest. As the ship moved toward the equator, the climate changed. Miraculously, winter began to thaw into summer, and as they approached the African coast, the days and nights became hot and steamy. The Walmer Castle arrived in Cape Town at early dawn, moving carefully through the narrow channel that divided the great leper settlement of Robben Island from the mainland, and dropped anchor in Table Bay. Jamie was on deck before sunrise. He watched, mesmerized, as the early morning fog lifted and revealed the grand spectacle of Table Mountain looming high over the city. He had arrived. The moment the ship made fast to the wharf, the decks were overrun by a horde of the strangest-looking people Jamie had ever seen. There were touts for all the different hotels, black men, yellow men, brown men, and red men frantically offering to bear away luggage, and small boys running back and forth with newspapers and sweets and fruits for sale. Hansom drivers who were half-castes, Parsis or blacks, were yelling their eagerness to be hired. Vendors and men pushing drinking carts called attention to their wares. The air was thick with huge black flies. Sailors and porters hustled and helloed their way through the crowd while passengers vainly tried to keep their luggage together and in sight. It was a babel of voices and noise. People spoke to one another in a language Jamie had never heard. Jullie kom van de Kap, nee? Het hule min papa zijn wagen gezien? Wat bedoel die? Hoe is to? He did not understand a word. Cape Town was utterly unlike anything Jamie had ever seen. No two houses were alike. Next to a large warehouse, 2 or 3 stories high, built of bricks or stone, was a small canteen of galvanized iron, then a jeweler's shop with hand-blown plate-glass windows, and abutting it a small greengrocer's, and next to that a tumble-down tobacconist's. Jamie was mesmerized by the men, women, and children who thronged the streets. He saw a Kaffir clad in an old pair of 78th Highland trews and wearing as a coat a sack with slits cut for the arms and head. The Kaffir walked behind 2 Chinese men, hand in hand, who were wearing blue smock frocks, their pigtails carefully coiled up under their conical straw hats. There were stout, red-faced Boer farmers with sun-bleached hair, their wagons loaded with potatoes, corn, and leafy vegetables. Men dressed in brown velveteen trousers and coats, with broad-brimmed, soft felt hats on their heads, and long clay pipes in their mouths, strode ahead of their vrouws, attired in black, with thick black veils and large black silk poke bonnets. Parsi washerwomen with large bundles of soiled clothes on their heads pushed past soldiers in redcoats and helmets. It was a fascinating spectacle. The first thing Jamie did was to seek out an inexpensive boarding house recommended to him by a sailor aboard ship. The landlady was a dumpy, ample-bosomed, middle-aged widow. She looked Jamie over and smiled. "Zoek jullie goud?" He blushed. "I'm sorry, I don't understand." "English, yes? You're here to hunt gold? Diamonds?" "Diamonds, yes, ma'am." She pulled him aside. "You will like it here. I have all the convenience for young men like you." Jamie wondered whether she was one of them. He hoped not. "I'm Mrs. Venster," she said coyly, "but my friends call me Dee Dee." She smiled, revealing a gold tooth in front. "I have a feeling we're going to be very good friends. Ask me anything." "That's very kind of you," Jamie said. "Can you tell me where I can get a map of the city?" With the map in hand, Jamie went exploring. On one side of the city were the landward suburbs of Rondebosch, Claremont, and Vinburg, stretching along 9 miles of thinning plantations and vineyards. On the other side were the marine suburbs of Seapoint and Greenpoint. Jamie walked through the rich residential area, down Strand Street and Bree Street, admiring the large 2-story buildings with their flat roofs and peaked stuccoed fronts, steep terraces rising from the street. He walked until he was finally driven indoors by the flies that seemed to have a personal vendetta against him. They were large and black and attacked in swarms. When Jamie returned to his boarding house, he found his room filled with them. They covered the walls and table and bed. He went to see the landlady. "Mrs. Venster, isn't there anything you can do about the flies in my room? They're—" She gave a fat, jiggling laugh and pinched Jamie's cheek. "Min magtig, you'll get used to them. You'll see." The sanitary arrangements in Cape Town were both primitive and inadequate, and when the sun set, an odoriferous vapor covered the city like a noxious blanket. It was unbearable, but Jamie knew that he would bear it. He needed more money before he could leave. You can't survive in the diamond fields without money, he had been warned. They'll charge you just for breathing. On his second day in Cape Town, Jamie found a job driving a team of horses for a delivery firm. On the third day, he started working in a restaurant after dinner, washing dishes. He lived on the leftover food that he squirreled away and took back to the boarding house, but it tasted strange to him, and he longed for his mother's kakaliki and oatcakes and hot, fresh-made baps. He did not complain, even to himself, as he sacrificed both food and comfort to increase his grub stake. He had made his choice, and nothing was going to stop him, not the exhausting labor or the foul air he breathed or the flies that kept him awake most of the night. He felt desperately lonely. He knew no one in this strange place, and he missed his friends and family. Jamie enjoyed solitude, but loneliness was a constant ache. At last the magic day arrived. His pouch held the magnificent sum of 200 pounds. He was ready. He would leave Cape Town the following morning for the diamond fields. Reservations for passenger wagons to the diamond fields at Klipdrift were booked by the Inland Transport Company at a small wooden depot near the docks. When Jamie arrived at 7 a.m., the depot was already so crowded that he could not get near it. There were hundreds of fortune seekers fighting for seats on the wagons. They had come from as far away as Russia and America, Australia, Germany, and England. They shouted in a dozen different tongues, pleading with the besieged ticket sellers to find spaces for them. Jamie watched as a burly Irishman angrily pushed his way out of the office onto the sidewalk, fighting to get through the mob. "Excuse me," Jamie said. "What's going on in there?" "Nothing," the Irishman grunted in disgust. "The bloody wagons are all booked up for the next 6 weeks." He saw the look of dismay on Jamie's face. "That's not the worst of it, lad. The heathen bastards are charging 50 pounds a head." It was incredible. "There must be another way to get to the diamond fields." "2 ways. You can go Dutch Express or you can go by foot." "What's Dutch Express?" "Bullock wagon. They travel 2 miles an hour. By the time you get there, the damn diamonds will all be gone." Jamie McGregor had no intention of being delayed until the diamonds were gone. He spent the rest of the morning looking for another means of transportation. Just before noon, he found it. He was passing a livery stable with a sign in front that said Mail Depot. On an impulse, he went inside, where the thinnest man he had ever seen was loading large mail sacks into a dog cart. Jamie watched him a moment. "Excuse me," Jamie said. "Do you carry mail to Klipdrift?" "That's right. Loading up now." Jamie felt a sudden urge of hope. "Do you take passengers?" "Sometimes." He looked up and studied Jamie. "How old are you?" An odd question. 18. Why? "We don't take anyone over 21 or 22. You in good health?" An even odder question. "Yes, sir." The thin man straightened up. "I guess you're fit. I'm leaving in an hour. The fare's 20 pounds. Jamie could not believe his good fortune. "That's wonderful. I'll get my suitcase and—" "No suitcase. All you got room for is 1 shirt and a toothbrush." Jamie took a closer look at the dog cart. It was small and roughly built. The body formed a well in which the mail was stored, and over the well was a narrow, cramped space where a person could sit back to back behind the driver. It was going to be an uncomfortable journey. "It's a deal," Jamie said. "I'll fetch my shirt and toothbrush." When Jamie returned, the driver was hitching up a horse to the open cart. There were 2 large young men standing near the cart. One was short and dark. The other was a tall, blonde Swede. The men were handing the driver some money. "Wait a minute," Jamie called to the driver. "You said I was going." "You're all going," the driver said. "Hop in." "The 3 of us?" "That's right." Jamie had no idea how the driver expected them all to fit in the small cart, but he knew he was going to be on it when it pulled out. Jamie introduced himself to his fellow passengers. "I'm Jamie McGregor." "Wallach," the short, dark man said. "Pedersen," the tall blonde replied. Jamie said, "We're lucky we discovered this, aren't we? It's a good thing everybody doesn't know about it." Pedersen said, "Oh, they know about the postcards, McGregor. There just aren't that many fit enough or desperate enough to travel in them." Before Jamie could ask what he meant, the driver said, "Let's go." The 3 men, Jamie in the middle, squeezed into the seat, crowded against each other, their knees cramped, their backs pressing hard against the wooden back of the driver's seat. There was no room to move or breathe. "It's not bad," Jamie reassured himself. "Hold on," the driver sang out, and a moment later they were racing through the streets of Cape Town on their way to the diamond fields at Klipdrift. By bullock wagon, the journey was relatively comfortable. The wagons transporting passengers from Cape Town to the diamond fields were large and roomy, with tent covers to ward off the blazing winter sun. Each wagon accommodated a dozen passengers and was drawn by teams of horses or mules. Refreshments were provided at regular stations, and the journey took 10 days. The mail cart was different. It never stopped, except to change horses and drivers. The pace was a full gallop over rough roads and fields and rutted trails. There were no springs on the cart, and each bounce was like the blow of a horse's hoof. Jamie gritted his teeth and thought, "I can stand it until we stop for the night. I'll eat and get some sleep, and in the morning I'll be fine." But when nighttime came, there was a 10-minute halt for a change of horse and driver, and they were off again at a full gallop. "When do we stop to eat?" Jamie asked. "We don't," the new driver grunted. "We go straight through. We're carrying the mails, mister." They raced through the long night, traveling over dusty, bumpy roads by moonlight, the little cart bouncing up the rises, plunging down the valleys, springing over the flats. Every inch of Jamie's body was battered and bruised from the constant jolting. He was exhausted, but it was impossible to sleep. Every time he started to doze off, he was jarred awake. His body was cramped and miserable, and there was no room to stretch. He was starving and motion-sick. He had no idea how many days it would be before his next meal. It was a 600-mile journey, and Jamie McGregor was not sure he was going to live through it. Neither was he sure that he wanted to. By the end of the second day and night, the misery had turned to agony. Jamie's traveling companions were in the same sorry state, no longer even able to complain. Jamie understood now why the company insisted that its passengers be young and strong. When the next dawn came, they entered the Great Karoo, where the real wilderness began. Stretching to infinity, the monstrous veld lay flat and forbidding under a pitiless sun. The passengers were smothered in heat, dust, and flies. Occasionally, through a miasmic haze, Jamie saw groups of men slogging along on foot. There were solitary riders on horseback, and dozens of bullock wagons drawn by 18 or 20 oxen, handled by drivers and vorlopers, with the sjambaks, the whips with long leather thongs, crying, "Trek! Trek!" The huge wagons were laden with 1,000 pounds of produce and goods, tents and digging equipment, and wood-burning stoves, flour and coal and oil lamps. They carried coffee and rice, Russian hemp, sugar and wines, whiskey and boots, and Belfast candles and blankets. They were the lifeline to the fortune-seekers at Klipdrift. It was not until the mail cart crossed the Orange River that there was a change from the deadly monotony of the veld. The scrub gradually became taller and tinged with green. The earth was redder, patches of grass rippled in the breeze, and low thorn trees began to appear. "I'm going to make it," Jamie thought dully. "I'm going to make it." And he could feel hope begin to creep into his tired body. They had been on the road for 4 continuous days and nights when they finally arrived at the outskirts of Klipdrift. Young Jamie McGregor had not known what to expect, but the scene that met his weary, bloodshot eyes was like nothing he could ever have imagined. Klipdrift was a vast panorama of tents and wagons lined up on the main streets and on the shores of the Vaal River. The dirt roadway swarmed with Kaffirs, naked except for brightly colored jackets, and bearded prospectors, butchers, bakers, thieves, teachers. In the center of Klipdrift, rows of wooden and iron shacks served as shops, canteens, billiard rooms, eating houses, diamond-buying offices, and lawyers' rooms. On a corner stood the ramshackle Royal Arch Hotel, a long chain of rooms without windows. Jamie stepped out of the cart and promptly fell to the ground, his cramped legs refusing to hold him up. He lay there, his head spinning, until he had strength enough to rise. He stumbled toward the hotel, pushing through the boisterous crowds that thronged the sidewalks and streets. The room they gave him was small, stifling hot, and swarming with flies. But it had a cot. Jamie fell onto it, fully dressed, and was asleep instantly. He slept for 18 hours. Jamie awoke, his body unbelievably stiff and sore, but his soul filled with exultation. "I am here. I have made it." Ravenously hungry, he went in search of food. The hotel served none, but there was a small, crowded restaurant across the street where he devoured fried snook, a large fish resembling pike, carbonaci, thinly sliced mutton grilled on a spit over a wood fire, a haunch of bok, and for dessert, koeksister, a dough deep-fried and soaked in syrup. Jamie's stomach, so long without food, began to give off alarming symptoms. He decided to let it rest before he continued eating and turned his attention to his surroundings. At tables all around him, prospectors were feverishly discussing the subject uppermost in everyone's mind: diamonds. There's still a few diamonds left around Hopetown, but the motherlode's at New Rush. Kimberly's got a bigger population than Joburg. About the find up at Dutoitspan last week, they say there's more diamonds there than a man can carry. There's a new strike at Christiana. I'm going up there tomorrow. So it was true. There were diamonds everywhere. Young Jamie was so excited he could hardly finish his huge mug of coffee. He was staggered by the amount of the bill. £2, 3 shillings for one meal. I'll have to be very careful, he thought, as he walked out onto the crowded, noisy street. A voice behind him said, "Still planning to get rich, McGregor?" Jamie turned. It was Pedersen, the Swedish boy, who had traveled on the dog cart with him. "I certainly am," Jamie said. "Then let's go where the diamonds are," he pointed. "The Val River's that way." They began to walk. Cliffdrift was in a basin, surrounded by hills, and as far as Jamie could see, everything was barren, without a blade of grass or shrub in sight. Red dust rose thick in the air, making it difficult to breathe. The Val River was a quarter of a mile away, and as they got closer to it, the air became cooler. Hundreds of prospectors lined both sides of the riverbank, some of them digging for diamonds, others meshing stones in rocking cradles, still others sorting stones at rickety makeshift tables. The equipment ranged from scientific earth-washing apparatus to old tub boxes and pails. The men were sunburned, unshaven, and roughly dressed in a weird assortment of colorless, colored, and striped flannel shirts, corduroy trousers and rubber boots, riding breeches, and lace leggings and wide-brimmed felt hats, or pith helmets. They all wore broad leather belts with pockets for diamonds or money. Jamie and Pedersen walked to the edge of the riverbank and watched a young boy and an older man struggling to remove a huge ironstone boulder so they could get at the gravel around it. Their shirts were soaked with sweat. Nearby, another team loaded gravel onto a cart to be sieved in a cradle. One of the diggers rocked the cradle while another poured buckets of water into it to wash away the silt. The large pebbles were then emptied onto an improvised sorting table, where they were excitedly inspected. "It looks easy," Jamie grinned. "Don't count on it, McGregor. I've been talking to some of the diggers who have been here a while. I think we've bought a sack of pups." "What do you mean?" "Do you know how many diggers there are in these parts, all hoping to get rich? 20,000. And there aren't enough diamonds to go around, chum. Even if there were, I'm beginning to wonder if it's worth it. You broil in winter, freeze in summer, get drenched in the damn dunderstormin', and try to cope with the dust and the flies and the stink. You can't get a bath or a decent bed, and there are no sanitary arrangements in this damn town. There are drownings in the Val River every week. Some are accidental, but I was told that for most of them it's a way out, the only escape from this hellhole. I don't know why these people keep hanging on." "I do." Jamie looked at the hopeful young boy with the stained shirt, the next shovelful of dirt. But as they headed back to town, Jamie had to admit that Pedersen had a point. They passed carcasses of slaughtered oxen, sheep, and goats left to rot outside the tents, next to wide-open trenches that served as lavatories. The place stank to the heavens. Pedersen was watching him. "What are you going to do now?" "Get some prospecting equipment." In the center of town was a store with a rusted hanging sign that read, Salomon Vandermerve, General Store. A tall black man about Jamie's age was unloading a wagon in front of the store. He was broad-shouldered and heavily muscled, one of the most handsome men Jamie had ever seen. He had soot-black eyes, an aquiline nose, and a proud chin. There was a dignity about him, a quiet aloofness. He lifted a heavy wooden box of rifles to his shoulder, and, as he turned, he slipped on a leaf fallen from a crate of cabbage. Jamie instinctively reached out an arm to steady him. The black man did not acknowledge Jamie's presence. He turned and walked into the store. A Boer prospector hitching up a mule spat and said distastefully, "That's Banda from the Baralong tribe. Works for Mr. Vandermerve. I don't know why he keeps that uppity black. Those fucking Bantus think they own the earth." The store was cool and dark inside, a welcome relief from the hot, bright street, and it was filled with exotic odors. It seemed to Jamie that every inch of space was crammed with merchandise. He walked through the store, marveling. There were agricultural implements, beer, cans of milk, and crocks of butter, cement, fuses and dynamite and gunpowder, crockery, furniture, guns and haberdashery, oil and paint and varnish, bacon and dried fruit, saddlery and harness, sheep dip and soap, spirits and stationery and paper, sugar and tea and tobacco and snuff and cigars. A dozen shelves were filled from top to bottom with flannel shirts and blankets, shoes, poke bonnets, and saddles. Whoever owns all this, Jamie thought, is a rich man. A soft voice behind him said, "Can I help you?" Jamie turned and found himself facing a young girl. He judged she was about 15. She had an interesting face, fine-boned and heart-shaped, like a valentine, a pert nose and intense green eyes. Her hair was dark and curling. Jamie, looking at her figure, decided she might be closer to 16. "I'm a prospector," Jamie announced. "I'm here to buy some equipment. What is it you need?" For some reason, Jamie felt he had to impress this girl. The usual." She smiled and there was mischief in her eyes. "What is the usual, sir?" "Well," he hesitated, "a shovel." "Will that be all?" Jamie saw that she was teasing him. He grinned and confessed, "To tell you the truth, I'm new at this. I don't know what I need." She smiled at him, and it was the smile of a woman. "It depends on where you're planning to prospect, Mr. McGregor, Jamie McGregor. I'm Margaret Vandermerve." She glanced nervously toward the rear of the store. "I'm pleased to meet you, Miss Vandermerve. Did you just arrive?" "Aye, yesterday, on the postcard." "Someone should have warned you about that. Passengers have died on that trip." There was anger in her eyes. Jamie grinned. "I can't blame them, but I'm very much alive, thank you." "And going out to hunt for mooiklipa?" "Mooiklipa? That's our Dutch word for diamonds, pretty pebbles. You're Dutch?" "My family's from Holland. I'm from Scotland." I could tell that. Her eyes flicked warily toward the back of the store again. "There are diamonds around, Mr. McGregor, but you must be choosy where you look for them. Most of the diggers are running around chasing their own tails. When someone makes a strike, the rest scavenge off the leavings. If you want to get rich, you have to find a strike of your own." "How do I do that?" "My father might be the one to help you with that. He knows everything. He'll be free in an hour." "I'll be back," Jamie assured her. "Thank you, Miss Vandermerve." He went out into the sunshine, filled with a sense of euphoria, his aches and pains forgotten. If Solomon Vandermerve would advise him where to find diamonds, there was no way Jamie could fail. He would have the jump on all of them. He laughed aloud, with the sheer joy of being young and alive and on his way to riches. Jamie walked down the main street, passing a blacksmith's, a billiard hall, and half a dozen saloons. He came to a sign in front of a decrepit-looking hotel and stopped. The sign read, R.D. Miller, Warm and Cold Baths. Open daily from 6 a.m. to 8 p.m., with the comforts of a neat dressing room. Jamie thought, when did I have my last bath? Well, I took a bucket bath on the boat. He was suddenly aware of how he must smell. He thought of the weekly tub baths in the kitchen at home, and he could hear his mother's voice calling, "Be sure to wash down below, Jamie." He turned and entered the baths. There were 2 doors inside, one for women and one for men. Jamie entered the men's section and walked up to the aged attendant. "How much is a bath?" 10 shillings for a cold bath, 15 for a hot." Jamie hesitated. The idea of a hot bath after his long journey was almost irresistible. "Cold," he said. He could not afford to throw away his money on luxuries. He had mining equipment to buy. The attendant handed him a small bar of yellow lye soap and a threadbare hand towel and pointed, "In there, mate." Jamie stepped into a small room that contained nothing except a large galvanized iron bathtub in the center and a few pegs on the wall. The attendant began filling the tub from a large wooden bucket. "All ready for you, mister. Just hang your clothes on those pegs." Jamie waited until the attendant left and then undressed. He looked down at his grime-covered body and put one foot in the tub. The water was cold, as advertised. He gritted his teeth and plunged in, soaping himself furiously from head to foot. When he finally stepped out of the tub, the water was black. He dried himself as best he could with the worn linen towel and started to get dressed. His pants and shirt were stiff with dirt, and he hated to put them back on. He would have to buy a change of clothes, and this reminded him once more of how little money he had, and he was hungry again. Jamie left the bathhouse and pushed his way down the crowded street to a saloon called the Sundowner. He ordered a beer and lunch, lamb cutlets with tomatoes and sausage and potato salad and pickles. While he ate, he listened to the hopeful conversations around him. I hear they found a stone near Colesburg weighing 21 carats. Mark you, if there's one diamond up there, there's plenty more. There's a new diamond find up in Hebron. I'm thinking of going there." "You're a fool. The big diamonds are in the Orange River." At the bar, a bearded customer in a collarless, striped flannel shirt and corduroy trousers was nursing a shandygaff in a large glass. "I got cleaned out in Hebron," he confided to the bartender. "I need me a grub steak." The bartender was a large, fleshy, bald-headed man with a broken, twisted nose and ferret eyes. He laughed. "Hell, man, who doesn't? Why do you think I'm tending bar? As soon as I have enough money, I'm gonna hightail it up the Orange myself." He wiped the bar with the dirty rag. "But I'll tell you what you might do, mister. See Solomon Vandermerve. He owns the general store and half the town." "What good'll that do me?" "If he likes you, he might stake you." The customer looked at him. "Yeah? You really think he might?" "He's done it for a few fellows I know of. You put up your labor, he puts up the money. You split 50-50. Jamie McGregor's thoughts leaped ahead. He had been confident that the £120 he had left would be enough to buy the equipment and food he would need to survive, but the prices in Klipdrift were astonishing. He had noticed in Vandermerve's store that a £100 sack of Australian flour cost £5. 1 pound of sugar cost a shilling. A bottle of beer cost 5 shillings. Biscuits were 3 shillings a pound, and fresh eggs sold for 7 shillings a dozen. At that rate, his money would not last long. My God, Jamie thought, at home we could live for a year on what 3 meals cost here. But if he could get the backing of someone wealthy, like Mr. Vandermerve, Jamie hastily paid for his food and hurried back to the general store. Solomon Vandermerve was behind the counter, removing the rifles from a wooden crate. He was a small man with a thin, pinched face, framed by Dundreary whiskers. He had sandy hair, tiny black eyes, a bulbous nose, and pursed lips. His daughter must take after her mother, Jamie thought. "Excuse me, sir." Vandermerve looked up. "Yeah? Mr. Vandermerve? My name is Jamie McGregor, sir. I'm from Scotland. I came here to find diamonds." "Yeah, so?" "I hear you sometimes back prospectors." Vandermerve grumbled. "Mean magtig. Who spreads these stories? I help out a few diggers and everyone thinks I'm Santa Claus." "I've saved £120, Jamie said earnestly, "but I see that it's not going to buy me much here. I'll go out to the bush with just a shovel if I have to, but I figure my chances would be a lot better if I had a mule and some proper equipment." Vandermerve was studying him with those small black eyes. "Wat denk je? What makes you think you can find diamonds?" "I've come halfway around the world, Mr. Vandermerve, and I'm not going to leave here until I'm rich. If the diamonds are out there, I'll find them. If you help me, I'll make us both rich." Vandermerve grunted, turned his back on Jamie, and continued unloading the rifles. Jamie stood there awkwardly, not knowing what more to say. When Vandermerve spoke again, his question caught Jamie off guard. "You travel here by bullock wagon, yeah?" "No, postcart." The old man turned to study the boy again. He said finally, "We talk about it." They talked about it at dinner that evening in the room in back of the store that was the Vandermerve living quarters. It was a small room that served as a kitchen, dining room, and sleeping quarters, with a curtain separating 2 cots. The lower half of the walls was built of mud and stone, and the upper half was faced with cardboard boxes that had once contained provisions. A square hole where a piece of wall had been cut out served as a window. In wet weather it could be closed by placing a board in front of it. The dining table consisted of a long plank stretched across 2 wooden crates. A large box turned on its side served as a cupboard. Jamie guessed that Vandermerve was not a man who parted easily with his money. Vandermerve's daughter moved silently about, preparing dinner. From time to time she cast quick glances at her father, but she never once looked at Jamie. Why is she so frightened? Jamie wondered. When they were seated at the table, Vandermerve began, "Let us have a blessing. We thank thee, O Lord, for the bounty we receive at thy hands. We thank thee for forgiving us our sins and showing us the path of righteousness and delivering us from life's temptations. We thank thee for a long and fruitful life and for smiting dead all those who offend thee. Amen." And without a breath between, "Pass me the meat," he said to his daughter. The dinner was frugal, a small roast pork, 3 boiled potatoes, and a dish of turnip greens. The portions he served to Jamie were small. The 2 men talked little during the meal, and Margaret did not speak at all. When they had finished eating, Vandermerve said, "That was fine, daughter," and there was pride in his voice. He turned to Jamie. "We get down to business, yeah?" "Yes, sir." Vandermerve picked up a long clay pipe from the top of the wooden cabinet. He filled it with a sweet-smelling tobacco from a small pouch and lighted the pipe. His sharp eyes peered intently at Jamie through the wreaths of smoke. "The diggers here at Klipdrift are fools. Too few diamonds, too many diggers. A man could break his back here for a year and have nothing to show for it but schlenters." I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that word, sir." "Fool's diamonds. Worthless. Do you follow me?" Yes, sir, I think so. But what's the answer, sir?" "The Griquas." Jamie looked at him blankly. "They're an African tribe up north. They find diamonds, big ones, and sometimes they bring them to me and I trade them for goods." The Dutchman lowered his voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "I know where they find them. But could you nae go after them yourself, Mr. Vandermerve?" Vandermerve sighed. "No, I can't leave the store. People would steal me blind. I need someone I can trust to go up there and bring the stones back. When I find the right man, I'll supply him with all the equipment he needs." He paused to take a long drag on the pipe. "And I'll tell him where the diamonds are." Jamie leaped to his feet, his heart pounding. "Mr. Vandermerve, I'm the person you're looking for. Believe me, sir, I'll work night and day." His voice was charged with excitement. "I'll bring you back more diamonds than you can count." Vandermerve silently studied him for what seemed to Jamie to be an eternity. When Vandermerve finally spoke, he said only one word. "Ja." Jamie signed the contract the following morning. It was written in Afrikaans. "I'll have to explain it to you," Vandermerve said. "It says we're full partners. I put up the capital, you put up the labor. We share everything equally." Jamie looked at the contract in Vandermerve's hand. In the middle of all the incomprehensible foreign words, he recognized only a sum. £2. Jamie pointed to it. "What is that for, Mr. Vandermerve?" "It means that in addition to your owning half the diamonds you find, you'll get an extra £2 for every week you work. Even though I know the diamonds are out there, it's possible you might not find anything, lad. This way you'll at least get something for your labor." The man was being more than fair. Thank you very much, sir." Jamie could have hugged him. Vandermerve said, "Now let's get you outfitted." It took 2 hours to select the equipment that Jamie would take into the bush with him. A small tent, bedding, cooking utensils, 2 sieves and a washing cradle, a pick, 2 shovels, 3 buckets, and 1 change of socks and underwear. There was an axe and a lantern and paraffin oil, matches and arsenical soap. There were tins of food, biltong, fruit, sugar, coffee, and salt. At last, everything was in readiness. The black servant, Banda, silently helped Jamie stow everything into backpacks. The huge man never glanced at Jamie and never spoke one word. He doesn't speak English, Jamie decided. Margaret was in the store waiting on customers, but if she knew Jamie was there, she gave no indication. Vandermerve came over to Jamie. "Your mule's in front," he said. "Banda will help you load up." "Thank you, Mr. Vandermerve," Jamie said. Vandermerve consulted a piece of paper covered with figures. "That will be £120. Jamie looked at him blankly. "What? This is part of our deal. Wat bedoelt u?" Vandermerve's thin face darkened with anger. "You expect me to give you all this, and a fine mule, and make you a partner, and give you £2 a week on top of that? If you're looking for something for nothing, you've come to the wrong place." He began to unload one of the backpacks. Jamie said quickly, "No, please, Mr. Vandermerve. I just didn't understand. It's perfectly all right. I have the money right here." He reached in his pouch, and he put the last of his savings on the counter. Vandermerve hesitated. "All right," he said grudgingly. "Perhaps it was a misunderstanding, eh? This town is full of cheaters. I have to be careful who I do business with." "Yes, sir, of course you do," Jamie agreed. In his excitement, he had misunderstood the deal. "I'm lucky he's giving me another chance," Jamie thought. Vandermerve reached into his pocket and pulled out a small wrinkled hand-drawn map. "Here is where you'll find the Mooie Klippa, north of here at Magerdam, on the northern bank of the Vaal." Jamie studied the map, and his heart began to beat faster. "How many miles is it?" "Here we measure distance by time. With the mule, you should make the journey in 4 or 5 days. Coming back will be slower because of the weight of the diamonds." Jamie grinned. "Ja." When Jamie McGregor stepped back out onto the streets of Klipdrift, he was no longer a tourist. He was a prospector, a digger, on his way to his fortune. Banda had finished loading the supplies onto the back of a frail-looking mule tethered to the hitching post in front of the store. "Thanks," Jamie smiled. Vanda turned and looked him in the eye, then silently walked away. Jamie unhitched the reins and said to the mule, "Let's go, partner. It's Muy Clippa time." They headed north. Jamie pitched camp near a stream at nightfall, unloaded and watered and fed the mule, and fixed himself some beef jerky, dried apricots, and coffee. The night was filled with strange noises. He heard the grunts and howls and patting of wild animals moving down to the water. He was unprotected, surrounded by the most dangerous beasts in the world, in a strange, primitive country. He jumped at every sound. At any moment he expected to be attacked by fangs and claws leaping at him from out of the darkness. His mind began to drift. He thought of his snug bed at home and the comfort and safety he had always taken for granted. He slept fitfully, his dreams filled with charging lions and elephants, and large bearded men trying to take an enormous diamond away from him. At dawn, when Jamie awakened, the mule was dead. Chapter 2. He could not believe it. He looked for a wound of some kind, thinking it must have been attacked by a wild animal during the night, but there was nothing. The beast had died in its sleep. Mr. Vandermeer will hold me responsible for this, Jamie thought, but when I bring him diamonds, it won't matter. There was no turning back. He would go on to Magerdam without the mule. He heard a sound in the air and looked up. Giant black vultures were beginning to circle high above. Jamie shuddered. Working as quickly as possible, he rearranged his gear, deciding what he had to leave behind, then stowed everything he could carry into a backpack and started off. When he looked back 5 minutes later, the enormous vultures had covered the body of the dead animal. All that was visible was one long ear. Jamie quickened his step. It was December, summer in South Africa, and the trek across the veld under the huge orange sun was a horror. Jamie had started out from Klipdrift with a brisk step and a light heart, but as the minutes turned into hours and the hours into days, his steps got slower and his heart became heavier. As far as the eye could see, the monotonous veld shimmered flat and forbidding under the blazing sun, and there seemed no end to the gray, stony, desolate plains. Jamie made camp whenever he came to a watering hole, and he slept with the eerie nocturnal sounds of the animals all around him. The sounds no longer bothered him. They were proof that there was life in this barren hell, and they made him feel less lonely. One dawn, Jamie came across a pride of lions. He watched from a distance as the lioness moved toward her mate and their cubs, carrying a baby impala in her powerful jaws. She dropped the animal in front of the male and moved away while he fed. A reckless cub leaped forward and dug his teeth into the impala. With one motion, the male raised a paw and swiped the cub across the face, killing it instantly, then went back to his feeding. When he finished, the rest of the family was permitted to move in for the remains of the feast. Jamie slowly backed away from the scene and continued walking. It took him almost 2 weeks to cross the Karoo. More than once, he was ready to give up. He was not sure he could finish the journey. "I'm a fool. I should have returned to Klipdrift to ask Mr. Vandermeer for another mule. But what if Mr. Vandermeer had called off the deal? No, I did the right thing." And so Jamie kept moving, one step at a time. One day, he saw 4 figures in the distance coming toward him. "I'm delirious," Jamie thought. "It's a mirage." But the figures came closer, and Jamie's heart began to thud alarmingly. "Men! There is human life here." He wondered if he had forgotten how to speak. He tried out his voice on the afternoon air, and it sounded as if it belonged to someone long dead. The 4 men reached him, prospectors returning to Klipdrift, tired and defeated. "Hello," Jamie said. They nodded. One of them said, "There ain't nothing ahead, boy. We looked. You're wasting your time. Go back." And they were gone. Jamie shut his mind to everything but the trackless waste ahead of him. The sun and the black flies were unbearable, and there was no place to hide. There were thorn trees, but their branches had been laid waste by the elephants. Jamie was almost totally blinded by the sun. His fair skin was burned raw, and he was constantly dizzy. Each time he took a breath of air, his lungs seemed to explode. He was no longer walking, he was stumbling, putting one foot in front of the other, mindlessly lurching ahead. One afternoon, with the midday sun beating down on him, he slipped off his backpack and slumped to the ground, too tired to take another step. He closed his eyes and dreamed he was in a giant crucible, and the sun was a huge bright diamond blazing down on him, melting him. He awoke in the middle of the night, trembling from the cold. He forced himself to take a few bites of biltong and a drink of tepid water. He knew he must get up and start moving before the sun rose, while the earth and sky were cool. He tried, but the effort was too great. It would be so easy just to lie there forever and never have to take another step. "I'll just sleep for a little while longer," Jamie thought. But some voice deep within him told him he would never wake up again. They would find his body there as they had found hundreds of others. He remembered the vultures and thought, "No, not my body, my bones." Slowly and painfully, he forced himself to his feet. His backpack was so heavy he could not lift it. Jamie started walking again, dragging the pack behind him. He had no recollection of how many times he fell onto the sand and staggered to his feet again. Once he screamed into the pre-dawn sky, "I'm Jamie McGregor, and I'm going to make it. I'm going to live. Do you hear me, God? I'm going to live." Voices were exploding in his head. "You're going chasing diamonds? You must be daft, son. That's a fairy tale, a temptation of the devil to keep men from doing an honest day's work. Why do you nae tell us where you're getting the money to go? It's halfway round the world. You hae no money. Mr. Vandermerva, I'm the person you're looking for. Believe me, sir, I'll work night and day. I'll bring you back more diamonds than you can count." And he was finished before he had even started. "You have two choices," Jamie told himself. "You can go on, or you can stay here and die, and die, and die." The words echoed endlessly in his head. "You can take one more step," Jamie thought. "Come on, Jamie boy, one more step. One more step." 2 days later, Jamie McGregor stumbled into the village of Magerdam. The sunburn had long since become infected, and his body oozed blood and sera. Both eyes were swollen, almost completely shut. He collapsed in the middle of the street, a pile of crumpled clothes holding him together. When sympathetic diggers tried to relieve him of his backpack, Jamie fought them with what little strength he had left, raving deliriously, "No! Get away from my diamonds! Get away from my diamonds!" He awakened in a small, bare room 3 days later, naked except for the bandages that covered his body. The first thing he saw when he opened his eyes was a buxom, middle-aged woman seated at the side of his cot. "What?" His voice was a croak. He could not get the words out. "Easy, dear. You've been sick." She gently lifted his swathed head and gave him a sip of water from a tin cup. Jamie managed to prop himself up on one elbow. "Where?" He swallowed and tried again. "Where am I?" "You're in Magerdam. I'm Alice Jardine. This is my boarding house. You're going to be fine. You just need a good rest. Now lie back." Jamie remembered the strangers who tried to take his backpack away and was filled with panic. "My things! Where—" He tried to rise from the cot, but the woman's gentle voice stopped him. "Everything's safe. Not to worry, son." She pointed to his backpack in a corner of the room. Jamie lay back on the clean white sheets. "I got here. I made it. Everything is going to be all right now." Alice Jardine was a blessing, not only to Jamie McGregor, but to half of Magerdam. In that mining town filled with adventurers, all sharing the same dream, she fed them, nursed them, encouraged them. She was an Englishwoman who had come to South Africa with her husband when he decided to give up his teaching job in Leeds and join the diamond rush. He had died of fever 3 weeks after they arrived, but she had decided to stay on. The miners had become the children she never had. She kept Jamie in bed for 4 more days, feeding him, changing his bandages, and helping him regain his strength. By the 5th day, Jamie was ready to get up. "I want you to know how grateful I am to you, Mrs. Jardine. I can't pay you anything, not yet, but you'll have a big diamond from me one day soon. That's a promise from Jamie McGregor." She smiled at the intensity of the handsome young boy. He was still 20 pounds too thin, and his gray eyes were filled with the horror he had been through. But there was a strength about him, a determination that was awesome. "He's different from the others," Mrs. Jardine thought. Jamie, dressed in his freshly washed clothes, went out to explore the town. It was Cliffdrift on a smaller scale. There were the same tents and wagons and dusty streets, the flimsily built shops, and the crowds of prospectors. As Jamie passed a saloon, he heard a roar from inside and entered. A noisy crowd had gathered around a red-shirted Irishman. "What's going on?" Jamie asked. "He's going to wet his find." "He's what?" He struck it rich today, so he stands treat for the whole saloon. He pays for as much liquor as a saloon full of thirsty men can swallow." Jamie joined in a conversation with several disgruntled diggers sitting at a round table. "Where are you from, McGregor?" "Scotland." "Well, I don't know what horse shit they fed you in Scotland, but there ain't enough diamonds in this fucking country to pay expenses." They talked of other camps: Gong Gong, Forlorn Hope, Delports, Poor Man's Kopje, Sixpenny Rush. The diggers all told the same story, of months doing the back-breaking work of moving boulders, digging into the hard soil, and squatting over the riverbank, sifting the dirt for diamonds. Each day a few diamonds were found, not enough to make a man rich, but enough to keep his dreams alive. The mood of the town was a strange mixture of optimism and pessimism. The optimists were arriving, the pessimists were leaving. Jamie knew which side he was on. He approached the red-shirted Irishman, now bleary-eyed with drink, and showed him Vandermerve's map. The man glanced at it and tossed it back to Jamie. "Worthless. That whole area's been picked over. If I was you, I'd try Bad Hope." Jamie could not believe it. Vandermerve's map was what had brought him there, the lodestar that was going to make him rich. Another digger said, "Head for Colesburg. That's where they're finding diamonds, son." "Gelflin's Cop. That's the place to dig." "You'll try Moonlight Rush if you want my opinion." At supper that night, Alice Jardine said, "Jamie, one place is as big a gamble as another. Pick your own spot, dig in your pickaxe, and pray. That's all these other experts are doing." After a night of sleepless self-debate, Jamie decided he would forget Vandermerve's map. Against everyone's advice, he decided to head east, along the Modder River. The following morning, Jamie said goodbye to Mrs. Jardine and set off. He walked for 3 days and 2 nights, and when he came to a likely-looking spot, he set up his small tent. Huge boulders lay along both sides of the riverbank, and Jamie, using thick branches as levers, laboriously moved them out of the way to get at the gravel that lay beneath. He dug from dawn until dusk, looking for the yellow clay or the blue diamondiferous soil that would tell him if he had found a diamond pipe. But the earth was barren. He dug for a week without finding a single stone. At the end of the week, he moved on. One day, as he walked along, he saw in the distance what looked like a silver house, glowing dazzlingly in the sun. "I'm going blind," Jamie thought. But as he got closer, he saw that he was approaching a village, and all the houses seemed to be made of silver. Crowds of Indian men, women, and children, dressed in rags, swarmed through the streets. Jamie stared in amazement. The silver houses glistening in the sun were made of tin jam pots, flattened out, fastened together, and nailed over the crude shacks. He walked on, and an hour later, when he looked back, he could still see the glow of the village. It was a sight he never forgot. Jamie kept moving north. He followed the riverbank where the diamonds might be, digging until his arms refused to lift the heavy pick, then sifting the wet gravel through the hand sieve. When it got dark, he slept as though drugged. At the end of the second week, he moved upstream again, just north of a small settlement called Pardspan. He stopped near a bend in the river and fixed himself a meal of carbonaci grilled on a spit over a wood fire and hot tea, then sat in front of his tent, looking up at the wheeling stars in the vast sky. He had not seen a human being in 2 weeks, and an eddy of loneliness washed over him. "What the hell am I doing here?" he wondered, "sitting in the middle of a blasted wilderness like a bloody fool, killing myself breaking rocks and digging up dirt. I was better off at the farm. Come Saturday, if I don't find a diamond, I'm going home." He looked up at the uncaring stars and yelled, "Do you hear me, damn you?" "Oh, Jesus," he thought, "I'm losing my mind." Jamie sat there, idly sifting the sand through his fingers. They closed on a large stone, and he looked at it a moment, then threw it away. He had seen 1,000 worthless stones like it in the past weeks. What was it Vandermerve had called them? Schlinters. Yet there was something about this one that belatedly caught Jamie's attention. He rose, went over to it, and picked it up. It was much larger than the other stones, and of an odd shape. He rubbed some of the dirt off it against the leg of his trousers and examined it more closely. It looked like a diamond. The only thing that made Jamie doubt his senses was the size of it. It was almost as large as a hen's egg. Oh, God, if it is a diamond! He suddenly had difficulty breathing. He grabbed his lantern and began searching the ground around him. In 15 minutes, he had found 4 more like it. None of them was as large as the first one, but they were large enough to fill him with a wild excitement. He was up before dawn, digging like a madman, and by noon he had found half a dozen more diamonds. He spent the next week feverishly digging up diamonds and burying them at night in a safe place where no passers-by could find them. There were fresh diamonds every day, and as Jamie watched his fortune pile up, he was filled with an ineffable joy. Only half of this treasure was his, but it was enough to make him rich beyond anything he had ever dared to dream. At the end of the week, Jamie made a note on his map and staked out his claim by carefully marking the boundaries with his pick. He dug up his hidden treasure, carefully stored it deep down in his backpack, and headed back to Magerdam. The sign outside the small building read, Diamond Cooper. Jamie walked into the office, a small, airless room, and he was filled with a sudden sense of trepidation. He had heard dozens of stories of prospectors who had found diamonds that had turned out to be worthless stones. What if I'm wrong? What if... The assayer was seated at a cluttered desk in the tiny office. Something I can do for you? Jamie took a deep breath. Yes, sir. I would like to have these valued, please. Under the watchful eye of the assayer, Jamie started laying the stones on his desk. When he was finished, there was a total of 27, and the assayer was gazing at them in astonishment. Where did you find these? I'll tell you after you tell me whether they're diamonds. The assayer picked up the largest stone and examined it with a jeweler's loupe. My God, he said, this is the biggest diamond I have ever seen. And Jamie realized he had been holding his breath. He could have yelled aloud with joy. Where, the man begged, where did these come from? Meet me in the canteen in 15 minutes, Jamie grinned, and I'll tell you. Jamie gathered up the diamonds, put them in his pocket, and strode out. He headed for the registration office 2 doors down the street. I want to register a claim, he said, in the names of Salomon Vandermerve and Jamie McGregor. He had walked through that door a penniless farm boy and walked out a multi-millionaire. The assayer was in the canteen waiting when Jamie McGregor entered. He had obviously spread the news because when Jamie walked in, there was a sudden, respectful hush. There was a single unspoken question on everyone's mind. Jamie walked up to the bar and said to the bartender, I'm here to wet my find. He turned and faced the crowd. Pardspan. Alice Jardine was having a cup of tea when Jamie walked into the kitchen. Her face lighted up when she saw him. Jamie, oh, thank God you're back safely. She took in his disheveled appearance and flushed face. It didn't go well, did it? Never you mind. Have a nice cup of tea with me, dear, and you'll feel better. Without a word, Jamie reached into his pocket and pulled out a large diamond. He placed it in Mrs. Jardine's hand. I've kept my promise, Jamie said. She stared at the stone for a long time, and her blue eyes became moist. No, Jamie, no. Her voice was very soft. I don't want it. Don't you see, child? It would spoil everything. When Jamie McGregor returned to Klipdrift, he did it in style. He traded one of his smaller diamonds for a horse and carriage, and made a careful note of what he had spent, so that his partner would not be cheated. The trip back to Klipdrift was easy and comfortable, and when Jamie thought of the hell he had gone through on this same journey, he was filled with a sense of wonder. That's the difference between the rich and the poor, he thought. The poor walk, the rich ride in carriages. He gave the horse a small flick of the whip and rode on contentedly through the darkening veld. Chapter 3. Klipdrift had not changed, but Jamie McGregor had. People stared as he rode into town and stopped in front of Vandermerve's general store. It was not just the expensive horse and carriage that drew the attention of the passers-by. It was the air of jubilation about the young man. They had seen it before in other prospectors who had struck it rich, and it always filled them with a renewed sense of hope for themselves. They stood back and watched as Jamie jumped out of the carriage. The same large black man was there. Jamie grinned at him. Hello, I'm back. Banda tied the reins to a hitching post without comment and went inside the store. Jamie followed him. Salomon Vandermerve was waiting on a customer. The little Dutchman looked up and smiled, and Jamie knew that somehow Vandermerve had already heard the news. No one could explain it, but news of a diamond strike flashed across the continent with the speed of light. When Vandermerve had finished with the customer, he nodded his head toward the back of the store. Come, Mr. McGregor. Jamie followed him. Vandermerve's daughter was at the stove preparing lunch. Hello, Margaret. She flushed and looked away. Well, I hear there is good news, Vandermerve beamed. He seated himself at the table and pushed the plate and silverware away, clearing a place in front of him. "That's right, sir." Proudly, Jamie took a large leather pouch from his jacket pocket and poured the diamonds on the kitchen table. Vandermerve stared at them, hypnotized, then picked them up slowly, one by one, savoring each one, saving the largest until last. Then he scooped up the diamonds, put them in a chamois bag, and put the bag in a large iron safe in the corner and locked it. When he spoke, there was a note of deep satisfaction in his voice. "You've done well, Mr. McGregor. Very well indeed." "Thank you, sir. This is only the beginning. There are hundreds more there. I don't even dare think about how much they're worth." "And you've staked out the claim properly?" "Yes, sir." Jamie reached in his pocket and pulled out the registration slip. "It's registered in both our names." Vandermerve studied the slip, then put it in his pocket. "You deserve a bonus. Wait here." He started toward the doorway that led into the shop. "Come along, Margaret." She followed him meekly, and Jamie thought, "She's like a frightened kitten." A few minutes later, Vandermerve returned, alone. "Here we are." He opened a purse and carefully counted out £50. Jamie looked at him, puzzled. "What's this for, sir?" "For you, son. All of it." I don't understand." "You've been gone 24 weeks. At £2 a week, that's £48, and I'm giving you an extra £2 as a bonus." Jamie laughed. "I don't need a bonus. I have my share of the diamonds." "Your share of the diamonds?" "Why, yes, sir. My 50%. We're partners." Vandermerve was staring at him. "Partners? Where did you get that idea?" "Where did I—" Jamie looked at the Dutchman in bewilderment. "We have a contract." "That is correct. Have you read it?" "Well, no, sir. It's in Afrikaans. But you said we were 50-50 partners." The older man shook his head. "You misunderstood me, Mr. McGregor. I don't need any partners. You were working for me. I outfitted you and sent you to find diamonds for me." Jamie could feel a slow rage boiling up within him. "You gave me nothing. I paid you £120 for that equipment." The old man shrugged. "I won't waste my valuable time quibbling. Tell you what I'll do. I'll give you an extra £5, and we'll call the whole thing quits." "I think that's very generous." Jamie exploded in a fury. "We'll nae call the whole thing quits." In his anger, his Scottish burr came back. "I'm entitled to half that claim, and I'll get it. I registered it in both our names." Vandermerve smiled thinly. "Then you tried to cheat me. I could have you arrested for that." He shoved the money into Jamie's hand. "Now take your wages and get out." "I'll fight you." "Do you have money for a lawyer? I own them all in these parts, boy." This isn't happening to me, Jamie thought. It's a nightmare. The agony he had gone through, the weeks and months of the burning desert, the punishing physical labor from sunrise to sunset, it all came flooding back. He had nearly died, and now this man was trying to cheat him out of what was his. He looked Vandermerve in the eye. "I'll not let you get away with this. I'm not going to leave Klipdrift. I'll tell everybody here what you've done. I'm going to get my share of those diamonds." Vandermerve started to turn away from the fury in the pale gray eyes. "You'd better find a doctor, boy," he muttered. "I think the sun has addled your wits." In a second, Jamie was towering over Vandermerve. He pulled the thin figure into the air and held him up to eye level. "I'm going to make you sorry you ever laid eyes on me." He dropped Vandermerve to his feet, flung the money on the table, and stormed out. When Jamie McGregor walked into the Sundowner saloon, it was almost deserted, for most of the prospectors were on their way to Pardspan. Jamie was filled with anger and despair. "It's incredible," he thought. "One minute, I'm as rich as Croesus, and the next minute, I'm dead broke. Vandermerve is a thief, and I'm going to find a way to punish him. But how?" Vandermerve was right. Jamie could not even afford a lawyer to fight his case. He was a stranger there, and Vandermerve was a respected member of the community. The only weapon Jamie had was the truth. He would let everyone in South Africa know what Vandermerve had done. Smit, the bartender, greeted him. "Welcome back. Everything's on the house, Mr. McGregor. What would you like?" "A whiskey." Smit poured a double and set it in front of Jamie. Jamie downed it in one gulp. He was not used to drinking, and the hard liquor scorched his throat and stomach. "Another, please." "Coming up. I've always said the Scots could drink anybody under the table." The second drink went down easier. Jamie remembered that it was the bartender who had told a digger to go to Vandermerve for help. "Did you know old man Vandermerve is a crook? He's trying to cheat me out of my diamonds." Smit was sympathetic. "What? That's terrible. I'm sorry to hear that." "He'll nae get away with it." Jamie's voice was slurred. "Half those diamonds are mine. He's a thief, and I'm going to see that everybody knows it." Careful, Vandermeer is an important man in this town, the bartender warned. If you're going up against him, you'll need help. In fact, I know just the person. He hates Vandermeer as much as you do. He looked around to make sure no one could overhear him. There's an old barn at the end of the street. I'll arrange everything. Be there at 10 o'clock tonight. Thanks, Jamie said gratefully. I won't forget you. 10 o'clock, the old barn. The barn was a hastily thrown-together structure built of corrugated tin off the main street at the edge of town. At 10 o'clock, Jamie arrived there. It was dark, and he felt his way carefully. He could see no one around. He stepped inside. Hello? There was no reply. Jamie went slowly forward. He could make out the dim shapes of horses moving restlessly in their stalls. Then he heard a sound behind him, and as he started to turn, an iron bar crashed across his shoulder blades, knocking him to the ground. A club thudded against his head, and a giant hand picked him up and held him while fists and boots smashed into his body. The beating seemed to last forever. When the pain became too much to bear and he lost consciousness, cold water was thrown in his face. His eyes fluttered open. He thought he caught a glimpse of Vandermeer's servant, Banda, and the beating began anew. Jamie could feel his ribs breaking. Something smashed into his leg, and he heard the crunch of bone. That was when he lost consciousness again. His body was on fire. Someone was scraping his face with sandpaper, and he vainly tried to lift a hand to protest. He made an effort to open his eyes, but they were swollen shut. Jamie lay there, every fiber of his being screaming with pain, and he tried to remember where he was. He shifted, and the scraping began again. He put out his hand blindly and felt sand. His raw face was lying in hot sand. Slowly, every move in agony, he managed to draw himself up on his knees. He tried to see through his swollen eyes, but he could make out only hazy images. He was somewhere in the middle of the trackless karoo, naked. It was early morning, but he could feel the sun starting to burn through his body. He felt around blindly for food or a billy can of water. There was nothing. They had left him there for dead. Solomon Vandermeer, and of course, Smit, the bartender. Jamie had threatened Vandermeer, and Vandermeer had punished him as easily as one punished a small child. But he'll find out. I'm no child, Jamie promised himself. Not anymore. I'm an avenger. They'll pay. They will pay. The hatred that coursed through Jamie gave him the strength to sit up. It was a torture for him to breathe. How many ribs had they broken? I must be careful so they don't puncture my lungs. Jamie tried to stand up, but fell down with a scream. His right leg was broken and lay at an unnatural angle. He was unable to walk, but he could crawl. Jamie McGregor had no idea where he was. They would have taken him to some place off the beaten track, where his body would not be found except by the desert scavengers, the hyenas and secretary birds and vultures. The desert was a vast charnel house. He had seen the bones of men's bodies that had been scavenged, and there had not been a scrap of meat left on the skeleton. Even as Jamie was thinking about it, he heard the rustle of wings above him and the shrill hiss of the vultures. He felt a flood of terror. He was blind. He could not see them, but he could smell them. He began to crawl. He made himself concentrate on the pain. His body was aflame with it, and each small movement brought exquisite rivers of agony. If he moved in a certain way, his broken leg would send out stabbing pains. If he shifted his position slightly to favor his leg, he could feel his ribs grinding against each other. He could not stand the torture of lying still. He could not stand the agony of moving. He kept crawling. He could hear them circling above, waiting for him with an ancient, timeless patience. His mind started to wander. He was in the cool kirk at Aberdeen, neatly dressed in his Sunday suit, seated between his two brothers. His sister Mary and Annie Cord were wearing beautiful white summer dresses, and Annie Cord was looking at him and smiling. Jamie started to get up and go to her, and his brothers held him back and began to pinch him. The pinches became excruciating shafts of pain, and he was crawling through the desert again, naked, his body broken. The cries of the vultures were louder now, impatient. Jamie tried to force his eyes open to see how close they were. He could see nothing except vague, shimmering objects that his terrified imagination turned into feral hyenas and jackals. The wind became their hot, fetid breath caressing his face. He kept crawling, for he knew that the moment he stopped, they would be upon him. He was burning with fever and pain, and his body was flayed by the hot sand. And still, he could not give up, not as long as Vandermerve was unpunished, not as long as Vandermerve was alive. He lost all awareness of time. He guessed that he had traveled a mile. In truth, he had moved less than 10 yards, crawling in a circle. He could not see where he had been or where he was going. He focused his mind on only one thing, Salomon Vandermerve. He slipped into unconsciousness and was awakened by a shrieking agony beyond bearing. Someone was stabbing at his leg, and it took Jamie a second to remember where he was and what was happening. He pulled one swollen eye open. An enormous hooded black vulture was attacking his leg, savagely tearing at his flesh, eating him alive with its sharp beak. Jamie saw its beady eyes and the dirty ruff around its neck. He smelled the foul odor of the bird as it sat on his body. Jamie tried to scream, but no sound came out. Frantically, he jerked himself forward and felt the warm flow of blood pouring from his leg. He could see the shadows of the giant birds all around him, moving in for the kill. He knew that the next time he lost consciousness would be the last time. The instant he stopped, the carrion birds would be at his flesh again. He kept crawling. His mind began to wander into delirium. He heard the loud flapping wings of the birds as they moved closer, forming a circle around him. He was too weak now to fight them off. He had no strength left to resist. He stopped moving and lay still on the burning sand. The giant birds closed in for their feast. Chapter 4. Saturday was market day in Cape Town, and the streets were crowded with shoppers looking for bargains, meeting friends and lovers. Boers and Frenchmen, soldiers in colorful uniforms, and English ladies in flounced skirts and ruffled blouses mingled in front of the bazaars set up in the town squares at Bramianstein and Parktown and Burgersdorp. Everything was for sale: furniture, horses and carriages, and fresh fruit. One could purchase dresses and chessboards, or meat or books in a dozen different languages. On Saturdays, Cape Town was a noisy, bustling fair. Banda walked along slowly through the crowd, careful not to make eye contact with the whites. It was too dangerous. The streets were filled with blacks, Indians, and coloreds, but the white minority ruled. Banda hated them. This was his land, and the whites were the Uitlanders. There were many tribes in southern Africa: the Basutus, Zulus, Botswanas, the Matabele, all of them Bantu. The very word Bantu came from a Bantu, the people. But the Baralongs, Banda's tribe, were the aristocracy. Banda remembered the tales his grandmother told him of the great black kingdom that had once ruled South Africa. Their kingdom, their country, and now they were enslaved by a handful of white jackals. The whites had pushed them into smaller and smaller territories until their freedom had been eroded. Now the only way a black could exist was by slim, subservient on the surface, but cunning and clever beneath. Banda did not know how old he was, for natives had no birth certificates. Their ages were measured by tribal lore, wars and battles, and births and deaths of great chiefs, comets and blizzards and earthquakes, Adam Coke's trek, the death of Chaka, and the cattle-killing revolution. But the number of his years made no difference. Banda knew he was the son of a chief, and that he was destined to do something for his people. Once again, the Bantus would rise and rule because of him. The thought of his mission made him walk taller and straighter for a moment, until he felt the eyes of a white man upon him. Banda hurried east toward the outskirts of town, the district allotted to the blacks. The large homes and attractive shops gradually gave way to tin shacks and lean-tos and huts. He moved down a dirt street, looking over his shoulder to make certain he was not followed. He reached a wooden shack, took one last look around, rapped twice on the door, and entered. A thin black woman was seated in a chair in a corner of the room sewing on a dress. Banda nodded to her and then continued on into the bedroom in back. He looked down at the figure lying on the cot. 6 weeks earlier, Jamie McGregor had regained consciousness and found himself on a cot in a strange house. Memory came flooding back. He was in the Karoo again, his body broken, helpless. The vultures. Then Banda had walked into the tiny bedroom, and Jamie knew he had come to kill him. Vandermerve had somehow learned Jamie was still alive and had sent his servant to finish him off. "Why didn't your master come himself?" Jamie croaked. "I have no master." "Vandermerve, he didn't send you?" "No. He would kill us both if he knew." None of this made any sense. "Where am I? I want to know where I am." "Cape Town." "That's impossible. How did I get here?" "I brought you." Jamie stared into the black eyes for a long moment before he spoke. Why? I need you. I want vengeance. What do you... Banda moved closer. Not for me. I do not care about me. Vandermerve raped my sister. She died giving birth to his baby. My sister was 11 years old. Jamie lay back, stunned. My God! Since the day she died, I have been looking for a white man to help me. I found him that night in the barn where I helped beat you up, Mr. McGregor. We dumped you in the Karoo. I was ordered to kill you. I told the others you were dead, and I returned to get you as soon as I could. I was almost too late. Jamie could not repress a shudder. He could feel again the foul-smelling carrion bird digging into his flesh. The birds were already starting to feast. I carried you to the wagon and hid you at the house of my people. One of our doctors taped your ribs and set your leg and tended to your wounds. And after that, a wagon full of my relatives was leaving for Cape Town. We took you with us. You were out of your head most of the time. Each time you fell asleep, I was afraid you were not going to wake up again. Jamie looked into the eyes of the man who had almost murdered him. He had to think. He did not trust this man, and yet he had saved his life. Banda wanted to get at Vandermerve through him. That can work both ways, Jamie decided. More than anything in the world, Jamie wanted to make Vandermerve pay for what he had done to him. All right, Jamie told Banda. I'll find a way to pay Vandermerve back for both of us. For the first time, a thin smile appeared on Banda's face. Is he going to die? No, Jamie told him. He's going to live. Jamie got out of bed that afternoon for the first time, dizzy and weak. His legs still had not completely healed, and he walked with a slight limp. Banda tried to assist him. Let go of me. I can make it on my own. Banda watched as Jamie carefully moved across the room. I'd like a mirror, Jamie said. I must look terrible, he thought. How long has it been since I've had a shave? Banda returned with a hand mirror, and Jamie held it up to his face. He was looking at a total stranger. His hair had turned snow white. He had a full, unkempt white beard. His nose had been broken, and a ridge of bone pushed it to one side. His face had aged 20 years. There were deep ridges along his sunken cheeks and a livid scar across his chin, but the biggest change was in his eyes. They were eyes that had seen too much pain, felt too much, hated too much. He slowly put down the mirror. I'm going out for a walk, Jamie said. Sorry, Mr. McGregor, that's not possible. Why not? White men do not come to this part of town, just as blacks never go into the white places. My neighbors do not know you are here. We brought you in at night. How do I leave? I will move you out tonight. For the first time, Jamie began to realize how much Banda had risked for him. Embarrassed, Jamie said, I have no money. I need a job. I took a job at the shipyard. They are always looking for men. He took some money from his pocket. Here. Jamie took the money. I'll pay it back. You will pay my sister back, Banda told him. It was midnight when Banda led Jamie out of the shack. Jamie looked around. He was in the middle of a shanty town, a jungle of rusty, corrugated iron shacks and lean-tos made from rotting planks and torn sacking. The ground, muddy from a recent rain, gave off a rank odor. Jamie wondered how people as proud as Banda could bear spending their lives in a place such as this. Isn't there some... Don't talk, please, Banda whispered. My neighbors are inquisitive. He led Jamie outside the compound and pointed. The center of town is in that direction. I will see you at the shipyard. Jamie checked into the same boarding house where he had stayed on his arrival from England. Mrs. Venster was behind the desk. I'd like a room, Jamie said. Certainly, sir, she smiled, revealing her gold tooth. I'm Mrs. Venster. I know. Now how would you know a thing like that? She asked coyly. Have your men friends been telling tales out of school? Mrs. Venster, don't you remember me? I stayed here last year. She took a close look at his scarred face, his broken nose and his white beard, and there was not the slightest sign of recognition. I never forget a face, dearie, and I've never seen yours before, but that don't mean we're not going to be good friends, does it? My friends call me Dee Dee. What's your name, love? And Jamie heard himself saying, Travis, Ian Travis. The following morning, Jamie went to see about work at the shipyard. The busy foreman said, We need strong backs. The problem is you might be a bit old for this kind of work. I'm only 19, Jamie started to say and stopped himself. He remembered that face in the mirror. Try me, he said. He went to work as a stevedore at 9 shillings a day, loading and unloading the ships that came into the harbor. He learned that Banda and the other black stevedores received 6 shillings a day. At the first opportunity, Jamie pulled Banda aside and said, "We have to talk." "Not here, Mr. McGregor. There's an abandoned warehouse at the end of the docks. I'll meet you there when the shift is over." Banda was waiting when Jamie arrived at the deserted warehouse. "Tell me about Salomon Vandermerve," Jamie said. "What do you want to know?" "Everything." Banda spat. "He came to South Africa from Holland. From stories I heard, his wife was ugly but wealthy. She died of some sickness, and Vandermerve took her money and went up to Klipdrift and opened his general store. He got rich cheating diggers." "The way he cheated me? That's only one of his ways. Diggers who strike it lucky go to him for money to help them work their claim, and before they know it, Vandermerve owns them. Hasn't anyone ever tried to fight back? How can they? The town clerk's on his payroll. The law says that if 45 days go without working a claim, it's open. The town clerk tips off Vandermerve and he grabs it. There's another trick he uses. Claims have to be staked out at each boundary line with pegs pointing straight up in the air. If the pegs fall down, a jumper can claim the property. Well, when Vandermerve sees a claim he likes, he sends someone around at night, and in the morning the stakes are on the ground. Jesus! He's made a deal with the bartender, Smit. Smit sends likely-looking prospectors to Vandermerve, and they sign partnership contracts, and if they find diamonds, Vandermerve takes everything for himself. If they become troublesome, he's got a lot of men on his payroll who follow his orders. "I know about that," Jamie said grimly. "What else?" "He's a religious fanatic. He's always praying for the souls of sinners." "What about his daughter? She had to be involved in this." "Miss Margaret? She's frightened to death of her father. If she even looked at a man, Vandermerve would kill them both." Jamie turned his back and walked over to the door, where he stood looking out at the harbor. He had a lot to think about. "We'll talk again tomorrow." It was in Cape Town that Jamie became aware of the enormous schism between the blacks and whites. The blacks had no rights except the few they were given by those in power. They were herded into conclaves that were ghettos and were allowed to leave only to work for the white man. "How do you stand it?" Jamie asked Banda one day. "The hungry lion hides its claws. We will change all this someday. The white man accepts the black man because his muscles are needed, but he must also learn to accept his brain. The more he drives us into a corner, the more he fears us because he knows that one day there may be discrimination and humiliation in reverse. He cannot bear the thought of that, but we will survive because of Isiko." "Who is Isiko?" Banda shook his head. "Not a who, a what. It is difficult to explain, Mr. McGregor. Isiko is our roots. It is the feeling of belonging to a nation that has given its name to the great Zambezi River. Generations ago, my ancestors entered the waters of the Zambezi naked, driving their herds before them. Their weakest members were lost, the prey of the swirling waters or hungry crocodiles, but the survivors emerged from the waters stronger and more virile. When a Bantu dies, Isiko demands that the members of his family retire to the forest so that the rest of the community will not have to share their distress. Isiko is the scorn felt for a slave who cringes, the belief that a man can look anyone in the face, that he is worth no more and no less than any other man. Have you heard of John Tango Jabavu? He pronounced the name with reverence. "No, you will, Mr. McGregor," Banda promised. "You will." And Banda changed the subject. Jamie began to feel a growing admiration for Banda. In the beginning, there was a wariness between the two men. Jamie had to learn to trust a man who had almost killed him, and Banda had to learn to trust an age-old enemy, a white man. Unlike most of the blacks Jamie had met, Banda was educated. "Where did you go to school?" Jamie asked. "Nowhere. I've worked since I was a small boy. My grandmother educated me. She worked for a Boer school teacher. She learned to read and write so she could teach me to read and write. I owe her everything." It was on a late Saturday afternoon, after work, that Jamie first heard of the Namib Desert in Great Namaqualand. He and Banda were in the deserted warehouse on the docks, sharing an impala stew Banda's mother had cooked. It was good, a little gamey for Jamie's taste, but his bowl was soon empty, and he lay back on some old sacks to question Banda. "When did you first meet Vandermerve?" "When I was working at the Diamond Beach on the Namib Desert. He owns the beach with 2 partners. He had just stolen his share from some poor prospector, and he was down there visiting it. If Vandermerve is so rich, why does he still work at his store? The store is his bait. That's how he gets new prospectors to come to him, and he grows richer." Jamie thought of how easily he himself had been cheated, how trusting that naive young boy had been. He could see Margaret's oval-shaped face as she said, "My father might be the one to help you." He had thought she was a child until he had noticed her breasts, and Jamie suddenly jumped to his feet, a smile on his face, and the upturning of his lips made the livid scar across his chin ripple. "Tell me how you happened to go to work for Vandermerve." On the day he came to the beach with his daughter, she was about 11 then. I suppose she got bored sitting around, and she went into the water, and the tide grabbed her. I jumped in and pulled her out. I was a young boy, but I thought Vandermerve was going to kill me. Jamie stared at him. "Why?" "Because I had my arms around her, not because I was black, but because I was a male. He can't stand the thought of any man touching his daughter." Someone finally calmed him down and reminded him that I had saved her life. He brought me back to Clipdrift as his servant. Banda hesitated a moment, then continued. 2 months later, my sister came to visit me. His voice was very quiet. She was the same age as Vandermerve's daughter. There was nothing Jamie could say. Finally, Banda broke the silence. "I should have stayed in the Namib Desert. That was an easy job. We'd crawl along the beach picking up diamonds and putting them in little jam tins." "Wait a minute. Are you saying that the diamonds are just lying there on top of the sand?" "That's what I'm saying, Mr. McGregor, but forget what you're thinking. Nobody can get near that field. It's on the ocean, and the waves are up to 30 feet high. They don't even bother guarding the shore. A lot of people have tried to sneak in by sea. They've all been killed by the waves or the reefs. There must be some other way to get in." "No. The Namib Desert runs right down to the ocean's shore." "What about the entrance to the diamond field?" "There's a guard tower and a barbed wire fence. Inside the fence are guards with guns and dogs that'll tear a man to pieces. And they have a new kind of explosive called a landmine. They're buried all over the field. If you don't have a map of the landmines, you'll get blown to bits." "How large is the diamond field?" "It runs for about 35 miles. 35 miles of diamonds just lying on the sand. My God!" "You aren't the first one to get excited about the diamond fields at the Namib, and you won't be the last. I've picked up what was left of people who tried to come in by boat and got torn apart by the reefs. I've seen what those landmines do if a man takes one wrong step, and I've watched those dogs rip out a man's throat. Forget it, Mr. McGregor. I've been there. There's no way in, and there's no way out. Not alive, that is." Jamie was unable to sleep that night. He kept visualizing 35 miles of sand sprinkled with enormous diamonds belonging to Vandermerve. He thought of the sea and the jagged reefs, the dogs hungry to kill, the guards and the landmines. He was not afraid of the danger. He was not afraid of dying. He was only afraid of dying before he repaid Salomon Vandermerve. On the following Monday, Jamie went into a cartographer's shop and bought a map of the Great Namaqualand. There was the beach off the South Atlantic Ocean between Lüderitz to the north and the Orange River estuary to the south. The area was marked in red, Sperrgebiet, forbidden. Jamie examined every detail of the area on the map, going over it again and again. There were 3,000 miles of ocean flowing from South America to South Africa, with nothing to impede the waves, so that their full fury was spent on the deadly reefs of the South Atlantic shore. 40 miles south, down the coastline, was an open beach. That must be where the poor bastards launched their boats to sail into the forbidden area, Jamie decided. Looking at the map, he could understand why the shore was not guarded. The reefs would make a landing impossible. Jamie turned his attention to the land entrance to the diamond field. According to Banda, the area was fenced in with barbed wire and patrolled 24 hours a day by armed guards. At the entrance itself was a manned watchtower. And even if one did somehow manage to slip past the watchtower into the diamond area, there would be the landmines and guard dogs. The following day, when Jamie met Banda, he asked, "You said there was a landmine map of the field?" "In the Namib Desert? The supervisors have the maps, and they lead the diggers to work. Everybody walks in a single file so no one gets blown up." His eyes filled with a memory. "One day my uncle was walking in front of me, and he stumbled on a rock and fell on top of a landmine. There wasn't enough left of him to take home to his family." Jamie shuddered. "And then there's the sea meese, Mr. McGregor. You've never seen a meese until you've been in one in the Namib. It rolls in from the ocean and blows all the way across the desert to the mountains, and it blots out everything. If you're caught in one of them, you don't dare move. The landmine maps are no good then because you can't see where you're going. Everybody just sits quietly until the mist lifts. How long do they last? Banda shrugged. Sometimes a few hours, sometimes a few days. Banda, have you ever seen a map of those landmines? They're closely guarded. A worried look crossed his face. I'm telling you again, no one can get away with what you're thinking. Once in a while, workers will try to smuggle out a diamond. There is a special tree for hanging them. It's a lesson to everybody not to try to steal from the company. The whole thing looked impossible. Even if he could manage to get into Vandermerve's diamond field, there was no way out. Banda was right. He would have to forget about it. The next day he asked Banda, how does Vandermerve keep the workers from stealing diamonds when they come off their shifts? They're searched. They strip them down, mother naked, and then they look up and down every hole they've got. I've seen workers cut gashes in their legs and try to smuggle diamonds out in them. Some drill out their back teeth and stick diamonds up there. They've tried every trick you can think of. He looked at Jamie and said, if you want to live, you'll get that diamond field off your mind. Jamie tried, but the idea kept coming back to him, taunting him. Vandermerve's diamonds just lying on the sand waiting for him. The solution came to Jamie that night. He could hardly contain his impatience until he saw Banda. Without preamble, Jamie said, tell me about the boats that have tried to land on the beach. What about them? What kind of boats were they? Every kind you can think of. A schooner, a tugboat, a big motorboat, sailboat. 4 men even tried it in a rowboat. While I worked the field, there were 6 tries. The reefs just chewed the boats to pieces. Everybody drowned. Jamie took a deep breath. Did anyone ever try to get in by raft? Banda was staring at him. Raft? Yes! Jamie's excitement was growing. Think about it. No one ever made it to the shore because the bottoms of their boats were torn out by the reefs. But a raft will glide over those reefs and onto the shore, and it can get out the same way. Banda looked at him for a long time. When he spoke, there was a different note in his voice. You know, Mr. McGregor, you might just have an idea there. It started as a game, a possible solution to an unsolvable puzzle. But the more Jamie and Banda discussed it, the more excited they became. What had started as idle conversation began to take concrete shape as a plan of action. Because the diamonds were lying on top of the sand, no equipment would be required. They could build their raft with a sail on the free beach 40 miles south of the Sperrgebiet and sail it in at night, unobserved. There were no landmines along the unguarded shore, and the guards and patrols only operated inland. The 2 men could roam the beach freely, gathering up all the diamonds they could carry. We can be on our way out before dawn, Jamie said, with our pockets full of Vandermerve's diamonds. How do we get out? The same way we got in. We'll paddle the raft over the reefs to the open sea, put up the sail, and we're home free. Under Jamie's persuasive arguments, Banda's doubts began to melt. He tried to poke holes in the plan, and every time he came up with an objection, Jamie answered it. The plan could work. The beautiful part of it was its simplicity, and the fact that it would require no money, only a great deal of nerve. All we need is a big bag to put the diamonds in, Jamie said. His enthusiasm was infectious. Banda grinned. Let's make that 2 big bags. The following week, they quit their jobs and boarded a bullock wagon to Port Nolloth, the coastal village 40 miles south of the forbidden area where they were headed. At Port Nolloth, they disembarked and looked around. The village was small and primitive, with shanties and tin huts and a few stores, and a pristine white beach that seemed to stretch on forever. There were no reefs here, and the waves lapped gently at the shore. It was a perfect place to launch their raft. There was no hotel, but the little market rented a room in back to Jamie. Banda found himself a bed in the black quarter of the village. We have to find a place to build our raft in secret, Jamie told Banda. We don't want anyone reporting us to the authorities. That afternoon, they came across an old abandoned warehouse. This will be perfect, Jamie decided. Let's get to work on the raft. Not yet, Banda told him. We'll wait. Buy a bottle of whiskey. What for? You'll see. The following morning, Jamie was visited by the district constable, a florid, heavy-set man with a large nose covered with the telltale broken veins of a tippler. "Mornin'," he greeted Jamie. "I heard we had a visitor. Thought I'd stop by and say hello. I'm Constable Mundy." "Ian Travis," Jamie replied. "Headin' north, Mr. Travis?" "South. My servant and I are on our way to Cape Town." "Ah, I was in Cape Town once. Too bloody big. Too bloody noisy." I agree. Can I offer you a drink, Constable? I never drink on duty. Constable Mundy paused, making a decision. However, just this once, I might make an exception, I suppose. Fine. Jamie brought out the bottle of whiskey, wondering how Banda could have known. He poured out 2 fingers into a dirty tooth glass and handed it to the constable. Thank you, Mr. Travis. Where's yours? I can't drink, Jamie said ruefully. Malaria. That's why I'm going to Cape Town. To get medical attention. I'm stopping off here a few days to rest. Traveling's very hard on me. Constable Mundy was studying him. You look pretty healthy. You should see me when the chills start. The constable's glass was empty. Jamie filled it. Thank you. Don't mind if I do. He finished the second drink in one swallow and stood up. I'd best be getting along. You said you and your man will be moving on in a day or two? As soon as I'm feeling stronger. I'll come back and check on you Friday, Constable Mundy said. That night, Jamie and Banda went to work on the raft in the deserted warehouse. Banda, have you ever built a raft? Well, to tell you the truth, Mr. McGregor, no. Neither have I. The 2 men stared at each other. How difficult can it be? They stole 4 empty 50-gallon wooden oil barrels from behind the market and carried them to the warehouse. When they had them assembled, they spaced them out in a square. Next, they gathered 4 empty crates and placed one over each oil barrel. Banda looked dubious. It doesn't look like a raft to me. We're not finished yet, Jamie assured him. There was no planking available, so they covered the top layer with whatever was at hand. Branches from the stinkwood tree, limbs from the Cape beech, large leaves from the marula. They lashed everything down with thick hemp rope, tying each knot with careful precision. When they were finished, Banda looked it over. It still doesn't look like a raft. It will look better when we get the sail up, Jamie promised. They made a mast from a fallen yellowwood tree and picked up 2 flat branches for paddles. Now all we need is a sail. We need it fast. I'd like to get out of here tonight. Constable Mundy's coming back tomorrow. It was Banda who found the sail. He came back late that evening with an enormous piece of blue cloth. How's this, Mr. McGregor? Perfect. Where did you get it? Banda grinned. Don't ask. We're in enough trouble. They rigged up a square sail with a boom below and a yard on top, and at last it was ready. We'll take off at 2 in the morning when the village is asleep, Jamie told Banda. Better get some rest until then. But neither man was able to sleep. Each was filled with the excitement of the adventure that lay ahead. At 2 a.m., they met at the warehouse. There was an eagerness in both of them, and an unspoken fear. They were embarking on a journey that would either make them rich or bring them death. There was no middle way. It's time, Jamie announced. They stepped outside. Nothing was stirring. The night was still and peaceful, with a vast canopy of blue overhead. A sliver of moon appeared high in the sky. Good, Jamie thought. There won't be much light to see us by. The timetable was complicated by the fact that they had to leave the village at night so no one would be aware of their departure and arrive at the Diamond Beach the next night so they could slip into the field and be safely back at sea before dawn. The Benguela current should carry us to the diamond field sometime in the late afternoon, Jamie said, but we can't go in by daylight. We'll have to stay out of sight at sea until dark. Banda nodded. We can hide out at one of the little islands off the coast. What islands? There are dozens of them. Mercury, Ichibod, Plum Pudding. Jamie gave a strange look. Plum Pudding? There's also a roast beef island. Jamie took out his creased map and consulted it. This doesn't show any of those. They're guano islands. The British harvest the bird droppings for fertilizer. Anyone live on those islands? Can't. The smell's too bad. In places the guano is 100 feet thick. The government uses gangs of deserters and prisoners to pick it up. Some of them die on the island, and they just leave the bodies there. That's where we'll hide out, Jamie decided. Working quietly, the 2 men slid open the door to the warehouse and started to lift the raft. It was too heavy to move. They sweated and tugged, but in vain. Wait here, Banda said. He hurried out. Half an hour later, he returned with a large round log. We'll use this. I'll pick up one end, and you slide the log underneath. Jamie marveled at Banda's strength as the black man picked up one end of the raft. Quickly, Jamie shoved the log under it. Together, they lifted the back end of the raft, and it moved easily down the log. When the log had rolled out from under the back end, they repeated the procedure. It was strenuous work, and by the time they got to the beach, they were both soaked in perspiration. The operation had taken much longer than Jamie had anticipated. It was almost dawn now. They had to be away before the villagers discovered them and reported what they were doing. Quickly, Jamie attached the sail and checked to make sure everything was working properly. He had a nagging feeling he was forgetting something. He suddenly realized what was bothering him and laughed aloud. Banda watched him, puzzled. Something funny? Before, when I went looking for diamonds, I had a ton of equipment. Now all I'm carrying is a compass. It seems too easy. Banda said quietly, "I don't think that's going to be our problem, Mr. McGregor." "It's time you called me Jamie." Banda shook his head in wonder. "You really come from a faraway country." He grinned, showing even white teeth. "What the hell, they can hang me only once." He tasted the name on his lips, then said it aloud. "Jamie, let's go get those diamonds." They pushed the raft off the sand into the shallow water, and both men leaped aboard and started paddling. It took them a few minutes to get adjusted to the pitching and yawing of their strange craft. It was like riding a bobbing cork, but it was going to work. The raft was responding perfectly, moving north with the swift current. Jamie raised the sail and headed out to sea. By the time the villagers awoke, the raft was well over the horizon. "We've done it," Jamie said. Banda shook his head. "It's not over yet." He trailed a hand in the cold Banguela current. "It's just beginning." They sailed on, due north past Alexander Bay and the mouth of the Orange River, seeing no signs of life except for flocks of Cape cormorants heading home and a flight of colorful greater flamingos. Although there were tins of beef and cold rice and fruit and 2 canteens of water aboard, they were too nervous to eat. Jamie refused to let his imagination linger on the dangers that lay ahead, but Banda could not help it. He had been there. He was remembering the brutal guards with guns and the dogs and the terrible flesh-tearing landmines, and he wondered how he had ever allowed himself to be talked into this insane venture. He looked over at the Scotsman and thought, "He is the bigger fool. If I die for my baby sister. What does he die for?" At noon, the sharks came. There were 6 of them, their fins cutting through the water as they sped toward the raft. "Blackfin sharks," Banda announced. "They're man-eaters." Jamie watched the fins skimming closer to the raft. "What do we do?" Banda swallowed nervously. "Truthfully, Jamie, this is my very first experience of this nature." The back of a shark nudged the raft, and it almost capsized. The 2 men grabbed the mast for support. Jamie picked up a paddle and shoved it at a shark, and an instant later the paddle was bitten in 2. The sharks surrounded the raft now, swimming in lazy circles, their enormous bodies rubbing up close against the small craft. Each nudge tilted the raft at a precarious angle. It was going to capsize at any moment. "We've got to get rid of them before they sink us." "Get rid of them with what?" Banda asked. "Hand me a tin of beef." "You must be joking. A tin of beef won't satisfy them. They want us." There was another jolt, and the raft heeled over. "The beef!" Jamie yelled. "Get it!" A second later, Banda placed a tin in Jamie's hand. The raft lurched sickeningly. "Open it halfway. Hurry!" Banda pulled out his pocket knife and pried the top of the can half open. Jamie took it from him. He felt the sharp, broken edges of the metal with his finger. "Hold tight," Jamie warned. He knelt down at the edge of the raft and waited. Almost immediately, a shark approached the raft, its huge mouth wide open, revealing long rows of evil, grinning teeth. Jamie went for the eyes. With all his strength, he reached out with both hands and scraped the edge of the broken metal against the eye of the shark, ripping it open. The shark lifted its great body, and for an instant the raft stood on end. The water around them was suddenly stained red. There was a giant thrashing as the sharks moved in on the wounded member of the school. The raft was forgotten. Jamie and Banda watched the great sharks tearing at their helpless victim as the raft sailed farther and farther away, until finally the sharks were out of sight. Banda took a deep breath and said softly, "One day I'm going to tell my grandchildren about this. Do you think they'll believe me?" And they laughed until the tears streamed down their faces. Late that afternoon, Jamie checked his pocket watch. "We should be off the Diamond Beach around midnight. Sunrise is at 6:15. That means we'll have 4 hours to pick up the diamonds and 2 hours to get back to sea and out of sight. Will 4 hours be enough, Banda?" 100 men couldn't live long enough to spend what you can pick up on that beach in 4 hours. I just hope we live long enough to pick them up. They sailed steadily north for the rest of that day, carried by the wind and the tide. Toward evening, a small island loomed ahead of them. It looked to be no more than 200 yards in circumference. As they approached the island, the acrid smell of ammonia grew strong, bringing tears to their eyes. Jamie could understand why no one lived here. The stench was overpowering, but it would make a perfect place for them to hide until nightfall. Jamie adjusted the sail, and the small raft bumped against the rocky shore of the low-lying island. Banda made the raft fast, and the two men stepped ashore. The entire island was covered with what appeared to be millions of birds: cormorants, pelicans, gannets, penguins, and flamingos. The thick air was so noisome that it was impossible to breathe. They took half a dozen steps and were thigh-deep in guano. "Let's get back to the raft," Jamie gasped. Without a word, Banda followed him. As they turned to retreat, a flock of pelicans took to the air, revealing an open space on the ground. Lying there were 3 men. There was no telling how long they had been dead. Their corpses had been perfectly preserved by the ammonia in the air, and their hair had turned a bright red. A minute later, Jamie and Banda were back on the raft, headed out to sea. They lay off the coast, sail lowered, waiting. "We'll stay out here until midnight. Then we go in." They sat together in silence, each in his own way preparing for whatever lay ahead. The sun was low on the western horizon, painting the dying sky with the wild colors of a mad artist. Then suddenly they were blanketed in darkness. They waited for 2 more hours, and Jamie hoisted the sail. The raft began to move east toward the unseen shore. Overhead, clouds parted, and a thin wash of moonlight paled down. The raft picked up speed. In the distance, the 2 men could begin to see the faint smudge of the coast. The wind blew stronger, snapping at the sail, pushing the raft toward the shore at an ever-increasing speed. Soon, they could clearly make out the outline of the land, a gigantic parapet of rock. Even from that distance, it was possible to see and hear the enormous whitecaps that exploded like thunder over the reefs. It was a terrifying sight from afar, and Jamie wondered what it would be like up close. He found himself whispering, "You're sure the beach side isn't guarded?" Banda did not answer. He pointed to the reefs ahead. Jamie knew what he meant. The reefs were more deadly than any trap man could devise. They were the guardians of the sea, and they never relaxed, never slept. They lay there, patiently waiting for their prey to come to them. "Well," Jamie thought, "we're going to outsmart you. We're going to float over you." The raft had carried them that far. It would carry them the rest of the way. The shore was racing toward them now, and they began to feel the heavy swell of the giant combers. Banda was holding tightly to the mast. "We're moving pretty fast." "Don't worry," Jamie reassured him. "We're getting closer. When we get closer, I'll lower the sail. That will cut our speed. We'll slide over the reefs nice and easy." The momentum of the wind and the waves was picking up, hurtling the raft toward the deadly reefs. Jamie quickly estimated the remaining distance and decided the waves would carry them into shore without the help of the sail. Hurriedly, he lowered it. Their momentum did not even slow. The raft was completely in the grip of the huge waves now, out of control, hurled from one giant crest to the next. The raft was rocking so violently that the men had to cling to it with both hands. Jamie had expected the entrance to be difficult, but he was totally unprepared for the fury of the seething maelstrom they faced. The reefs loomed in front of them with startling clarity. They could see the waves rushing in against the jagged rocks and exploding into huge, angry geysers. The entire success of the plan depended on bringing the raft over the reefs intact so that they could use it for their escape. Without it, they were dead men. They were bearing down on the reefs now, propelled by the terrifying power of the waves. The roar of the wind was deafening. The raft was suddenly lifted high in the air by an enormous wave and flung toward the rocks. "Hold on, Banda," Jamie shouted. "We're going in." The giant breaker picked up the raft like a matchstick and started to carry it toward shore over the reef. Both men were hanging on for their lives, fighting the violent bucking motion that threatened to sweep them into the water. Jamie glanced down and caught a glimpse of the razor-sharp reefs below them. In another moment, they would be sailing over them, safe in the haven of the shore. At that instant, there was a sudden, tearing wrench as a reef caught one of the barrels underneath the raft and ripped it away. The raft gave a sharp lurch, and another barrel was torn away, and then another. The wind and the pounding waves and the hungry reef were playing with the raft like a toy, tossing it backward and forward, spinning it wildly in the air. Jamie and Banda felt the thin wood begin to split beneath their feet. "Jump!" Jamie yelled. He dived over the side of the raft, and a giant wave picked him up and shot him toward the beach at the speed of a catapult. He was caught in the grip of an element that was powerful beyond belief. He had no control over what was happening. He was a part of the wave. It was over him and under him and inside him. His body was twisting and turning and his lungs were bursting. Lights began to explode in his head. Jamie thought, "I'm drowning." And his body was thrown up onto the sandy shore. Jamie lay there gasping, fighting for breath, filling his lungs with the cool, fresh sea air. His chest and legs were scraped raw from the sand, and his clothes were in shreds. Slowly he sat up and looked around for Banda. He was crouching 10 yards away, vomiting seawater. Jamie got to his feet and staggered over to him. "You all right?" Banda nodded. He took a deep, shuddering breath and looked up at Jamie. "I can't swim." Jamie helped him to his feet. The two men turned to look at the reef. There was not a sign of their raft. It had been torn to pieces in the wild ocean. They had gotten into the diamond field. There was no way to get out. Chapter 5. Behind them was the raging ocean. Ahead was unbroken desert, from the sea to the foothills of the distant rugged purple mountains of the Richterfield escarpment, a world of kloofs and canyons and twisted peaks, lit by the pale moon. At the foot of the mountains was Hexenkessel Valley, the witch's cauldron, a bleak wind trap. It was a primeval, desolate landscape that went back to the beginning of time itself. The only clue that man had ever set foot in this place was a crudely printed sign pounded into the sand. By the light of the moon they read, "Verboten Gebiet, Sperrgebiet," forbidden. There was no escape toward the sea. The only direction left open to them was the Namib Desert. "We'll have to try to cross it and take our chances," Jamie said. Banda shook his head. "The guards will shoot us on sight or hang us. Even if we were lucky enough to slip by the guards and dogs, there's no way to get by the landmines. We're dead men." There was no fear in him, only a resigned acceptance of his fate. Jamie looked at Banda and felt a sense of deep regret. He had brought the black man into this, and not once had Banda complained. Even now, knowing there was no escape for them, he did not utter one word of reproach. Jamie turned to look at the wall of angry waves smashing at the shore, and he thought it was a miracle that they had gotten as far as they had. It was 2 a.m., 4 hours before dawn and discovery, and they were both still in one piece. "I'll be damned if I'm ready to give up," Jamie thought. "Let's go to work, Banda." Banda blinked. "Doing what?" "We came here to get diamonds, didn't we? Let's get them." Banda stared at the wild-eyed man with his white hair plastered to his skull and his sopping trousers hanging in shreds around his legs. "What are you talking about?" "You said they're going to kill us on sight, right? Well, they might as well kill us rich as poor. A miracle got us in here. Maybe a miracle will get us out. And if we do get out, I damned well don't plan on leaving empty-handed." "You're crazy," Banda said softly. "Or we wouldn't be here," Jamie reminded him. Banda shrugged. "What the hell? I have nothing else to do until they find us." Jamie stripped off his tattered shirt, and Banda understood and did the same. "Now, where are all these big diamonds that you've been talking about?" "They're everywhere," Banda promised, and he added, "like the guards and the dogs. We'll worry about them later. When do they come down to the beach?" "When it gets light." Jamie thought for a moment. "Is there a part of the beach where they don't come? Someplace we could hide?" "There's no part of this beach they don't come to, and there's no place you could hide a fly." Jamie slapped Banda on the shoulder. "Right then, let's go." Jamie watched as Banda got down on his hands and knees and began slowly crawling along the beach, his fingers sifting sand as he moved. In less than 2 minutes, he stopped and held up a stone. "I found one." Jamie lowered himself to the sand and began moving. The first 2 stones he found were small. The third must have weighed over 15 carats. He sat there looking at it for a long moment. It was incredible to him that such a fortune could be picked up so easily, and it all belonged to Salomon Vandermerve and his partners. Jamie kept moving. In the next 3 hours, the 2 men collected more than 40 diamonds, ranging from 2 carats to 30 carats. The sky in the east was beginning to lighten. It was the time Jamie had planned to leave, to jump back on the raft, sail over the reefs, and make their escape. It was useless to think about that now. "It will be dawn soon," Jamie said. "Let's see how many more diamonds we can find. We're not going to live to spend any of this. You want to die very rich, don't you?" "I don't want to die at all." They resumed their search, mindlessly scooping up diamond after diamond, and it was as though a madness had taken possession of them. Their piles of diamonds increased until 60 diamonds worth a king's ransom lay in their torn shirts. "Do you want me to carry these?" Banda asked. "No, we can both." And then Jamie realized what was on Banda's mind. The one caught in actual possession of the diamonds would die more slowly and painfully. "I'll take them," Jamie said. He dumped the diamonds into the rag that was left of his shirt and carefully tied it in a knot. The horizon was light gray now, and the east was becoming stained with the colors of the rising sun. What next? That was the question. What was the answer? They could stand there and die, or they could move inland toward the desert and die. "Let's move." Jamie and Banda slowly began walking away from the sea, side by side. Where did the landmines start? About 100 yards up ahead, in the far distance, they heard a dog bark. "I don't think we're going to have to worry about the landmines. The dogs are heading this way. The morning shift is coming to work. How soon before they reach us?" 15 minutes, maybe 10. It was almost full dawn now. What had been vague, shimmering patterns turned into small sand dunes and distant mountains. There was no place to hide. "How many guards are on a shift?" Banda thought for a moment. "About 10. 10 guards aren't many for a beach this big. 1 guard is plenty. They've got guns and dogs. The guards aren't blind, and we're not invisible." The sound of the barking was closer now. Jamie said, "Banda, I'm sorry. I should never have gotten you into this." "You didn't." And Jamie understood what he meant. They could hear voices calling in the distance. Jamie and Banda reached a small dune. "What if we buried ourselves in the sand?" "That's been tried. The dogs would find us and rip our throats out." "I want my death to be quick. I'm going to let them see me, then start running. That way they'll shoot me. I don't want the dogs to get me." Jamie gripped Banda's arm. "We may die, but I'll be damned if we're going to run to our deaths. Let's make them work for it." They could begin to distinguish words in the distance. "Keep moving, you lazy bastards," a voice was yelling. "Follow me. Stay in line. You've all got a good night's sleep. Now let's get some work done." In spite of his brave words, Jamie found he was retreating from the voice. He turned to look at the sea again. Was drowning an easier way to die? He watched the reefs tearing viciously at the demon waves breaking over them, and he suddenly saw something else, something beyond the waves. He could not understand what it was. "Banda, look!" Far out at sea, an impenetrable gray wall was moving toward them, blown by the powerful westerly winds. "It's the sea meese," Banda exclaimed. "It comes in 2 or 3 times a week." While they were talking, the meese moved closer, like a gigantic gray curtain sweeping across the horizon, blotting out the sky. The voices had moved closer, too. "Den du sang, damn this meese. Another slowdown. The bosses ain't gonna like this." "We've got a chance," Jamie said. He was whispering now. "What chance?" "The meese. They won't be able to see us." "That's no help. It's going to lift sometime, and when it does, we're still going to be right here. If the guards can't move through the landmines, neither can we. You try to cross this desert in the meese, and you won't go 10 yards before you're blown to pieces. You're looking for one of your miracles." "You're damned right I am," Jamie said. The sky was darkening overhead. The meese was closer, covering the sea, ready to swallow up the shore. It had an eerie, menacing look about it as it rolled toward them. But Jamie thought exultantly, "It's going to save us." A voice suddenly called out, "Hey, you two! What the hell are you doing there?" Jamie and Banda turned. At the top of a dune about 100 yards away was a uniformed guard carrying a rifle. Jamie looked back at the shore. The meese was closing in fast. You two, come here," the guard yelled. He lifted his rifle. Jamie raised his hands. "I twisted my foot," he called out. "I can't walk." "Stay where you are," the guard ordered. "I'm coming to get you." He lowered his rifle and started moving toward them. A quick look back showed that the meese had reached the edge of the shore and was coming in swiftly. "Run!" Jamie whispered. He turned and raced toward the beach, Banda running close behind him. "Stop!" A second later, they heard the sharp crack of a rifle, and the sand ahead of them exploded. They kept running, racing to meet the great dark wall of the fog. There was another rifle shot, closer this time, and another, and the next moment the 2 men were in total darkness. The sea meese licked at them, chilling them, smothering them. It was like being buried in cotton. It was impossible to see anything. The voices were muffled now and distant, bouncing off the meese and coming from all directions. They could hear other voices calling to one another. "Kruger, it's Brent. Can you hear me?" "I hear you, Kruger." "There are 2 of them," the first voice yelled. "A white man and a black. They're on the beach. Spread your men out. Skeet home. Shoot to kill." "Hang on to me," Jamie whispered. Banda gripped his arm. "Where are you going?" "We're getting out of here." Jamie brought his compass up to his face. He could barely see it. He turned until the compass was pointing east. "This way." "Wait, we can't walk. Even if we don't bump into a guard or a dog, we're going to set off a landmine. You said there are 100 yards before the mines start. Let's get away from the beach. They started moving toward the desert, slowly and unsteadily, blind men in an unknown land. Jamie paced off the yards. Whenever they stumbled in the soft sand, they picked themselves up and kept moving. Jamie stopped to check the compass every few feet. When he estimated they had traveled almost 100 yards, he stopped. This should be about where the landmines start. Is there any pattern to the way they're placed? Anything you can think of that could help us? Prayer, Banda answered. Nobody's ever gotten past those landmines, Jamie. They're scattered all over the field, buried about 6 inches down. We're going to have to stay here until the meese lifts and give ourselves up. Jamie listened to the cotton-wrapped voices ricocheting around them. Kruger, keep in voice contact. Right, Brent. Kruger, Brent. Disembodied voices calling to each other in the blinding fog. Jamie's mind was racing, desperately exploring every possible avenue of escape. If they stayed where they were, they would be killed the instant the meese lifted. If they tried moving through the field of mines, they would be blown to bits. Have you ever seen the landmines? Jamie whispered. I helped bury some of them. What sets them off? A man's weight. Anything over 80 pounds will explode them. That way they don't kill the dogs. Jamie took a deep breath. Banda, I may have a way for us to get out of here. It might not work. Do you want to gamble with me? What have you got in mind? We're going to cross the minefields on our bellies. That way we'll distribute our weight across the sand. Oh, Jesus. What do you think? I think I was crazy for ever leaving Cape Town. Are you with me? He could barely make out Banda's face next to him. You don't leave a man a lot of choice, do you? Come on, then. Jamie carefully stretched himself out flat on the sand. Banda looked at him a moment, took a deep breath, and joined him. Slowly the two men began crawling across the sand toward the minefield. When you move, Jamie whispered, don't press down with your hands or legs. Use your whole body. There was no reply. Banda was busy concentrating on staying alive. They were in a smothering gray vacuum that made it impossible to see anything. At any instant, they could bump into a guard, a dog, or one of the landmines. Jamie forced all this out of his mind. Their progress was painfully slow. Both men were shirtless, and the sand scraped against their stomachs as they inched forward. Jamie was aware of how overwhelming the odds were against them. Even if by some chance they did succeed in crossing the desert without getting shot or blown up, they would be confronted by the barbed wire fence and the armed guards at the watchtower at the entrance. And there was no telling how long the meese would last. It could lift at any second, exposing them. They kept crawling, mindlessly sliding forward until they lost all track of time. The inches became feet, and the feet became yards, and the yards became miles. They had no idea how long they had been traveling. They were forced to keep their heads close to the ground, and their eyes and ears and noses became filled with sand. Breathing was an effort. In the distance was the constant echo of the guards' voices. Kruger, Brent. Kruger, Brent. The two men stopped to rest and check the compass every few minutes, then moved on, beginning their endless crawl again. There was an almost overwhelming temptation to move faster, but that would mean pressing down harder, and Jamie could visualize the metal fragments exploding under him and ripping into his belly. He kept the pace slow. From time to time they could hear other voices around them, but the words were muffled by the fog, and it was impossible to tell where they were coming from. It's a big desert, Jamie thought hopefully. We're not going to stumble into anyone. Out of nowhere, a large, furry shape leaped at him. It happened so swiftly that Jamie was caught off guard. He felt the huge Alsatian's teeth sinking into his arm. He dropped the bundle of diamonds and tried to pry open the dog's jaw, but he had only one free hand and it was impossible. He felt the warm blood running down his arm. The dog was sinking its teeth in harder now, silent and deadly. Jamie felt himself begin to faint. He heard a dull thud, and then another, and the dog's jaw loosened and its eyes glazed over. Through the mist of pain, Jamie saw Banda smashing the sack of diamonds against the dog's skull. The dog whimpered once and lay still. You all right? Banda breathed anxiously. Jamie could not speak. He lay there, waiting for the waves of pain to recede. Banda ripped off a piece of his trousers and tied a strip tightly around Jamie's arm to stop the bleeding. We've got to keep moving, Banda warned. If there's one of them around, there are more. Jamie nodded. Slowly, he slid his body forward, fighting against the terrible throbbing in his arm. He remembered nothing of the rest of the trek. He was semi-conscious, an automaton. Something outside him directed his movements. Arms forward, pull. Arms forward, pull. Arms forward, pull. It was endless, an odyssey of agony. It was Banda who followed the compass now, and when Jamie started to crawl in the wrong direction, Banda gently turned him around. They were surrounded by guards and dogs and landmines, and only the meese kept them safe. They kept moving, crawling for their lives, until the time came when neither man had the strength to move another inch. They slept. When Jamie opened his eyes, something had changed. He lay there on the sand, his body stiff and aching, trying to remember where he was. He could see Banda asleep 6 feet away, and it all came flooding in, the raft crashing on the reefs, the sea meese. But something was wrong. Jamie sat up, trying to figure out what it was, and his stomach lurched. He could see Banda. That was what was wrong. The meese was lifting. Jamie heard voices nearby. He peered through the thin mists of the dissipating fog. They had crawled near the entrance to the diamond field. There was the high guard tower and the barbed wire fence Banda had described. A crowd of about 60 black workers was moving away from the diamond field toward the gate. They had finished their shift, and the next shift was coming in. Jamie got on his knees and crawled over to Banda and shook him. Banda sat up, instantly awake. His eyes turned to the watchtower and the gate. "Damn," he said incredulously. "We almost made it." "We did make it. Give me those diamonds." Banda handed him the folded shirt. "What do you—" "Follow me." "Those guards with the guns at the gate," Banda said in a low voice. "They'll know we don't belong here." "That's what I'm counting on," Jamie told him. The two men moved toward the guards, drifting between the line of departing workers and the line of arriving workers who were yelling at one another, exchanging good-natured catcalls. "You fellows gonna work your asses off, man. We got a nice sleep in the meese." "How did you arrange for the meese, you lucky bastards?" "God listens to me. He ain't gonna listen to you. You're bad." Jamie and Banda reached the gate. 2 huge armed guards stood inside, herding the departing workers over to a small tin hut where they would be thoroughly searched. They strip them down mother naked, and then they look up and down every hole they've got. Jamie clutched the tattered shirt in his hand more tightly. He pushed through the line of workers and walked up to a guard. "Excuse me, sir," Jamie said. "Who do we see about a job here?" Banda was staring at him, petrified. The guard turned to face Jamie. "What the hell are you doing inside the fence?" "We came in to look for work. I heard there was an opening for a guard, and my servant can dig. I thought—" The guard eyed the 2 ragged, disreputable-looking figures. "Get the hell back outside." "We don't want to go outside," Jamie protested. "We need jobs, and I was told—" "This is a restricted area, mister. Didn't you see the signs? Now get the hell out, both of you." He pointed to a large bullock wagon outside the fence, filling with the workers who had finished their shift. "That wagon'll take you to Port Noleth. If you want a job, you have to apply at the company office there." "Oh, thank you, sir," Jamie said. He beckoned to Banda, and the 2 men moved out through the gate to freedom. The guard glared after them. Stupid idiots. 10 minutes later, Jamie and Banda were on their way to Port Noleth. They were carrying with them diamonds worth £500,000. Chapter 6. The expensive carriage rolled down the dusty main street of Klipdrift, drawn by 2 beautiful matched bays. At the reins was a slender, athletic-looking man with snow-white hair, a white beard and mustache. He was dressed in a fashionably tailored gray suit and ruffled shirt, and in his black cravat was a diamond stick pin. He wore a gray top hat, and on his little finger was a large, sparkling diamond ring. He appeared to be a stranger to the town, but he was not. Klipdrift had changed considerably since Jamie McGregor had left it a year earlier. It was 1884, and it had grown from a camp to a township. The railway had been completed from Cape Town to Hopetown, with a branch running to Klipdrift, and this had created a whole new wave of immigrants. The town was even more crowded than Jamie remembered, but the people seemed different. There were still many prospectors, but there were also men in business suits and well-dressed matrons walking in and out of stores. Klipdrift had acquired a patina of respectability. Jamie passed 3 new dance halls and half a dozen new saloons. He drove by a recently built church and barber shop and a large hotel called the Grand. He stopped in front of a bank and alighted from the carriage, carelessly tossing the reins to a native boy. "Water them." Jamie entered the bank and said to the manager in a loud voice, "I wish to deposit £100,000 in your bank." The word spread quickly, as Jamie had known it would, and by the time he left the bank and entered the Sundowner Saloon, he was the center of interest. The interior of the saloon had not changed. It was crowded, and curious eyes followed Jamie as he walked up to the bar. Smith nodded deferentially. "What would you like, sir?" There was no recognition on the bartender's face. "Whiskey, the best you have." "Yes, sir." He poured the drink. "You're new in town?" "Yes." "Just passing through, are you?" "No, I've heard this is a good town for a man looking for investments." The bartender's eyes lighted up. "You couldn't find better. A man with money can do real well for hisself. Matter of fact, I might be of some service to you, sir." "Really? How is that?" Smith leaned forward, his tone conspiratorial. "I know the man who runs this town. He's chairman of the borough council and head of the citizens committee. He's the most important man in this part of the country. Name of Solomon Vandermerve." Jamie took a sip of his drink. "Never heard of him." "He owns that big general store across the street. He can put you onto some good deals. It'll be worth your while to meet him." Jamie McGregor took another sip of his drink. "Have him come over here." The bartender glanced at the large diamond ring on Jamie's finger and at his diamond stick pin. "Yes, sir. Can I tell him your name?" "Travis. Ian Travis." "Right, Mr. Travis. I'm sure Mr. Vandermerve will want to meet you." He poured out another drink. "Have this while you're waiting. It's on the house." Jamie sat at the bar sipping the whiskey, aware that everyone in the saloon was watching him. Men had departed from Klipdrift wealthy, but no one of such obvious wealth had ever arrived there before. It was something new in their experience. 15 minutes later, the bartender was back, accompanied by Solomon Vandermerve. Vandermerve walked up to the bearded, white-haired stranger, held out his hand and smiled. "Mr. Travis, I'm Solomon Vandermerve." "Ian Travis." Jamie waited for a flicker of recognition, a sign that Vandermerve found something familiar about him. There was nothing. But then why should there be? Jamie thought. There was nothing left of that naive, idealistic 18-year-old boy he had been. Smith obsequiously led the two men to a corner table. As soon as they were seated, Vandermerve said, "I understand you're looking for some investments in Klipdrift, Mr. Travis." "Possibly. I might be able to be of some service. One has to be careful. There are many immoral people around." Jamie looked at him and said, "I'm sure there are." It was unreal sitting there carrying on a polite conversation with the man who had cheated him out of a fortune and then tried to murder him. His hatred for Vandermerve had consumed him for the last year. His thirst for vengeance was all that had sustained him, kept him alive. And now Vandermerve was about to feel that vengeance. "If you don't mind my asking, Mr. Travis, how much money were you planning on investing?" "Oh, around £100,000 to begin with," Jamie said carelessly. He watched Vandermerve wet his lips. "Then perhaps 300,000 or 400,000 more." You should be able to do very well with that. Very well indeed. With the right guidance, of course," he added quickly. "Do you have any idea what you might want to invest in?" "I thought I'd look around and see what opportunities there were." "That's very wise of you," Vandermerve nodded sagely. "Perhaps you would like to come to dinner tonight and we can discuss it. My daughter's an excellent cook. It would be an honor to have you." Jamie smiled. "I'd enjoy that, Mr. Vandermerve." "You have no idea how much I'd enjoy that," he thought. It had started. The journey from the diamond fields of Namib to Cape Town had been uneventful. Jamie and Banda had hiked inland to a small village where a doctor treated Jamie's arm, and they had gotten a lift on a wagon bound for Cape Town. It was a long, difficult ride, but they were oblivious to the discomfort. At Cape Town, Jamie checked into the ornate Royal Hotel on Pline Street, patronized by HRH, the Duke of Edinburgh, and was escorted to the royal suite. "I want you to send up the best barber in town," Jamie told the manager. "Then I want a tailor and a bootmaker up here." "At once, sir," the manager said. It's wonderful what money can do, Jamie thought. The bath in the royal suite was heaven. Jamie lay back in the hot water, soaking the tiredness out of his body, thinking back over the past incredible weeks. Had it been only weeks since he and Banda had built that raft? It seemed like years. Jamie thought about the raft sailing them to the Spergebiet, and the sharks and the demon waves and the reefs tearing the raft to pieces, the sea meese and the crawling over the landmines, and the huge dog on top of him, the eerie, muffled cries that would ring in his ears forever. Kruger, Brent, Kruger, Brent. But most of all, he thought of Banda, his friend. When they had reached Cape Town, Jamie had urged, "Stay with me." Banda smiled, showing his beautiful white teeth. "Life's too dull with you, Jamie. I have to go somewhere and find a little excitement." "What will you do now?" "Well, thanks to you and your wonderful plan about how easy it is to float a raft over the reef, I'm going to buy a farm, find a wife, and have a lot of children." "All right, let's go to the diamond, Cooper, so I can give you your share of the diamonds." "No," Vanda said. "I don't want it." Jamie frowned. "What are you talking about? Half the diamonds are yours. You're a millionaire." "No. Look at my skin, Jamie. If I became a millionaire, my life would not be worth a ticky. You can hide some of the diamonds away. You can—" "All I need is enough to buy a morgen of farmland and 2 oxen to trade for a wife. 2 or 3 little diamonds will get me everything I'll ever want. The rest are yours." "That's impossible. You can't give me your share." "Yes, I can, Jamie, because you're going to give me Solomon Vandermerve." Jamie looked at Vanda for a long moment. "I promise." "Then I'll say goodbye, my friend." The 2 men clasped hands. "We'll meet again," Vanda said. "Next time, think of something really exciting for us to do." Vanda walked away with 3 small diamonds carefully tucked in his pocket. Jamie sent off a bank draft amounting to £20,000 to his parents, bought the finest carriage and team he could find, and headed back to Clipdrift. The time had come for revenge. That evening, when Jamie McGregor entered Vandermerve's store, he was gripped by a sensation so unpleasant and so violent that he had to pause to regain control of himself. Vandermerve hurried out of the back of the shop, and when he saw who it was, his face lighted up in a big smile. "Mr. Travis," he said. "Welcome." "Thank you, sorry, I don't remember your name." "Vandermerve, Solomon Vandermerve. Don't apologize. Dutch names are difficult to remember." "Dinner's ready." "Margaret," he called as he led Jamie into the back room. Nothing had changed. Margaret was standing at the stove over a frying pan, her back to them. "Margaret, this is our guest I spoke of, Mr. Travis." Margaret turned. "How do you do?" There was not a flicker of recognition. "I'm pleased to meet you," Jamie nodded. The customer bell rang and Vandermerve said, "Excuse me, I'll be right back. Please make yourself at home, Mr. Travis." He hurried out. Margaret carried a steaming bowl of vegetables and meat over to the table, and as she hurried to take the bread from the oven, Jamie stood there, silently looking at her. She had blossomed in the years since he had seen her. She had become a woman with a smoldering sexuality that had been lacking before. "Your father tells me you're an excellent cook." Margaret blushed. I hope so, sir." "It's been a long time since I've tasted home cooking. I'm looking forward to this." Jamie took a large butter dish from Margaret and placed it on the table for her. Margaret was so surprised she almost dropped the plate in her hands. She had never heard of a man who helped in woman's work. She lifted her startled eyes to his face. A broken nose and a scar spoiled what would otherwise have been a too handsome face. His eyes were light gray and shone with intelligence and a burning intensity. His white hair told her that he was not a young man, and yet there was something very youthful about him. He was tall and strong, and Margaret turned away, embarrassed by his gaze. Vandermerve hurried back into the room, rubbing his hands. "I've closed the shop," he said. "Let's sit down and have a fine dinner." Jamie was given the place of honor at the table. "We'll say grace," Vandermerve said. They closed their eyes. Margaret slyly opened hers again, so that she could continue her scrutiny of the elegant stranger while her father's voice droned on. "We are all sinners in your eyes, O Lord, and must be punished. Give us the strength to bear our hardships on this earth, so that we may enjoy the fruits of heaven when we are called. Thank you, Lord, for helping those of us who deserve to prosper. Amen." Solomon Vandermerve began serving. This time the portions he served Jamie were more than generous. They talked as they ate. "Is this your first time out this way, Mr. Travis?" "Yes," Jamie said. "First time." "You didn't bring Mrs. Travis along, I understand." "There is no Mrs. Travis. I haven't found anyone who'd have me." Jamie smiled. What fool of a woman would refuse him? Margaret wondered. She lowered her eyes, afraid the stranger might read her wicked thoughts. Clipdrift is a town of great opportunity, Mr. Travis. Great opportunity. I'm willing to be shown. He looked at Margaret, and she blushed. If it isn't too personal, Mr. Travis, may I ask you how you acquired your fortune? Margaret was embarrassed by her father's blunt questions, but the stranger did not seem to mind. I inherited it from my father, Jamie said easily. Ah, but I'm sure you've had a lot of business experience. Very little, I'm afraid. I need a lot of guidance. Vandermerve brightened. It's fate that we met, Mr. Travis. I have some very profitable connections, very profitable indeed. I can almost guarantee that I can double your money for you in just a few months. He leaned over and patted Jamie's arm. I have a feeling this is a big day for both of us. Jamie just smiled. I suppose you're staying at the Grand Hotel? "That's right. It's criminally expensive, but I suppose to a man of your means," he beamed at Jamie. Jamie said, "I'm told the countryside around here is interesting. Would it be an imposition to ask you to let your daughter show me around a bit tomorrow?" Margaret felt her heart stop for a second. Vandermerva frowned. "I don't know. It was an ironclad rule of Salomon Vandermerva's never to permit any man to be alone with his daughter. In the case of Mr. Travis, however, he decided there would be no harm in making an exception. With so much at stake, he did not want to appear inhospitable. I can spare Margaret from the store for a short time. You will show our guest around, Margaret." "If you wish, Father," she said quietly. "That's settled then," Jamie smiled. "Shall we say 10 o'clock in the morning?" After the tall, elegantly dressed guest left, Margaret cleared away the table and washed the dishes in a complete daze. "He must think I'm an idiot." She went over and over in her mind everything she had contributed to the conversation. Nothing. She had been completely tongue-tied. Why was that? Hadn't she waited on hundreds of men in the store without becoming a stupid fool? Of course they had not looked at her the way Ian Travis had. "Men all have the devil in them, Margaret. I'll not let them corrupt your innocence," her father's voice echoed in her mind. Could that be it? The weakness and trembling she had felt when the stranger had looked at her, was he corrupting her innocence? The thought of it sent a delicious thrill through her body. She looked down at the plate she had dried 3 times and sat down at the table. She wished her mother was still alive. Her mother would have understood. Margaret loved her father, but sometimes she had the oppressive feeling that she was his prisoner. It worried her that he never allowed a man to come near her. "I'll never get married," Margaret thought. "Not until he dies." Her rebellious thoughts filled her with guilt, and she hurriedly left the room and went into the store, where her father sat behind a desk working on his accounts. "Good night, Father." Vandermerva took off his gold-framed spectacles and rubbed his eyes before he raised his arms to embrace his daughter good night. Margaret did not know why she pulled away. Alone in the curtained-off alcove that served as her bedroom, Margaret studied her face in the small round mirror that hung on the wall. She had no illusions about her looks. She was not pretty. She was interesting-looking. Nice eyes, high cheekbones, a good figure. She drew nearer to the mirror. What had Ian Travis seen when he looked at her? She began getting undressed, and Ian Travis was in the room with her, watching her, his eyes burning into her. She stepped out of her muslin drawers and camisole and stood naked before him. Her hands slowly caressed the swell of her breasts and felt her hardening nipples. Her fingers slid down across her flat belly, and his hands became entwined with hers, moving slowly downward. They were between her legs now, gently touching, stroking, rubbing, harder now, faster and faster until she was caught up in a frantic whirlpool of sensation that finally exploded inside her, and she gasped his name and fell to the bed. They rode out in Jamie's carriage, and he was amazed once more at the changes that had taken place. Where before there had been only a sea of tents, now there were substantial-looking houses, constructed of timber, with roofs of corrugated iron or thatch. "Clipdrift seems very prosperous," Jamie said as they rode along the main street. "I suppose it would be interesting for a newcomer," Margaret said, and she thought, "I've hated it until now." They left the town and drove out toward the mining camps along the Vaal River. The seasonal rains had turned the countryside into an enormous, colorful garden, filled with a luxurious bush karoo and the spreading rhinoster bush and heaths and diosmus plants that could be found nowhere else in the world. As they drove past a group of prospectors, Jamie asked, "Have there been any big diamond finds lately?" "Oh, yes, a few. Every time the news gets out, hundreds of new diggers come pouring in. Most of them leave poor and heartbroken." Margaret felt she had to warn him of the danger here. "Father would not like to hear me say this, but I think it's a terrible business, Mr. Travis." "For some, probably," Jamie agreed. "For some. Do you plan to stay on a while?" "Yes." Margaret felt her heart singing. "Good," then added quickly, "Father will be pleased." They drove around all morning, and from time to time they stopped and Jamie chatted with prospectors. Many of them recognized Margaret and spoke respectfully. There was a warmth to her and an easy friendliness that she did not reveal when she was around her father. As they drove on, Jamie said, "Everyone seems to know you." She blushed. "That's because they do business with Father. He supplies most of the diggers." Jamie made no comment. He was keenly interested in what he was seeing. The railroad had made an enormous difference. A new combine called De Beers, named after the farmer in whose field the first diamond discovery was made, had bought out its chief rival, a colorful entrepreneur named Barney Bernardo, and De Beers was busily consolidating the hundreds of small claims into one organization. Gold had been discovered recently, not far from Kimberley, along with manganese and zinc. Jamie was convinced this was only the beginning, that South Africa was a treasure house of minerals. There were incredible opportunities here for a man with foresight. When Jamie and Margaret returned, it was late afternoon. Jamie stopped the carriage in front of Vandermeerva's store and said, "I would be honored if you and your father would be my guests at dinner tonight." Margaret glowed. "I'll ask Father. I do hope he'll say yes. Thank you for a lovely day, Mr. Travis," and she fled. The three of them had dinner in the large, square dining room of the new Grand Hotel. The room was crowded, and Vandermeerva grumbled. "I don't see how these people can afford to eat here." Jamie picked up a menu and glanced at it. A steak cost £1 4 shillings, a potato was 4 shillings, and a piece of apple pie 10 shillings. "They're robbers," Vandermeerva complained. "A few meals here and a man could eat himself into the poorhouse." Jamie wondered what it would take to put Solomon Vandermeerva in the poorhouse. He intended to find out. They ordered, and Jamie noticed that Vandermeerva ordered the most expensive items on the menu. Margaret ordered a clear soup. She was too excited to eat. She looked at her hands, remembered what they had done the night before, and felt guilty. "I can afford dinner," Jamie teased her. "Order anything you like." She blushed. "Thank you, but I'm not really very hungry." Vandermeerva noticed the blush and looked sharply from Margaret to Jamie. "My daughter is a rare girl, Mr. Travis." Jamie nodded. "I couldn't agree with you more, Mr. Vandermeerva." His words made Margaret so happy that when their dinner was served, she could not even eat the soup. The effect Ian Travis had on her was incredible. She read hidden meanings into his every word and gesture. If he smiled at her, it meant he liked her a lot. If he frowned, it meant he hated her. Margaret's feelings were an emotional thermometer that kept going up and down. "Did you see anything of interest today?" Vandermeerva asked Jamie. "No, nothing special," Jamie said casually. Vandermeerva leaned forward. "Mark my words, sir. This is going to be the fastest-growing area in the world. A man would be smart to invest here now. The new railway is going to turn this place into a second Cape Town." "I don't know," Jamie said dubiously. "I've heard of too many boom towns like this going bust. I'm not interested in putting my money into a ghost town." "Not Klipdrift," Vandermeerva assured him. "They're finding more diamonds all the time, and gold." Jamie shrugged. "How long will that last?" "Well, nobody can be sure of that, of course, but—" "Exactly. Don't make any hasty decisions," Vandermeerva urged. "I wouldn't like to see you lose out on a great opportunity." Jamie thought that over. "Perhaps I am being hasty. Margaret, could you show me around again tomorrow?" Vandermeerva opened his mouth to object, then closed it. He remembered the words of Mr. Thorenson, the banker. "He walked in here and deposited £100,000. Cool as you please, Salomon, and he said there'd be a lot more coming." Greed got the better of Vandermeerva. Of course she could. The following morning, Margaret put on her Sunday dress, ready to meet Jamie. When her father walked in and saw her, his face turned red. "Do you want the man to think you're some kind of fallen woman, dressing up to attract him? This is business, girl. Take that off and put on your working clothes." "But, Papa—" "Do as I say." She did not argue with him. "Yes, Papa." Vandermeerva watched Margaret and Jamie drive away 20 minutes later. He wondered if he could be making a mistake. This time, Jamie headed the carriage in the opposite direction. There were exciting signs of new developments in building everywhere. If the mineral discoveries keep up, Jamie thought, and there was every reason to believe they would, there is more money to be made here in real estate than in diamonds or gold. Klipdrift will need more banks, hotels, saloons, shops, brothels. The list was endless. So were the opportunities. Jamie was conscious of Margaret staring at him. "Is something wrong?" he asked. "Oh, no," she said, and quickly looked away. Jamie studied her now and noticed the radiance about her. Margaret was aware of his closeness, his maleness. He sensed her feelings. She was a woman without a man. At noon, Jamie drove off the main road down to a wooded area, and stopped under a large baobab tree. He had had the hotel pack a picnic lunch. Margaret put down a tablecloth, unpacked the basket, and spread out the food. There was cold roast lamb, fried chicken, yellow saffron rice, quince jam and tangerines, and peaches and sotokokias, almond-topped spice cookies. "This is a banquet," Margaret exclaimed. "I'm afraid I don't deserve all this, Mr. Travis." "You deserve much more," Jamie assured her. Margaret turned away, busying herself with the food. Jamie took her face between his hands. "Margaret, look at me." "Oh, please, She was trembling. "Look at me." Slowly, she lifted her head and looked into his eyes. He pulled her into his arms, and his lips found hers, and he held her close, pressing his body against hers. After a few moments, she struggled free, shook her head, and said, "Oh, my God, we mustn't. Oh, we mustn't. We'll go to hell." "Heaven." "I'm afraid." "There's nothing to be afraid of. Do you see my eyes? They can look right inside you, and you know what I see, don't you? You want me to make love to you, and I'm going to. And there's nothing to fear because you belong to me. You know that, don't you? You belong to me, Margaret. You say it. I belong to Ian. Go on. I belong to Ian. I belong to Ian." His lips were on hers again, and he began to undo the hooks on the back of her bodice. In a moment she stood naked in the soft breeze, and he lowered her gently down to the ground, and the tremulous passage from girlhood to womanhood became an exciting, soaring experience that made Margaret feel more alive than she had ever felt in her life. "I'll remember this moment forever," she thought. The bed of leaves and the warm, caressing breeze on her naked skin, the shadow of the baobab tree that dappled their bodies. They made love again, and it was even more wonderful, she thought. No woman could ever love anyone as much as I love this man. When they were spent, Jamie held her in his strong arms, and she wished she could be there forever. She looked up at him and whispered, "What are you thinking?" He grinned and whispered back, "That I'm bloody starving." She laughed, and they rose and had their lunch under the shelter of the trees. Afterward, they swam and lay down to let the hot sun dry them. Jamie took Margaret again, and she thought, "I want this day to go on forever." That evening, Jamie and Vandermeer were seated at a corner table at the Sundowner. "You were right," Jamie announced. "The possibilities here may be greater than I thought." Vandermeer beamed. "I knew you were too clever a man not to see that, Mr. Travis." "What exactly would you advise me to do?" Jamie asked. Vandermeer glanced around and lowered his voice. "Just today, I got some information on a big new diamond strike north of Peniel. There are 10 claims still available. We can divide them up between us. I'll put up £50,000 for 5 claims, and you put up £50,000 for the other 5. There are diamonds there by the bushel. We can make millions overnight. What do you think?" Jamie knew exactly what he thought. Vandermeer would keep the claims that were profitable, and Jamie would end up with the others. In addition, Jamie would have been willing to bet his life that Vandermeer was not putting up 1 shilling. "It sounds interesting," Jamie said. "How many prospectors are involved?" "Only 2. Why does it take so much money?" he asked innocently. "Ah, that's an intelligent question." He leaned forward in his chair. "You see, they know the value of their claim, but they don't have the money to operate it. That's where you and I come in. We give them £100,000 and let them keep 20% of their fields." He slipped the 20% in so smoothly that it almost went by unnoticed. Jamie was certain the prospectors would be cheated of their diamonds and their money. It would all flow to Vandermeer. "We'll have to move fast," Vandermeer warned, "as soon as word of this leaks out." "Let's not lose it," Jamie urged. Vandermeer smiled. "Don't worry. I'll have the contracts drawn up right away. In Afrikaans," Jamie thought. "Now, there are a few other deals I find very interesting, Ian." Because it was important to keep his new partner happy, Vandermeer no longer objected when Jamie asked that Margaret show him around the countryside. Margaret was more in love with Jamie every day. He was the last thing she thought of when she went to bed at night, and the first thing she thought of when she opened her eyes in the morning. Jamie had loosed a sensuality in her that she had not even known existed. It was as though she had suddenly discovered what her body was for, and all the things she had been taught to be ashamed of became glorious gifts to bring pleasure to Jamie and to herself. Love was a wonderful new country to be explored, a sensual land of hidden valleys and exciting dales and glens and rivers of honey. She could not get enough of it. In the vast sweep of the countryside, it was easy to find isolated places where they could make love, and each time for Margaret was as exciting as the first time. The old guilt about her father haunted her. Salomon van der Merwe was an elder of the Dutch Reformed Church, and Margaret knew if he ever found out what she was doing, there would be no forgiveness. Even in the rough frontier community where they lived, where men took their pleasures where they found them, there would be no understanding. There were only two kinds of women in the world, nice girls and whores, and a nice girl did not let a man touch her unless she was married to him, so she would be labeled a whore. It's so unfair, she thought. The giving and taking of love is too beautiful to be evil. But her growing concern finally made Margaret bring up the subject of marriage. They were driving along the Vaal River when Margaret spoke. "Ian, you know how much I—" She did not know how to go on. "That is, you and I—" In desperation, she blurted out, "How do you feel about marriage?" Jamie laughed. "I'm all for it, Margaret. I'm all for it." She joined him in his laughter, and it was the happiest moment of her life. On Sunday morning, Salomon van der Merwe invited Jamie to accompany him and Margaret to church. The Nederduits Hervormde Kerk was a large, impressive building done in bastard Gothic, with a pulpit at one end and a huge organ at the other. When they walked in the door, van der Merwe was greeted with great respect. "I helped build this church," he told Jamie proudly. "I'm a deacon here." The service was brimstone and hellfire, and van der Merwe sat there, rapt, nodding eagerly, accepting the minister's every word. He's God's man on Sunday, Jamie thought, and the rest of the week he belongs to the devil. Van der Merwe had placed himself between the two young people, but Margaret was conscious of Jamie's nearness all through the service. "It's a good thing," she smiled nervously to herself, "that the minister doesn't know what I'm thinking about." That evening, Jamie went to visit the Sundowner Saloon. Smit was behind the bar serving drinks. His face brightened when he saw Jamie. "Good evening, Mr. Travis. What will you have, sir? The usual?" "Not tonight, Smit. I want to talk to you. In the back room." "Certainly, sir." Smit scented money to be made. He turned to his assistant. "Mind the bar." The back room of the Sundowner was no more than a closet, but it afforded privacy. It contained a round table with 4 chairs, and in the center of the table was a lantern. Smit lit it. "Sit down," Jamie said. Smit took a chair. "Yes, sir. How can I help you?" "It's you I've come to help, Smit." Smit beamed. "Really, sir?" "Yes." Jamie took out a long, thin cigar and lighted it. "I've decided to let you live." An uncertain look flickered over Smit's face. I don't understand, Mr. Travis." "Not Travis. The name is McGregor. Jamie McGregor. Remember? A year ago you set me up to be killed at the barn for van der Merwe." Smit was frowning now, suddenly wary. "I don't know what—" "Shut up and listen to me." Jamie's voice was like a whiplash. Jamie could see the wheels turning in Smit's mind. He was trying to reconcile the face of the white-haired man in front of him with the eager youth of a year before. "I'm still alive. And I'm rich enough to hire men to burn this place down, and you with it. Are you with me so far, Smit?" Smit started to protest his ignorance, but he looked into Jamie McGregor's eyes and saw the danger there. Smit said cautiously, "Yes, sir. Van der Merwe pays you to send prospectors to him, so he can cheat them out of what they find. That's an interesting little partnership. How much does he pay you?" There was a silence. Smit was caught between 2 powerful forces. He did not know which way to jump. "How much?" 2%, he said reluctantly. "I'll give you 5. From now on, when a likely prospect comes in, you'll send him to me. I'll finance him. The difference is that he'll get his fair share and you'll get yours. Did you really think van der Merwe was paying you 2% of what he made? You're a fool." Smit nodded. "Right, Mr. Travis. Mr. McGregor. I understand." Jamie rose to his feet. "Not completely," he leaned over the table. "You're thinking of going to van der Merwe and telling him about our little conversation. That way you can collect from both of us. There's only one problem with that, Smit." His voice dropped to a whisper. "If you do, you're a dead man." Chapter 7. Jamie was getting dressed when he heard a tentative knock at the door. He listened, and it was repeated. He walked over to the door and opened it. Margaret stood there. "Come in, Maggie," Jamie said. "Is something wrong?" It was the first time she had come to his hotel room. She stepped inside, but now that she was face to face with him, she found it difficult to speak. She had lain awake all night, wondering how to tell him the news. She was afraid he might never want to see her again. She looked into his eyes. "Ian, I'm going to have your baby." His face was so still that Margaret was terrified that she had lost him, and suddenly his expression changed to such joy that all her doubts were instantly wiped out. He grabbed her arms and said, "That's wonderful, Maggie. Wonderful. Have you told your father?" Margaret pulled back in alarm. "Oh, no. She walked over to the Victorian green plush sofa and sat down. "You don't know, Father. He would never understand." Jamie was hurriedly putting on his shirt. "Come on, we're going to tell him together." "Are you sure everything will be all right, Ian?" "I have never been sure of anything in my life." Salomon Vandermerve was measuring out strips of biltong for a prospector when Jamie and Margaret strode into the shop. "Ah, Ian, I'll be with you in a moment." He hurriedly finished with the customer and walked over to Jamie. "And how is everything this fine day?" Vandermerve asked. "It couldn't be better," Jamie said happily. "Your Maggie's going to have a baby." There was a sudden stillness in the air. "I don't understand," Vandermerve stuttered. "It's very simple. I've gotten her pregnant." The color drained from Vandermerve's face. He turned wildly from one to the other. This isn't true." A maelstrom of conflicting emotions whirled through Salomon Vandermerve's head. The terrible shock of his precious daughter losing her virginity, getting pregnant. He would be the laughingstock of the town. But Ian Travis was a very wealthy man, and if they got married quickly... Vandermerve turned to Jamie. "You'll get married immediately, of course." Jamie looked at him in surprise. "Married? You'd allow Maggie to marry a stupid baron who let you cheat him out of what belonged to him?" Vandermerve's head was spinning. "What are you talking about, Ian? I never—" "My name's not Ian," Jamie said harshly. "I'm Jamie McGregor. Didn't you recognize me?" He saw the bewildered expression on Vandermerve's face. "Nay, of course you don't. The boy is dead. You killed him. But I'm not a man to hold a grudge, Vandermerve, so I'm giving you a gift, my seed in your daughter's belly." And Jamie turned and walked out, leaving the two of them staring after him, stunned. Margaret had listened in shocked disbelief. He could not mean what he had just said. He loved her. Salomon Vandermerve turned on his daughter in the throes of a terrible rage. "You whore!" he screamed. "Whore! Get out! Get out of here!" Margaret stood stock still, unable to grasp the meaning of the awful thing that was happening. Ian blamed her for something her father had done. Ian thought she was part of something bad. Who was Jamie McGregor? Who— "Go!" Vandermerve hit her hard across the face. "I never want to see you again as long as I live." Margaret stood there, rooted, her heart pounding, gasping for breath. Her father's face was that of a madman. She turned and fled from the store, not looking back. Salomon Vandermerve stood there watching her go, gripped by despair. He had seen what happened to other men's daughters who had disgraced themselves. They had been forced to stand up in church and be publicly pilloried, and then exiled from the community. It was proper and fitting punishment, exactly what they deserved. But his Margaret had been given a decent, God-fearing upbringing. How could she have betrayed him like this? Vandermerve visualized his daughter's naked body, coupling with that man, writhing in heat like animals, and he began to have an erection. He put a closed sign on the front door of the store and lay on his bed without the strength or the will to move. When word got around town, he would become an object of derision. He would be either pitied or blamed for his daughter's depravity. Either way, it would be unbearable. He had to make certain no one learned about it. He would send the whore out of his sight forever. He knelt and prayed. "Oh God, how could you do this to me, your loyal servant? Why have you forsaken me? Let her die, O Lord. Let them both die." The Sundowner Saloon was crowded with noon trade when Jamie entered. He walked over to the bar and turned to face the room. "Your attention, please." The conversation tapered off into silence. "Drinks on the house for everybody." "What is it?" Smith asked. "A new strike?" Jamie laughed. "In a way, my friend. Salomon Vandermerve's unmarried daughter is pregnant. Mr. Vandermerve wants everybody to help him celebrate, Smith whispered. Oh, Jesus. Jesus had nothing to do with it, just Jamie McGregor. Within an hour, everyone in Clipdrift had heard the news. How Ian Travis was really Jamie McGregor and how he had gotten Vandermerve's daughter pregnant. Margaret Vandermerve had fooled the whole town. She doesn't look like the kind, does she? Still waters run deep, they say. I wonder how many other men in this town have dipped their wick in that well. She's a shapely girl. I could use a piece of that myself. Why don't you ask her? She's given it away. And the men laughed. When Salomon Vandermerve left his store that afternoon, he had come to terms with the dreadful catastrophe that had befallen him. He would send Margaret to Cape Town on the next coach. She could have her bastard there, and there was no need for anyone in Clipdrift to know his shame. Vandermerve stepped out into the street, hugging his secret, a smile pasted on his lips. Afternoon, Mr. Vandermerve. I hear you might be stocking some extra baby clothes. Good day, Salomon. Hear you're going to get a little helper for your store soon. Hello there, Salomon. I hear a birdwatcher just spotted a new species out near the Vaal River. Yes, sir, a stork. Salomon Vandermerve turned and blindly stumbled back into his shop, bolting the door behind him. At the Sundowner Saloon, Jamie was having a whiskey, listening to the flood of gossip around him. It was the biggest scandal Clipdrift had ever had, and the pleasure the townspeople took in it was intense. I wish, Jamie thought, that Banda were here with me to enjoy this. This was payment for what Salomon Vandermerve had done to Banda's sister, what he had done to Jamie, and to how many others. But this was only part payment for all the things Salomon Vandermerve had done, just the beginning. Jamie's vengeance would not be complete until Vandermerve had been totally destroyed. As for Margaret, he had no sympathy for her. She was in on it. What had she said the first day they met? My father might be the one to help you. He knows everything. She was a Vandermerve too, and Jamie would destroy both of them. Smith walked over to where Jamie was sitting. Can I talk to you a minute, Mr. McGregor? What is it? Smith cleared his throat self-consciously. I know a couple of prospectors who have 10 claims up near Peniel. They're producing diamonds, but these fellas don't have the money to get the proper equipment to work their claim. They're looking for a partner. I thought you might be interested. Jamie studied him. These are the men you talked to Vandermerve about, right? Smith nodded, surprised. Yes, sir, but I've been thinking over your proposition. I'd rather do business with you. Jamie pulled out a long, thin cigar, and Smith hastened to light it. Keep talking. Smith did. In the beginning, prostitution in Clipdrift was on a haphazard basis. The prostitutes were mostly black women, working in sleazy backstreet brothels. The first white prostitutes to arrive in town were part-time barmaids, but as diamond strikes increased and the town prospered, more white prostitutes appeared. There were now 6 sporting houses on the outskirts of Clipdrift, wooden railway huts with tin roofs. The one exception was Madame Agnes's, a respectable-looking 2-story frame structure on Bree Street, off Loop Street, the main thoroughfare, where the wives of the townspeople would not be offended by having to pass in front of it. It was patronized by the husbands of those wives, and by any strangers in town who could afford it. It was expensive, but the women were young and uninhibited, and gave good value for the money. Drinks were served in a reasonably well-decorated drawing room, and it was a rule of Madame Agnes's that no customer was ever rushed or shortchanged. Madame Agnes herself was a cheerful, robust redhead in her mid-30s. She had worked at a brothel in London and been attracted to South Africa by the tales of easy money to be picked up in a mining town like Clipdrift. She had saved enough to open her own establishment, and business had flourished from the beginning. Madame Agnes prided herself on her understanding of men, but Jamie McGregor was a puzzle to her. He visited often, spent money freely, and was always pleasant to the women, but he seemed withdrawn, remote, and untouchable. His eyes were what fascinated Agnes. They were pale, bottomless pools, cold. Unlike the other patrons of her house, he never spoke about himself or his past. Madame Agnes had heard hours earlier that Jamie McGregor had deliberately gotten Salomon Vandermerve's daughter pregnant and then refused to marry her. The bastard, Madame Agnes thought. But she had to admit that he was an attractive bastard. She watched Jamie now as he walked down the red-carpeted stairs, politely said goodnight, and left. When Jamie arrived back at his hotel, Margaret was in his room, staring out the window. She turned as Jamie walked in. "Hello, Jamie." Her voice was a tremble. "What are you doing here?" I had to talk to you. We have nothing to talk about. I know why you're doing this. You hate my father." Margaret moved closer to him. "But you have to know that whatever it was he did to you, I knew nothing about. Please, I beg of you, believe that. Don't hate me. I love you too much." Jamie looked at her coldly. "That's your problem, isn't it? Please don't look at me like that. You love me too." He was not listening. He was again taking the terrible journey to Partspan, where he had almost died, and moving the boulders on the riverbanks until he was ready to drop, and finally, miraculously, finding the diamonds, handing them to Vandermerve and hearing Vandermerve's voice saying, "You misunderstood me, boy. I don't need any partners. You're working for me. I'm giving you 24 hours to get out of town." And then the savage beating. He was smelling the vultures again, feeling their sharp beaks tear into his flesh. As though from a distance he heard Margaret's voice. "Don't you remember? I belong to you. I love you." He shook himself out of his reverie and looked at her. Love. He no longer had any idea what the word meant. Vandermerve had burned every emotion out of him except hate. He lived on that. It was his elixir, his life-blood. It was what had kept him alive when he fought the sharks and crossed the reef and crawled over the mines at the diamond fields of the Namib Desert. Poets wrote about love, and singers sang about it, and perhaps it was real, perhaps it existed, but love was for other men, not for Jamie McGregor. "You're Salomon Vandermerve's daughter. You're carrying his grandchild in your belly. Get out." There was nowhere for Margaret to go. She loved her father, and she needed his forgiveness, but she knew he would never, could never forgive her. He would make her life a living hell, but she had no choice. She had to go to someone. Margaret left the hotel and walked toward her father's store. She felt that everyone she passed was staring at her. Some of the men smiled insinuatingly, and she held her head high and walked on. When she reached the store, she hesitated, then stepped inside. The store was deserted. Her father came out from the back. "Father, you!" The contempt in his voice was a physical slap. He moved closer, and she could smell the whiskey on his breath. "I want you to get out of this town now, tonight. You're never to come near here again. Do you hear me? Never!" He pulled some bills from his pocket and threw them on the floor. "Take them and get out." "I'm carrying your grandchild." "You're carrying the devil's child." He moved closer to her, and his hands were knotted into fists. "Every time people see you strutting around like a whore, they'll think of my shame. When you're gone, they'll forget it." She looked at him for a long, lost moment, then turned and blindly stumbled out the door. "The money, whore!" he yelled. "You forgot the money." There was a cheap boarding house at the outskirts of town, and Margaret made her way to it, her mind in a turmoil. When she reached it, she went looking for Mrs. Owens, the landlady. Mrs. Owens was a plump, pleasant-faced woman in her 50s, whose husband had brought her to Klipdrift and abandoned her. A lesser woman would have crumbled, but Mrs. Owens was a survivor. She had seen a good many people in trouble in this town, but never anyone in more trouble than the 17-year-old girl who stood before her now. "You wanted to see me?" "Yes. I was wondering if perhaps you had a job for me here." "A job? Doing what?" "Anything. I'm a good cook. I can wait on tables. I'll make the beds. I'll... There was desperation in her voice. "Oh, please," she begged. "Anything." Mrs. Owens looked at the trembling girl standing there in front of her, and it broke her heart. "I suppose I could use an extra hand. How soon can you start?" She could see the relief that lighted Margaret's face. "Now. I can pay you only..." She thought of a figure and added to it. £1, 2 shillings, 11 pence a month, with board and lodging. "That will be fine," Margaret said gratefully. Salomon Vandermerve seldom appeared on the streets of Klipdrift. More and more often, his customers found a closed sign on the front door of his store at all hours of the day. After a while, they took their business elsewhere. But Salomon Vandermerve still went to church every Sunday. He went not to pray, but to demand of God that he right this terrible iniquity that had been heaped upon the shoulders of his obedient servant. The other parishioners had always looked up to Salomon Vandermerve with the respect due a wealthy and powerful man, but now he could feel the stares and whispers behind his back. The family that occupied the pew next to him moved to another pew. He was a pariah. What broke his spirit completely was the minister's thundering sermon, artfully combining Exodus and Ezekiel and Leviticus. I, the Lord thy God, am a jealous God, visiting the iniquity of the fathers upon the children. Wherefore, O harlot, hear the word of the Lord, because thy filthiness was poured out, and thy nakedness discovered through thy whoredoms with thy lovers. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Do not prostitute thy daughter, to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fall to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. Van der Merwe never set foot in church again after that Sunday. As Salomon van der Merwe's business deteriorated, Jamie McGregor's prospered. The expense of mining for diamonds increased as the digging got deeper, and miners with working claims found they were unable to afford the elaborate equipment needed. The word quickly spread that Jamie McGregor would provide financing in exchange for a share in the mines, and in time, Jamie bought out his partners. He invested in real estate and businesses and gold. He was meticulously honest in his dealings, and as his reputation spread, more people came to him to do business. There were 2 banks in town, and when one of them failed because of inept management, Jamie bought it, putting in his own people and keeping his name out of the transaction. Everything Jamie touched seemed to prosper. He was successful and wealthy beyond his boyhood dreams, but it meant little to him. He measured his successes only by Salomon van der Merwe's failures. His revenge had still only begun. From time to time, Jamie passed Margaret on the street. He took no notice of her. Jamie had no idea what those chance encounters did to Margaret. The sight of him took her breath away, and she had to stop until she regained control of herself. She still loved him, completely and utterly. Nothing could ever change that. He had used her body to punish her father, but Margaret knew that that could be a double-edged sword. Soon she would have Jamie's baby, and when he saw that baby, his own flesh and blood, he would marry her and give his child a name. Margaret would become Mrs. Jamie McGregor, and she asked nothing more from life. At night before Margaret went to sleep, she would touch her swollen belly and whisper, "Our son." It was probably foolish to think she could influence its sex, but she did not want to overlook any possibility. Every man wanted a son. As her womb swelled, Margaret became more frightened. She wished she had someone to talk to, but the women of the town did not speak to her. Their religion taught them punishment, not forgiveness. She was alone, surrounded by strangers, and she wept in the night for herself and for her unborn baby. Jamie McGregor had bought a 2-story building in the heart of Klipdrift, and he used it as headquarters for his growing enterprises. One day, Harry McMillan, Jamie's chief accountant, had a talk with him. "We're combining your companies," he told Jamie, "and we need a corporate name. Do you have any suggestions?" "I'll think about it." Jamie thought about it. In his mind, he kept hearing the sound of long-ago echoes, piercing the sea meese on the diamond field in the Namib Desert, and he knew there was only one name he wanted. He summoned the accountant. "We're going to call the new company Kruger Brent. Kruger Brent Limited." Alvin Corey, Jamie's bank manager, stopped in to visit him. "It's about Mr. van der Merwe's loans," he said. "He's fallen very far behind. In the past he's been a good risk, but his situation has drastically changed, Mr. McGregor. I think we should call in his loans." "No." Corey looked at Jamie in surprise. "He came in this morning trying to borrow more money to give it to him. Give him everything he wants." The manager got to his feet. "Whatever you say, Mr. McGregor. I'll tell him that you..." "Tell him nothing. Just give him the money." Every morning, Margaret arose at 5 o'clock to bake large loaves of wonderful-smelling bread and sourdough biscuits, and when the boarders trooped into the dining room for breakfast, she served them porridge and ham and eggs, buckwheat pancakes, sweet rolls, and pots of steaming coffee and nartje. The majority of the guests at the boarding house were prospectors on their way to and from their claims. They would stop off in Klipdrift long enough to have their diamonds appraised, have a bath, get drunk, and visit one of the town's brothels, usually in that order. They were, for the most part, rough, illiterate adventurers. There was an unwritten law in Klipdrift that nice women were not to be molested. If a man wanted sex, he went to a whore. Margaret van der Merwe, however, was a challenge, for she fit into neither category. Nice girls who were single did not get pregnant, and the theory went that since Margaret had fallen once, she was probably eager to bed everyone else. All they had to do was ask. They did. Some of the prospectors were open and blatant, others were leering and furtive. Margaret handled them all with quiet dignity. But one night, as Mrs. Owens was preparing for bed, she heard screams coming from Margaret's room at the back of the house. The landlady flung the door open and rushed in. One of the guests, a drunken prospector, had ripped off Margaret's nightgown and had her pinned down on the bed. Mrs. Owens was on him like a tiger. She picked up a flat iron and began hitting him with it. She was half the size of the prospector, but it made no difference. Filled with an overpowering rage, she knocked the prospector unconscious and dragged him into the hallway and out onto the street. Then she turned and hurried back to Margaret's room. Margaret was wiping the blood off her lips from where the man had bitten her. Her hands were trembling. "Are you all right, Maggie?" "Yes, I thank you, Mrs. Owens." Unbidden tears sprang into Margaret's eyes. In a town where few people even spoke to her, here was someone who had shown kindness. Mrs. Owens studied Margaret's swollen belly and thought, "The poor dreamer. Jamie McGregor will never marry her." The time of confinement was drawing close. Margaret tired easily now, and bending down and getting up again was an effort. Her only joy was when she felt her baby stir inside her. She and her son were completely alone in the world, and she talked to him hour after hour, telling him all the wonderful things that life had in store for him. Late one evening, shortly after supper, a young black boy appeared at the boarding house and handed Margaret a sealed letter. "I'm to wait for an answer," the boy told her. Margaret read the letter, then read it again, very slowly. "Yes," she said. "The answer is yes." The following Friday, promptly at noon, Margaret arrived in front of Madame Agnes's bordello. A sign on the front door read "Closed." Margaret rapped tentatively on the door, ignoring the startled glances of the passers-by. She wondered if she had made a mistake by coming here. It had been a difficult decision, and she had accepted only out of a terrible loneliness. The letter had read, "Dear Miss Van de Merwe, it's none of my business, but my girls and me have been discussing your unfortunate and unfair situation, and we think it's a damned shame. We would like to help you and your baby. If it would not embarrass you, we would be honored to have you come to lunch. Would Friday at noon be convenient? Respectfully yours, Madame Agnes. P.S. We would be very discreet." Margaret was debating whether to leave when the door was opened by Madame Agnes. She took Margaret's arm and said, "Come in, dearie. Let's get you out of this damned heat." She led her into the parlor, furnished with Victorian red plush couches and chairs and tables. The room had been decorated with ribbons and streamers and, from God knows where, brightly colored balloons. Crudely lettered cardboard signs hanging from the ceiling read, "Welcome, baby. It's going to be a boy. Happy birthday." In the parlor were 8 of Madame Agnes's girls, in a variety of sizes, ages, and colors. They had all dressed for the occasion under Madame Agnes's tutelage. They wore conservative afternoon gowns and no makeup. They look, Margaret thought in wonder, more respectable than most of the wives in this town. Margaret stared at the room full of prostitutes, not quite knowing what to do. Some of the faces were familiar. Margaret had waited on them when she worked in her father's store. Some of the girls were young and quite beautiful. A few were older and fleshy with obviously dyed hair, but they all had one thing in common. They cared. They were friendly and warm and kind, and they wanted to make her happy. They hovered around Margaret self-consciously, afraid of saying or doing the wrong thing. No matter what the townspeople said, they knew this was a lady, and they were aware of the difference between Margaret and themselves. They were honored that she had come to them, and they were determined not to let anything spoil this party for her. "We fixed you a nice lunch, honey," Madame Agnes said. "I hope you're hungry." They led her into the dining room, where a table had been festively set, with a bottle of champagne at Margaret's place. As they walked through the hallway, Margaret glanced toward the stairs that led to the bedrooms on the second floor. She knew Jamie visited here, and she wondered which of the girls he chose. All of them, perhaps. And she studied them again and wondered what it was they had for Jamie that she did not. The luncheon turned out to be a banquet. It began with a delicious cold soup and salad, followed by fresh carp. After that came mutton and duck with potatoes and vegetables. There was a tipsy cake and cheese and fruit and coffee. Margaret found herself eating heartily and enjoying herself immensely. She was seated at the head of the table, Madame Agnes on her right, and Maggie, a lovely blonde girl who could have been no more than 16, on her left. In the beginning the conversation was stilted. The girls had dozens of amusing, bawdy stories to tell, but they were not the kind they felt Margaret should hear. And so they talked about the weather, and about how Klipdrift was growing, and about the future of South Africa. They were knowledgeable about politics and the economy in diamonds because they got their information firsthand from experts. Once, the pretty blonde Maggie said, "Jamie's just found a new diamond field at..." And as the room went suddenly silent and she realized her gaffe, she added nervously, "That's my uncle, Jamie. He's married to my aunt." Margaret was surprised by the sudden wave of jealousy that swept through her. Madame Agnes hastily changed the subject. When the luncheon was finished, Madame Agnes rose and said, "This way, honey." Margaret and the girls followed her into a second parlor, which Margaret had not seen before. It was filled with dozens of gifts, all of them beautifully wrapped. Margaret could not believe her eyes. I don't know what to say." "Open them," Madame Agnes told Margaret. There was a rocking cradle, handmade booties, sakes, embroidered bonnets, a long embroidered cashmere cloak. There were French kid button shoes, a child's silver cup, gold-lined, and a comb and brush with solid sterling silver handles. There were solid gold baby bib pins with beaded edges, a celluloid baby rattle and rubber teething ring, and a rocking horse painted dapple gray. There were toy soldiers, brightly colored wooden blocks, and the most beautiful thing of all, a long, white christening dress. It was like Christmas. It was beyond anything Margaret had ever expected. All the bottled-up loneliness and unhappiness of the past months exploded in her, and she burst into sobs. Madame Agnes put her arms around her and said to the other girls, "Get out." They quietly left the room. Madame Agnes led Margaret to a couch and sat there holding her until the sobs subsided. I'm so sorry," Margaret stammered. I don't know what came over me." "It's all right, honey. This room has seen a lot of problems come and go, and you know what I've learned? Somehow, in the end, everything always gets sorted out. You and your baby are going to be just fine." "Thank you," Margaret whispered. She gestured toward the piles of presents. "I can never thank you and your friends enough for..." Madame Agnes squeezed Margaret's hand. "Don't. You don't have no idea how much fun the girls and me had getting all this together. We don't get a chance to do this kind of thing very often. When one of us gets pregnant, it's a fucking tragedy." Her hands flew to her mouth and she said, "Oh, excuse me." Margaret smiled. "I just want you to know that this has been one of the nicest days of my life. We're real honored that you came to visit us, honey. As far as I'm concerned, you're worth all the women in this town put together, those damned bitches. I could kill them for the way they're behaving to you. And if you don't mind my saying so, Jamie McGregor is a damned fool." She rose to her feet. "Man, it would be a wonderful world if we could live without the bastards. Or maybe it wouldn't. Who knows?" Margaret had recovered her composure. She rose to her feet and took Madame Agnes's hand in hers. "I'll never forget this, not as long as I live. Someday, when my son is old enough, I'll tell him about this day." Madame Agnes frowned. "You really think you should?" Margaret smiled. "I really think I should." Madame Agnes saw Margaret to the door. "I'll have a wagon deliver all the gifts to your boarding house, and good luck to you." "Thank you. Oh, thank you." And she was gone. Madame Agnes stood there a moment watching Margaret walk clumsily down the street. Then she turned inside and called loudly, "All right, ladies, let's go to work." 1 hour later, Madame Agnes's was open for business as usual. Chapter 8. It was time to spring the trap. Over the previous 6 months, Jamie McGregor had quietly bought out Vandermeerva's partners in his various enterprises so that Jamie now had control of them. But his obsession was to own Vandermeerva's diamond fields in the Namib. He had paid for those fields 100 times over with his blood and guts, and very nearly with his life. He had used the diamonds he and Vanda had stolen there to build an empire from which to crush Salem and Vandermeerva. The task had not yet been completed. Now Jamie was ready to finish it. Vandermeerva had gone deeper and deeper into debt. Everyone in town refused to lend him money, except the bank Jamie secretly owned. His standing instruction to his bank manager was, "Give Salem and Vandermeerva everything he wants." The general store was almost never open now. Vandermeerva began drinking early in the morning, and in the afternoon he would go to Madame Agnes's and sometimes spend the night there. One morning, Margaret stood at the butcher's counter waiting for the spring chickens Mrs. Owens had ordered when she glanced out the window and saw her father leaving the brothel. She could hardly recognize the unkempt old man shuffling along the street. "I did this to him. Oh, God, forgive me. I did this." Salomon Vandermeerva had no idea what was happening to him. He knew that somehow, through no fault of his own, his life was being destroyed. God had chosen him, as he had once chosen Job, to test the mettle of his faith. Vandermeerva was certain he would triumph over his unseen enemies in the end. All he needed was a little time and more money. He had put up his general store as security, the shares he had in 6 small diamond fields, even his horse and wagon. Finally, there was nothing left but the diamond field and the Namib. And the day he put that up as collateral, Jamie pounced. "Pull in all his notes," Jamie ordered his bank manager. "Give him 24 hours to pay up in full, or foreclose." "Mr. McGregor, he can't possibly come up with that kind of money. 24 hours. At exactly 4 o'clock the following afternoon, the assistant manager of the bank appeared at the general store with the marshal and a writ to confiscate all of Salomon Vandermeerva's worldly possessions. From his office building across the street, Jamie watched Vandermeerva being evicted from his store. The old man stood outside, blinking helplessly in the sun, not knowing what to do or where to turn. He had been stripped of everything. Jamie's vengeance was complete. "Why is it," Jamie wondered, "that I feel no sense of triumph?" He was empty inside. The man he destroyed had destroyed him first. When Jamie walked into Madame Agnes's that night, she said, "Have you heard the news, Jamie? Salomon Vandermeerva blew his brains out an hour ago." The funeral was held at the dreary, windswept cemetery outside town. Besides the burying crew, there were only 2 people in attendance, Margaret and Jamie McGregor. Margaret wore a shapeless black dress to cover her protruding figure. She looked pale and unwell. Jamie stood tall and elegant, withdrawn and remote. The 2 stood at opposite sides of the grave, watching the crude pine box coffin lowered into the ground. The clods of dirt clattered against the coffin, and to Margaret they seemed to say, "Whore, whore." She looked across her father's grave at Jamie, and their eyes met. Jamie's glance was cool and impersonal, as though she were a stranger. Margaret hated him then. "You stand there feeling nothing, and you're as guilty as I am. We killed him, you and I. In God's eyes, I'm your wife, but we're partners in evil." She looked down at the open grave and watched the last shovelful of dirt cover the pine box. "Rest," she whispered. "Rest." When she looked up, Jamie was gone. There were 2 wooden buildings in Clipdrift that served as hospitals, but they were so filthy and unsanitary that more patients died there than lived. Babies were born at home. As Margaret's time for delivery drew closer, Mrs. Owens arranged for a black midwife, Hannah. Labor began at 3 a.m. "Now you just bear down," Hannah instructed. "Nature'll do the rest." The first pain brought a smile to Margaret's lips. She was bringing her son into the world, and he would have a name. She would see to it that Jamie McGregor recognized his child. Her son was not going to be punished. The labor went on, hour after hour, and when some of the boarders stepped into Margaret's bedroom to watch the proceedings, they were sent packing. "This is personal," Hannah told Margaret, "between you and God and the devil who got you into this trouble." "Is it going to be a boy?" Margaret gasped. Hannah mopped Margaret's brow with a damp cloth. "I'll let you know as soon as I check out the plumbing. Now press down, real hard. Hard. Harder." The contractions began to come closer together, and the pain tore through Margaret's body. "Oh, my God, something's wrong," Margaret thought. "Bear down," Hannah said, and suddenly there was a note of alarm in her voice. "It's twisted around," she cried. I can't get it out." Through a red mist, Margaret saw Hannah bend down and twist her body, and the room began to fade out, and suddenly there was no more pain. She was floating in space, and there was a bright light at the end of a tunnel, and someone was beckoning to her, and it was Jamie. "I'm here, Maggie, darling. You're going to give me a fine son." He had come back to her. She no longer hated him. She knew then she had never hated him. She heard a voice saying, "It's almost over," and there was a tearing inside her, and the pain made her scream aloud. "Now," Hannah said, "it's coming." And a second later, Margaret felt a wet rush between her legs, and there was a triumphant cry from Hannah. She held up a red bundle and said, "Welcome to Clipdrift. Honey, you got yourself a son." She named him Jamie. Margaret knew the news about the baby would reach Jamie quickly, and she waited for him to call on her or send for her. When several weeks had passed and Margaret had not heard anything, she sent a message to him. The messenger returned 30 minutes later. Margaret was in a fever of impatience. "Did you see Mr. McGregor?" "Yes, ma'am." "And you gave him the message?" "Yes, ma'am." "What did he say?" she demanded. The boy was embarrassed. He said he has no son, Miss Van der Merwe." She locked herself and her baby in her room all that day and all that night, and refused to come out. "Your father's upset just now, Jamie. He thinks your mother did something bad to him, but you're his son, and when he sees you, he's going to take us to live in his house, and he's going to love both of us very much. You'll see, darling. Everything is going to be fine." In the morning, when Mrs. Owens knocked on the door, Margaret opened it. She seemed strangely calm. "Are you all right, Maggie?" "I'm fine, thank you." She was dressing Jamie in one of his new outfits. "I'm going to take Jamie out in his carriage this morning." The carriage from Madame Agnes and her girls was a thing of beauty. It was made of the finest grade of reed, with a strong cane bottom and solid bentwood handles. It was upholstered in imported brocade, with piped rolls of silk plush, and it had a parasol hooked on at the back, with a deep ruffle. Margaret pushed the baby carriage down the narrow sidewalks of Loop Street. An occasional stranger stopped to smile at the baby, but the women of the town averted their eyes or crossed to the other side of the street to avoid Margaret. Margaret did not even notice. She was looking for one person. Every day that the weather was fine, Margaret dressed the baby in one of his beautiful outfits and took him out in the baby carriage. At the end of a week, when Margaret had not once encountered Jamie on the streets, she realized he was deliberately avoiding her. Well, if he won't come to see his son will go to see him, Margaret decided. The following morning, Margaret found Mrs. Owens in the parlor. "I'm taking a little trip, Mrs. Owens. I'll be back in a week." "The baby's too young to travel, Maggie. The baby will be staying in town." Mrs. Owens frowned. "You mean here?" "No, Mrs. Owens, not here." Jamie McGregor had built his house on a copia, one of the hills overlooking Clipdrift. It was a low, steep-roofed bungalow with 2 large wings attached to the main building by wide verandas. The house was surrounded by green lawns studded with trees and a lush rose garden. In back was the carriage house and separate quarters for the servants. The domestic arrangements were in the charge of Eugenia Talley, a formidable middle-aged widow with 6 grown children in England. Margaret arrived at the house with her infant son in her arms at 10 in the morning, when she knew Jamie would be at his office. Mrs. Talley opened the door and stared in surprise at Margaret and the baby, as did everyone else within a radius of 100 miles. Mrs. Talley knew who they were. "I'm sorry, but Mr. McGregor is not at home," the housekeeper said, and started to close the door. Margaret stopped her. "I didn't come to see Mr. McGregor. I brought him his son. I'm afraid I don't know anything about that. I'll be gone for 1 week. I'll return for him then." She held the baby out. "His name is Jamie." A horrified look came over Mrs. Talley's face. "You can't leave him here. Why, Mr. McGregor would—" "You have a choice," Margaret informed her. "You can either take him in the house or have me leave him here on your doorstep. Mr. McGregor wouldn't like that either." Without another word, she thrust the baby into the arms of the housekeeper and walked away. "Wait! You can't! Come back here, Miss—" Margaret never turned around. Mrs. Talley stood there, holding the tiny bundle and thinking, "Oh, my God, Mr. McGregor is going to be furious." She had never seen him in such a state. "How could you have been so stupid?" he yelled. "All you had to do was slam the door in her face." "She didn't give me a chance, Mr. McGregor. I will not have her child in my house." In his agitation, he paced up and down, pausing to stop in front of the hapless housekeeper from time to time. "I should fire you for this." "She's coming back to pick him up in a week. I don't care when she's coming back," Jamie shouted. "Get that child out of here, now! Get rid of it!" "How do you suggest I do that, Mr. McGregor?" she asked stiffly. "Drop it off in town. There must be some place you can leave it." "Where?" "How the devil do I know?" Mrs. Talley looked at the tiny bundle she was holding in her arms. The shouting had started the baby crying. "There are no orphanages in Clipdrift." She began to rock the baby in her arms, but the screams grew louder. "Someone has to take care of him." Jamie ran his hands through his hair in frustration. "Damn. All right," he decided. "You're the one who so generously took the baby. You take care of him. Yes, sir. And stop that unbearable wailing. Understand something, Mrs. Talley. I want it kept out of my sight. I don't want to know it's in this house. And when its mother picks it up next week, I don't want to see her. Is that clear? The baby started up with renewed vigor. Perfectly, Mr. McGregor. And Mrs. Talley hurried from the room. Jamie McGregor sat alone in his den, sipping a brandy and smoking a cigar. The stupid woman. The sight of her baby is supposed to melt my heart, make me go rushing to her and say, I love you, I love the baby, I want to marry you. Well, he had not even bothered looking at the infant. It had nothing to do with him. He had not sired it out of love or even lust. It had been sired out of vengeance. He would forever remember the look on Salomon Vandermeerva's face when he had told him Margaret was pregnant. That was the beginning. The end was the dirt being thrown onto the wooden coffin. He must find Banda and let him know their mission was finished. Jamie felt an emptiness. I need to set new goals, he thought. He was already wealthy beyond belief. He had acquired hundreds of acres of mineral land. He had bought it for the diamonds that might be found there, and had ended up owning gold, platinum, and half a dozen other rare minerals. His bank held mortgages on half the properties in Klipdrift, and his landholdings extended from the Namib to Cape Town. He felt a satisfaction in this, but it was not enough. He had asked his parents to come and join him, but they did not want to leave Scotland. His brothers and sister had married. Jamie sent large sums of money back to his parents, and that gave him pleasure. But his life was at a plateau. A few years earlier, it had consisted of exciting highs and lows. He had felt alive. He was alive when he and Banda sailed their raft through the reefs of the Spiegelgebiet. He was alive crawling over the landmines through the desert sand. It seemed to Jamie that he had not been alive in a long time. He did not admit to himself that he was lonely. He reached again for the decanter of brandy and saw that it was empty. He had either drunk more than he realized, or Mrs. Talley was getting careless. Jamie rose from his chair, picked up the brandy snifter, and wandered out to the butler's pantry where the liquor was kept. He was opening the bottle when he heard the cooing of an infant. Mrs. Talley must have the baby in her quarters off the kitchen. She had obeyed his orders to the letter. He had neither seen nor heard the infant in the 2 days it had been trespassing in his home. Jamie could hear Mrs. Talley talking to it in the sing-song tone that women use to talk to infants. "You're a handsome little fellow, aren't you?" she was saying. "You're just an angel. Yes, you are. An angel." The baby cooed again. Jamie walked over to Mrs. Talley's open bedroom door and looked inside. From somewhere the housekeeper had obtained a crib, and the baby was lying in it. Mrs. Talley was leaning over him, and the infant's fist was tightly wrapped around her finger. "You're a strong little devil, Jamie. You're going to grow up to be a big—" She broke off in surprise as she became aware of her employer standing in the doorway. "Oh," she said, Is there something I can get for you, Mr. McGregor?" "No." He walked over to the crib. "I was disturbed by the noise in here," and Jamie took his first look at his son. The baby was bigger than he had expected and well-formed. He seemed to be smiling up at Jamie. "Oh, I'm sorry, Mr. McGregor. He's really such a good baby and healthy. Just give him your finger and feel how strong he is." Without a word, Jamie turned and walked out of the room. Jamie McGregor had a staff of over 50 employees working on his various enterprises. There was not an employee from the mailboy to the highest executive who did not know how Kruger Brent Limited got its name, and they all took fierce pride in working for Jamie McGregor. He had recently hired David Blackwell, the 16-year-old son of one of his foremen, an American from Oregon who had come to South Africa looking for diamonds. When Blackwell's money ran out, Jamie had hired him to supervise one of the mines. The son went to work for the company one summer, and Jamie found him such a good worker that he offered him a permanent job. Young David Blackwell was intelligent and attractive, and had initiative. Jamie knew he could also keep his mouth shut, which is why he chose him to run this particular errand. "David, I want you to go to Mrs. Owen's boarding house. There's a woman living there named Margaret Vandermeerva." If David Blackwell was familiar with the name or her circumstances, he gave no indication of it. "Yes, sir." "You're to speak only to her. She left her baby with my housekeeper. Tell her I want her to pick it up today and get it out of my house." "Yes, Mr. McGregor." Half an hour later, David Blackwell returned. Jamie looked up from his desk. "Sir, I'm afraid I couldn't do what you asked." Jamie rose to his feet. "Why not?" he demanded. "It was a simple enough job." "Miss Vandermeerva wasn't there, sir." Then find her. She left Clipdrift 2 days ago. She's expected back in 5 days. If you'd like me to make further inquiries." "No." That was the last thing Jamie wanted. "Never mind. That's all, David." "Yes, sir." The boy left the office. Damn that woman. When she returned, she was going to have a surprise coming. She was going to get her baby back. That evening, Jamie dined at home alone. He was having his brandy in the study when Mrs. Talley came in to discuss a household problem. In the middle of a sentence, she suddenly stopped to listen and said, "Excuse me, Mr. McGregor, I hear Jamie crying," and she hurried out of the room. Jamie slammed down his brandy snifter, spilling the brandy. That goddamned baby! And she had the nerve to name him Jamie. He didn't look like a Jamie. He didn't look like anything. 10 minutes later, Mrs. Talley returned to the study. She saw the spilled drink. "Shall I get you another brandy?" "That won't be necessary," Jamie said coldly. "What is necessary is that you remember who you're working for. I will not be interrupted because of that bastard. Is that quite clear, Mrs. Talley?" "Yes, sir." "The sooner that infant you brought into this house is gone, the better it will be for all of us. Do you understand?" Her lips tightened. "Yes, sir. Is there anything else?" "No." She turned to leave. "Mrs. Talley?" "Yes, Mr. McGregor." "You said it was crying. It's not ill, is it?" "No, sir. Just wet. He needed a change." Jamie found the idea revolting. That will be all. Jamie would have been furious had he been aware that the servants in the house had spent hour upon hour discussing him and his son. They all agreed that the master was behaving unreasonably, but they also knew that even to mention the subject would mean instant dismissal. Jamie McGregor was not a man who took kindly to advice from anyone. The following evening, Jamie had a late business meeting. He had made an investment in a new railroad. It was a small one, to be sure, running from his mines in the Namib Desert to Dayar, linking up with the Cape Town-Kimberley line. But it would now be much cheaper to transport his diamonds and gold to the port. The first South Africa Railway had been opened in 1860, running from Dunbar to the Point, and since then new lines had been run from Cape Town to Wellington. Railroads were going to be the steel veins that allowed goods and people to flow freely through the heart of South Africa, and Jamie intended to be a part of them. That was only the beginning of his plan. After that, Jamie thought, ships, my own ships to carry the minerals across the ocean. He arrived home after midnight, undressed and got into bed. He had had a decorator from London design a large masculine bedroom with a huge bed that had been carved in Cape Town. There was an old Spanish chest in one corner of the room, and 2 enormous wardrobes which held more than 50 suits and 30 pairs of shoes. Jamie cared nothing about clothes, but it was important to him that they be there. He had spent too many days and nights wearing rags. He was just dozing off when he thought he heard a cry. He sat up and listened. Nothing. Was it the baby? It might have fallen out of its crib. Jamie knew that Mrs. Talley was a sound sleeper. It would be dreadful if something happened to the infant while it was in Jamie's house. Then it could become his responsibility. Damn that woman, Jamie thought. He put on a robe and slippers and went through the house to Mrs. Talley's room. He listened at her closed door and could hear nothing. Quietly, Jamie pushed open the door. Mrs. Talley was sound asleep, huddled under the covers, snoring. Jamie walked over to the crib. The baby lay on its back, its eyes wide open. Jamie moved closer and looked down. There was a resemblance, by God. It definitely had Jamie's mouth and chin. Its eyes were blue now, but all babies were born with blue eyes. Jamie could tell by looking at it that it was going to have gray eyes. It moved its little hands in the air and made a cooing sound and smiled up at Jamie. Now, that's a brave lad, Jamie thought, lying there, not making any noise, not screaming like other babies would do. He peered closer. Yes, he's a McGregor, all right. Tentatively, Jamie reached down and held out a finger. The infant grabbed it with both hands and squeezed tightly. He's as strong as a bull, Jamie thought. At that moment, a strained look came over the infant's face, and Jamie could smell a sour odor. "Mrs. Talley!" She leaped up in bed, filled with alarm. "What? What is it? The baby needs attention. Do I have to do everything around here?" And Jamie McGregor stalked out of the room. "David, do you know anything about babies?" "In what respect, sir?" David Blackwell asked. "Well, you know, what they like to play with, things like that." The young American said, "I think when they're very young, they enjoy rattles, Mr. McGregor." "Pick up a dozen," Jamie ordered. "Yes, sir." No unnecessary questions. Jamie liked that. David Blackwell was going to go far. That evening, when Jamie arrived home with a small brown package, Mrs. Talley said, "I want to apologize for last night, Mr. McGregor. I don't know how I could have slept through it. The baby must have been screaming something terrible for you to have heard it all the way in your room." "Don't worry about it," Jamie said generously, "as long as one of us heard it." He handed her the package. "Give this to it. Some rattles for him to play with. Can't be much fun for him to be a prisoner in that crib all day." "Oh, he's not a prisoner, sir. I take him out." "Where do you take him?" "Just in the garden, where I can keep an eye on him." Jamie frowned. "He didn't look well to me last night." "He didn't?" "No, his color's not good. It wouldn't do for him to get sick before his mother picks him up." "Oh, no, sir. Perhaps I'd better have another look at him." "Yes, sir. Shall I bring him in here?" "Do that, Mrs. Talley." "Right away, Mr. McGregor." She was back in a few minutes with little Jamie in her arms. The baby was clutching a blue rattle. "His color looks fine to me." "Well, I could have been wrong. Give him to me." Carefully, she held the baby out, and Jamie took his son in his arms for the first time. The feeling that swept over him took him completely by surprise. It was as though he had been longing for this moment, living for this moment, without ever knowing it. This was his flesh and blood he was holding in his arms, his son, Jamie McGregor, Jr. What was the point of building an empire, a dynasty, of having diamonds and gold and railroads, if you had no one to pass them on to? "What a bloody fool I've been," Jamie thought. It had never occurred to him until now what was missing. He had been too blinded by his hatred. Looking down into the tiny face, a hardness somewhere deep in the core of him vanished. "Move Jamie's crib into my bedroom, Mrs. Talley." 3 days later, when Margaret appeared at the front door of Jamie's house, Mrs. Talley said, "Mr. McGregor is away at his office, Miss Vandermeerva, but he asked me to send for him when you came for the baby. He wishes to speak with you." Margaret waited in the living room, holding little Jamie in her arms. She had missed him terribly. Several times during the week she had almost lost her resolve and rushed back to Clipdrift, afraid that something might have happened to the baby, that he might have become ill or had an accident. But she had forced herself to stay away, and her plan had worked. Jamie wanted to talk to her. Everything was going to be wonderful. The three of them would be together now. The moment Jamie walked into the living room, Margaret felt again the familiar rush of emotion. "Oh, God," she thought, "I love him so much." "Hello, Maggie." She smiled, a warm, happy smile. "Hello, Jamie." "I want my son." Margaret's heart sang. "Of course you want your son, Jamie. I never doubted it. I'll see to it that he's brought up properly. He'll have every advantage I can give him, and, naturally, I'll see that you're taken care of." Margaret looked at him in confusion. I don't understand." "I said I want my son. I mean, you and I—" "No, it's only the boy I want." Margaret was filled with a sudden outrage. "I see. Well, I'll not let you take him away from me." Jamie studied her for a moment. "Very well, we'll work out a compromise. You can stay on here with Jamie. You can be his governess." He saw the look on her face. "What do you want?" "I want my son to have a name," she said fiercely. "His father's name." "All right, I'll adopt him." Margaret looked at him scornfully. "Adopt my baby? Oh, no. You will not have my son. I feel sorry for you, the great Jamie McGregor. With all your money and power, you have nothing. You're a thing of pity." And Jamie stood there watching as Margaret turned and walked out of the house, carrying his son in her arms. The following morning, Margaret made preparations to leave for America. "Running away won't solve anything," Mrs. Owens argued. "I'm not running away. I'm going someplace where my baby and I can have a new life." She could no longer subject herself and her baby to the humiliation Jamie McGregor offered them. "When will you leave?" "As soon as possible. We'll take a coach to Worcester and the train from there to Cape Town. I've saved enough to get us to New York." "That's a long way to go." "It will be worth it. They call America the land of opportunity, don't they? That's all we need." Jamie had always prided himself on being a man who remained calm under pressure. Now he went around yelling at everyone in sight. His office was in a constant uproar. Nothing anyone did pleased him. He roared and complained about everything, unable to control himself. He had not slept in 3 nights. He kept thinking about the conversation with Margaret. Damn her! He should have known she would try to push him into marriage. Tricky, just like her father. He had mishandled the negotiations. He had told her he would take care of her, but he had not been specific. Of course, money. He should have offered her money. £1,000, £10,000, more. "I have a delicate task for you," he told David Blackwell. "Yes, sir. I want you to talk to Mrs. Vandermerve. Tell her I'm offering her £20,000. She'll know what I want in exchange." Jamie wrote out a check. He had long ago learned the lure of money in hand. "Give this to her." "Right, sir." And David Blackwell was gone. He returned 15 minutes later and handed the check back to his employer. It had been torn in half. Jamie could feel his face getting red. "Thank you, David. That will be all." So Margaret was holding out for more money. Very well. He would give it to her, but this time he would handle it himself. Late that afternoon, Jamie McGregor went to Mrs. Owen's boarding house. "I want to see Miss Vandermerve," Jamie said. "I'm afraid that's not possible," Mrs. Owens informed him. "She's on her way to America." Jamie felt as though he had been hit in the stomach. "She can't be! When did she leave?" "She and her son took the noon coach to Worcester." The train sitting at the station in Worcester was filled to capacity, the seats and aisles crowded with noisy travelers on their way to Cape Town. There were merchants and their wives, salesmen, prospectors, Kaffirs and soldiers and sailors reporting back for duty. Most of them were riding a train for the first time, and there was a festive atmosphere among the passengers. Margaret had been able to get a seat near a window where Jamie would not be crushed by the crowd. She sat there holding her baby close to her, oblivious to those around her, thinking about the new life that lay ahead of them. It would not be easy. Wherever she went, she would be an unmarried woman with a child, an offense to society. But she would find a way to make sure her son had his chance at a decent life. She heard the conductor call, "All aboard!" She looked up, and Jamie was standing there. "Collect your things," he ordered. "You're getting off the train." "He still thinks he can buy me," Margaret thought. "How much are you offering this time?" Jamie looked down at his son, peacefully asleep in Margaret's arms. "I'm offering you marriage." Chapter 9. They were married 3 days later in a brief, private ceremony. The only witness was David Blackwell. During the wedding ceremony, Jamie McGregor was filled with mixed emotions. He was a man who had grown used to controlling and manipulating others, and this time it was he who had been manipulated. He glanced at Margaret. Standing next to him, she looked almost beautiful. He remembered her passion and abandon, but it was only a memory, nothing more, without heat or emotion. He had used Margaret as an instrument of vengeance, and she had produced his heir. The minister was saying, "I now pronounce you man and wife. You may kiss the bride." Jamie leaned forward and briefly touched his lips to Margaret's cheek. "Let's go home," Jamie said. His son was waiting for him. When they returned to the house, Jamie showed Margaret to a bedroom in one of the wings. "This is your bedroom," Jamie informed her. "I see. I'll hire another housekeeper and put Mrs. Talley in charge of Jamie. If there's anything you require, tell David Blackwell." Margaret felt as though he had struck her. He was treating her like a servant, but that was not important. "My son has a name. That is enough for me." Jamie did not return home for dinner. Margaret waited for him, then finally dined alone. That night she lay awake in her bed, aware of every sound in the house. At 4 o'clock in the morning, she finally fell asleep. Her last thought was to wonder which of the women at Madame Agnes's he had chosen. If Margaret's relationship with Jamie was unchanged since their marriage, her relationship with the townspeople of Cliffdrift underwent a miraculous transformation. Overnight, Margaret went from being an outcast to becoming Cliffdrift's social arbiter. Most of the people in town depended for their living in one way or another on Jamie McGregor and Kruger Brent Limited. They decided that if Margaret Vandermerve was good enough for Jamie McGregor, she was good enough for them. Now when Margaret took little Jamie for an outing, she was met with smiles and cheery greetings. Invitations poured in. She was invited to teas, charity luncheons and dinners, and urged to head civic committees. When she dressed her hair in a different way, dozens of women in town instantly followed suit. She bought a new yellow dress, and yellow dresses were suddenly popular. Margaret handled their fawning in the same manner she had handled their hostility, with quiet dignity. Jamie came home only to spend time with his son. His attitude toward Margaret remained distant and polite. Each morning at breakfast, she played the role of happy wife for the servants' benefit, despite the cool indifference of the man sitting across the table from her. But when Jamie had gone and she could escape to her room, she would be drenched in perspiration. She hated herself. Where was her pride? Because Margaret knew she still loved Jamie. "I'll always love him," she thought. "God help me." Jamie was in Cape Town on a 3-day business trip. As he came out of the Royal Hotel, a liveried black driver said, "Carriage, sir?" "No," Jamie said. "I'll walk." "Banda thought you might like to ride." Jamie stopped and looked sharply at the man. "Banda?" "Yes, Mr. McGregor." Jamie got into the carriage. The driver flicked his whip and they started off. Jamie sat back in his seat, thinking of Banda, his courage, his friendship. He had tried many times to find him in the last 2 years with no success. Now he was on his way to meet his friend. The driver turned the carriage toward the waterfront, and Jamie knew instantly where they were going. 15 minutes later, the carriage stopped in front of the deserted warehouse where Jamie and Banda had once planned their adventure into the Namib. What reckless young fools we were, Jamie thought. He stepped out of the carriage and approached the warehouse. Banda was waiting for him. He looked exactly the same, except that now he was neatly dressed in a suit and shirt and tie. They stood there, silently grinning at each other. Then they embraced. "You look prosperous," Jamie smiled. Banda nodded. "I've not done badly. I bought that farm we talked about. I have a wife and 2 sons, and I raise wheat and ostriches." "Ostriches? Their feathers bring in lots of money." "Ah, I want to meet your family, Banda." Jamie thought of his own family in Scotland and of how much he missed them. He had been away from home for 4 years. "I've been trying to find you." "I've been busy, Jamie." Banda moved closer. "I had to see you to give you a warning. There's going to be trouble for you." Jamie studied him. "What kind of trouble?" "The man in charge of the Namib field, Hans Zimmerman. He's bad. The workers hate him. They're talking about walking out. If they do, your guards will try to stop them and there will be a riot." Jamie never took his eyes from Banda's face. "Do you remember I once mentioned a man to you, John Tango Javabu?" "Yes, he's a political leader. I've been reading about him. He's been stirring up a donderstorm." "I'm one of his followers." Jamie nodded. "I see. I'll do what has to be done," Jamie promised. "Good. You've become a powerful man, Jamie. I'm glad." "Thank you, Banda." "And you have a fine-looking son." Jamie could not conceal his surprise. "How do you know that?" "I like to keep track of my friends." Banda rose to his feet. "I have a meeting to go to, Jamie. I'll tell them things will be straightened out at the Namib." "Yes, I'll attend to it." He followed the large black man to the door. "When will I see you again?" Banda smiled. "I'll be around. You can't get rid of me that easily." And Banda was gone. When Jamie returned to Clipdrift, he sent for young David Blackwell. "Has there been any trouble at the Namib field, David?" "No, Mr. McGregor." He hesitated. "But I have heard rumors that there might be. The supervisor there is Hans Zimmerman. Find out if he's mistreating the workers. If he is, put a stop to it. I want you to go up there yourself. I'll leave in the morning." When David arrived at the diamond field at the Namib, he spent 2 hours quietly talking to the guards and the workers. What he heard filled him with a cold fury. When he had learned what he wanted to know, he went to see Hans Zimmerman. Hans Zimmerman was a Goliath of a man. He weighed 300 pounds and was 6 feet 6 inches tall. He had a sweaty, porcine face and red-veined eyes, and was one of the most unattractive men David Blackwell had ever seen. He was also one of the most efficient supervisors employed by Kruger Brent Limited. He was seated at a desk in his small office, dwarfing the room when David walked in. Zimmerman rose and shook David's hand. "Pleasure to see you, Mr. Blackwell. You should have told me you was comin'." David was sure that word of his arrival had already reached Zimmerman. "Whiskey?" "No, thank you." Zimmerman leaned back in his chair and grinned. "What can I do for you? Ain't we digging up enough diamonds to suit the boss?" Both men knew that the diamond production at the Namib was excellent. "I get more work out of my Kafirs than anyone else in the company," was Zimmerman's boast. "We've been getting some complaints about conditions here," David said. The smile faded from Zimmerman's face. "What kind of complaints?" "That the men here are being treated badly, and—" Zimmerman leaped to his feet, moving with surprising agility. His face was flushed with anger. "These ain't men. These are Kafirs. You people sit on your asses at headquarters and—" "Listen to me," David said. "There's no—" "You listen to me. I produce more fucking diamonds than anybody else in the company, and you know why? Because I put the fear of God into these bastards." "At our other mines," David said, "we're paying 59 shillings a month and keep. You're paying your workers only 50 shillings a month. You complainin' 'cause I made a better deal for you? The only thing that counts is profit." "Jamie McGregor doesn't agree," David replied. "Raise their wages." Zimmerman said sullenly, "Right, it's the boss's money. I hear there's a lot of whipping going on." Zimmerman snorted. "Christ, you can't hurt a native, mister. Their hides are so thick they don't even feel the goddamned whip. It just scares them." "Then you've scared 3 workers to death, Mr. Zimmerman." Zimmerman shrugged. "There's plenty more where they came from." "He's a bloody animal," David thought, "and a dangerous one." He looked up at the huge supervisor. "If there's any more trouble here, you're going to be replaced." He rose to his feet. "You'll start treating your men like human beings. The punishments are to stop immediately. I've inspected their living quarters, their pigsties. Clean them up." Hans Zimmerman was glaring at him, fighting to control his temper. "Anything else?" he finally managed to say. "Yes, I'll be back here in 3 months. If I don't like what I see, you can find yourself a job with another company. Good day." David turned and walked out. Hans Zimmerman stood there for a long time, filled with a simmering rage. Fools, he thought. Uitlanders. Zimmerman was a Boer, and his father had been a Boer. The land belonged to them, and God had put the blacks there to serve them. If God had meant them to be treated like human beings, he would not have made their skins black. Jamie McGregor did not understand that, but what could you expect from an Uitlander, a native lover? Hans Zimmerman knew he would have to be a little more careful in the future, but he would show them who was in charge at the Namib. Kruger Brent Limited was expanding, and Jamie McGregor was away a good deal of the time. He bought a paper mill in Canada and a shipyard in Australia. When he was home, Jamie spent all his time with his son, who looked more like his father each day. Jamie felt an inordinate pride in the boy. He wanted to take the child with him on his long trips, but Margaret refused to let him. "He's much too young to travel. When he's older, he can go with you. If you want to be with him, you'll see him here." Before Jamie had realized it, his son had had his first birthday, and then his second, and Jamie marveled at how the time raced by. It was 1887. To Margaret, the last 2 years had dragged by. Once a week, Jamie would invite guests to dinner, and Margaret was his gracious host. The other men found her witty and intelligent, and enjoyed talking to her. She knew that several of the men found her very attractive indeed, but of course they never made an overt move, for she was the wife of Jamie McGregor. When the last of the guests had gone, Margaret would ask, "Did the evening go well for you?" Jamie would invariably answer, "Fine. Good night," and be off to look in on little Jamie. A few minutes later, Margaret would hear the front door close as Jamie left the house. Night after night, Margaret McGregor lay in her bed thinking about her life. She knew how much she was envied by the women in town, and it made her ache, knowing how little there was to envy. She was living out a charade with a husband who treated her worse than a stranger. If only he would notice her. She wondered what he would do if one morning at breakfast she took up the bowl that contained his oatmeal especially imported from Scotland and poured it over his stupid head. She could visualize the expression on his face, and the fantasy tickled her so much that she began to giggle, and the laughter turned into deep, wrenching sobs. "I don't want to love him anymore. I won't. I'll stop somehow, before I'm destroyed." By 1890, Klipdrift had more than lived up to Jamie's expectations. In the 7 years he had been there, it had become a full-fledged boomtown, with prospectors pouring in from every part of the world. It was the same old story. They came by coach and in wagons and on foot. They came with nothing but the rags they wore. They needed food and equipment and shelter and grubstake money, and Jamie McGregor was there to supply it all. He had shares in dozens of producing diamond and gold mines, and his name and reputation grew. One morning, Jamie received a visit from an attorney for De Beers, the giant conglomerate that controlled the huge diamond mines at Kimberley. "What can I do for you?" Jamie asked. "I've been sent to make you an offer, Mr. McGregor. De Beers would like to buy you out. Name your price." It was a heady moment. Jamie grinned and said, "Name yours." David Blackwell was becoming more and more important to Jamie. In the young American, Jamie McGregor saw himself as he had once been. The boy was honest, intelligent, and loyal. Jamie made David his secretary, then his personal assistant, and finally, when the boy was 21, his general manager. To David Blackwell, Jamie McGregor was a surrogate father. When David's own father suffered a heart attack, it was Jamie who arranged for a hospital and paid for the doctors, and when David's father died, Jamie McGregor took care of the funeral arrangements. In the 5 years David had worked for Kruger Brent Limited, he had come to admire Jamie more than any man he had ever known. He was aware of the problem between Jamie and Margaret and deeply regretted it because he liked them both. But it's none of my business, David told himself. My job is to help Jamie in any way I can. Jamie spent more and more time with his son. The boy was 5 now, and the first time Jamie took him down in the mines, young Jamie talked of nothing else for a week. They went on camping trips, and they slept in a tent under the stars. Jamie was used to the skies of Scotland, where the stars knew their rightful places in the firmament. Here in South Africa, the constellations were confusing. In January, Canopus shone brilliantly overhead, while in May it was the Southern Cross that was near the zenith. In June, which was South Africa's winter, Scorpio was the glory of the heavens. It was puzzling. Still, it was a very special feeling for Jamie to lie on the warm earth and look up at the timeless sky with his son at his side and know they were part of the same eternity. They rose at dawn and shot game for the pot: partridge, guinea fowl, reedbuck, and a rybee. Little Jamie had his own pony, and father and son rode along the veld carefully, avoiding the 6-foot holes dug by the ant bear, deep enough to engulf a horse and rider, and the smaller holes dug by the meerkat. There was danger on the veld. On one trip, Jamie and his son were camped at a riverbed where they were almost killed by a band of migrating springbok. The first sign of trouble was a faint cloud of dust on the horizon. Hares and jackals and meerkats raced past, and large snakes came out of the brush looking for rocks under which to hide. Jamie looked at the horizon again. The dust cloud was coming closer. "Let's get out of here," he said. "Our tent." "Leave it." The two of them quickly mounted and headed for the top of a high hill. They heard the drumming of hooves, and then they could see the front rank of the springbok racing in a line at least 3 miles long. There were more than 500,000 of them, sweeping away everything in their path. Trees were torn down and shrubs were pulverized, and in the wake of the relentless tide were the bodies of hundreds of small animals. Hares, snakes, jackals, and guinea fowl were crushed beneath the deadly hooves. The air was filled with dust and thunder, and when it was finally over, Jamie estimated that it had lasted more than 3 hours. On Jamie's 6th birthday, his father said, "I'm going to take you to Cape Town next week and show you what a real city looks like." "Can Mother go with us?" Jamie asked. "She doesn't like shooting, but she likes cities." His father ruffled the boy's hair and said, "She's busy here, son. Just the 2 of us men, eh?" The child was disturbed by the fact that his mother and father seemed so distant with each other, but then he did not understand it. They made the journey in Jamie's private railway car. By the year 1891, railways were becoming the preeminent means of travel in South Africa, for trains were inexpensive, convenient, and fast. The private railway car Jamie ordered built for himself was 71 feet long and had 4 paneled staterooms that could accommodate 12 persons, a salon that could be used as an office, a dining compartment, a baroom, and a fully equipped kitchen. The staterooms had brass beds, pinch gas lamps, and wide picture windows. "Where are all the passengers?" the young boy asked. Jamie laughed. "We're all the passengers. It's your train, son." Young Jamie spent most of the trip staring out the window, marveling at the endless expanse of land speeding past. "This is God's land," his father told him. "He filled it with precious minerals for us. They're all in the ground, waiting to be discovered. What's been found so far is only the beginning, Jamie." When they arrived at Cape Town, young Jamie was awed by the crowds and the huge buildings. Jamie took his son down to the McGregor shipping line and pointed out 6 ships loading and unloading in the harbor. "You see those? They belong to us." When they returned to Klipdrift, young Jamie was bursting with the news of all he had seen. "Papa owns the whole city," the boy exclaimed. "You'd love it, Mama. You'll see it next time." Margaret hugged her son to her. "Yes, darling." Jamie spent many nights away from home, and Margaret knew he was at Madame Agnes's. She had heard he had bought a house for one of the women so that he could visit her privately. She had no way of knowing whether it was true. Margaret only knew that whoever she was, she wanted to kill her. To retain her sanity, Margaret forced herself to take an interest in the town. She raised funds to build a new church and started a mission to help the families of prospectors who were in dire need. She demanded that Jamie use one of his railroad cars to transport prospectors free of charge back to Cape Town when they had run out of money and hope. "You're asking me to throw away good money, woman," he growled. "Let 'em walk back the same way they came." "They're in no condition to walk," Margaret argued, "and if they stay, the town will have to bear the cost of clothing and feeding them." "All right," Jamie finally grumbled, "but it's a damn fool idea." "Thank you, Jamie." He watched Margaret march out of his office, and in spite of himself, he could not help feeling a certain pride in her. She'd make a fine wife for someone, Jamie thought. The name of the woman Jamie set up in a private house was Maggie. the pretty prostitute who had sat next to Margaret at the baby shower. It was ironic, Jamie thought, that she should bear his wife's name. They were nothing alike. This Maggie was a 21-year-old blonde with a pert face and a lush body, a tigress in bed. Jamie had paid Madame Agnes well for letting him take the girl, and he gave Maggie a generous allowance. Jamie was very discreet when he visited the small house. It was almost always at night, and he was certain he was unobserved. In fact, he was observed by many people, but not one of them cared to comment about it. It was Jamie McGregor's town, and he had the right to do anything he pleased. On this particular evening, Jamie was finding no joy. He had gone to the house anticipating pleasure, but Maggie was in a foul mood. She lay sprawled across the large bed, her rose-colored dressing gown not quite concealing her right breasts or the silky golden triangle between her thighs. "I'm sick of staying locked up in this damned house," she said. "It's like I'm a slave or something. At least at Madame Agnes's there was something going on all the time. Why don't you ever take me with you when you travel?" "I've explained that, Maggie. I can't—" She leaped out of bed and stood defiantly before him, her dressing gown wide open. "Horseshit! You take your son everywhere. Ain't I as good as your son?" "No," Jamie said. His voice was dangerously quiet. "You're not." He walked over to the bar and poured himself a brandy. It was his fourth, much more than he usually drank. "I don't mean a damned thing to you," Maggie screamed. "I'm just a piece of arse." She threw her head back and laughed derisively. "Big moral Scotchman." "Scot, not Scotchman." "For Christ's sake, will you stop criticizing me? Everything I do ain't good enough. Who the hell do you think you are, my bloody father?" Jamie had had enough. "You can go back to Madame Agnes's tomorrow. I'll tell her you're coming." He picked up his hat and headed for the door. "You can't get rid of me like this, you bastard!" She followed him, wild with anger. Jamie stopped at the door. "I just did," and he disappeared into the night. To his surprise, he found he was walking unsteadily. His mind seemed fuzzy. Perhaps he had had more than 4 brandies. He was not sure. He thought about Maggie's naked body in bed that evening, and how she had flaunted it, teasing him, then withdrawing. She had played with him, stroking him and running her soft tongue over his body until he was hard and eager for her. And then she had begun the fight, leaving him inflamed and unsatisfied. When Jamie reached home, he entered the front hall, and as he started toward his room, he passed the closed door of Margaret's bedroom. There was a light from under the door. She was still awake. Jamie suddenly began to picture Margaret in bed, wearing a thin nightgown, or perhaps nothing. He remembered how her rich, full body had writhed beneath him under the trees by the Orange River. With the liquor guiding him, he opened Margaret's bedroom door and entered. She was in bed, reading by the light of a kerosene lamp. She looked up in surprise. "Jamie, is something wrong?" "'Cause I decide to pay my wife a little visit?" His words were slurred. She was wearing a sheer nightgown, and Jamie could see her ripe breasts straining against the fabric. "God, she has a lovely body." He began to take off his clothes. Margaret leaped out of bed, her eyes very wide. "What are you doing?" Jamie kicked the door shut behind him and walked over to her. In a moment, he had thrown her onto the bed, and he was next to her naked. "God, I want you, Maggie." In his drunken confusion, he was not sure which Maggie he wanted. How she fought him. Yes, this was his little wildcat. He laughed as he finally managed to subdue her flailing arms and legs, and she was suddenly open to him and pulling him close and saying, "Oh, my darling Jamie, I need you so much." And he thought, "I shouldn't have been so mean to you. In the morning I'm going to tell you don't have to go back to Madame Agnes's." When Margaret awoke the next morning, she was alone in bed. She could still feel Jamie's strong male body inside hers, and she heard him saying, "God, I want you, Maggie." And she was filled with a wild, complete joy. She had been right all along. He did love her. It had been worth the wait, worth the years of pain and loneliness and humiliation. Margaret spent the rest of the day in a state of rapture. She bathed and washed her hair and changed her mind a dozen times about which dress would please Jamie most. She sent the cook away so that she herself could prepare Jamie's favorite dishes. She set the dining room table again and again before she was satisfied with the candles and flowers. She wanted this to be a perfect evening. Jamie did not come home for dinner, nor did he come home all night. Margaret sat in the library waiting for him until 3 o'clock in the morning, and then she went to her bed, alone. When Jamie returned home the following evening, he nodded politely to Margaret and walked on to his son's room. Margaret stood staring after him in stunned bewilderment, and then slowly turned to look at herself in the mirror. The mirror told her that she never looked as beautiful, but when she looked closer, she could not recognize the eyes. They were the eyes of a stranger. Chapter 10. "Well, I have some wonderful news for you, Mrs. McGregor," Dr. Teager beamed. "You're going to have a baby." Margaret felt the shock of his words and did not know whether to laugh or cry. Wonderful news? To bring another child into a loveless marriage was impossible. Margaret could no longer bear the humiliation. She would have to find a way out, and even as she was thinking of it, she felt a sudden wave of nausea that left her drenched in perspiration. Dr. Teager was saying, "Morning sickness?" "A bit." He handed her some pills. "Take these. They'll help. You're in excellent condition, Mrs. McGregor. Not a thing to worry about. You run along home and tell the good news to your husband." "Yes," she said dully. "I'll do that." They were at the dinner table when she said, "I saw the doctor today. I'm going to have a baby." Without a word, Jamie threw down his napkin, arose from his chair, and stormed out of the room. That was the moment when Margaret learned she could hate Jamie McGregor as deeply as she could love him. It was a difficult pregnancy, and Margaret spent much of the time in bed, weak and tired. She lay there hour after hour, fantasizing, visualizing Jamie at her feet, begging for forgiveness, making wild love to her again. But they were only fantasies. The reality was that she was trapped. She had nowhere to go, and even if she could leave, he would never allow her to take her son with her. Jamie was 7 now, a healthy, handsome boy with a quick mind and a sense of humor. He had drawn closer to his mother, as though somehow sensing the unhappiness in her. He made little gifts for her in school and brought them home, and Margaret would smile and thank him and try to lift herself out of her depression. When young Jamie asked why his father stayed away nights and never took her out, Margaret would reply, "Your father is a very important man, Jamie, doing important things, and he's very busy." What's between his father and me is my problem, Margaret thought, and I'll not have Jamie hating his father because of it. Margaret's pregnancy became more and more apparent. When she went out on the street, acquaintances would stop her and say, "It won't be long now, will it, Mrs. McGregor? I'll bet it's going to be a fine boy like little Jamie. Your husband must be a happy man." Behind her back, they said, "Poor thing, she's looking peaked. She must have found out about the whore he's taken as his mistress." Margaret tried to prepare young Jamie for the new arrival. "You're going to have a new brother or sister, darling. Then you'll have someone to play with all the time. Won't that be nice?" Jamie hugged her and said, "It will be more company for you, Mother," and Margaret fought to keep back the tears. The labor pains began at 4 o'clock in the morning. Mrs. Talley sent for Hannah, and the baby was delivered at noon. It was a healthy baby girl, with her mother's mouth and her father's chin and black hair curling around her little red face. Margaret named her Kate. It's a good, strong name, Margaret thought, and she's going to need her strength. We all are. I've got to take the children away from here. I don't know how yet, but I must find a way. David Blackwell burst into Jamie McGregor's office without knocking, and Jamie looked up in surprise. "What the hell? They're rioting at the Namib." Jamie stood up. "What? What happened?" One of the black boys was caught trying to steal a diamond. He cut a hole under his armpit and hid the stone inside it. As a lesson, Hans Zimmerman flogged him in front of the other workers. The boy died. He was 12 years old. Jamie's face filled with rage. "Sweet Jesus! I ordered a stop to flogging at all the mines. I warned Zimmerman. Get rid of the bastard. We can't find him." "Why not?" "The blacks have him. The situation's out of control." Jamie grabbed his hat. "Stay here and take care of things until I get back." "I don't think it's safe for you to go up there, Mr. McGregor. The native that Zimmerman killed was from the Baralong tribe. They don't forgive, and they don't forget. I could—" But Jamie was gone. When Jamie McGregor was 10 miles away from the diamond field, he could see the smoke. All the huts at the Namib had been set to the torch. "The damned fools," Jamie thought. "They're burning their own houses." As his carriage drew closer, he heard the sounds of gunshots and screams. Amid the mass confusion, uniformed constables were shooting at blacks in colors who were desperately trying to flee. The whites were outnumbered 10 to 1, but they had the weapons. When the chief constable, Bernard Southey, saw Jamie McGregor, he hurried up to him and said, "Don't worry, Mr. McGregor. We'll get every last one of the bastards." "The hell you will," Jamie cried. "Order your men to stop shooting." "What? If we—" "Do as I say." Jamie watched, sick with rage, as a black woman fell under a hail of bullets. "Call your men off." "As you say, sir." The chief constable gave orders to an aide, and 3 minutes later, all shooting had stopped. There were bodies on the ground everywhere. "If you want my advice," Southey said, I don't want your advice. Bring me their leader." 2 policemen brought a young black up to where Jamie was standing. He was handcuffed and covered with blood, but there was no fear in him. He stood tall and straight, his eyes blazing, and Jamie remembered Banda's word for Bantu pride, Isiko. "I'm Jamie McGregor," the man spat. "What happened here was not my doing. I want to make it up to your men. Tell that to their widows." Jamie turned to Southey. "Where's Hans Zimmerman?" "We're still looking for him, sir." Jamie saw the gleam in the black man's eyes, and he knew that Hans Zimmerman was not going to be found. He said to the man, "I'm closing the diamond field down for 3 days. I want you to talk to your people, make a list of your complaints, and I'll look at it. I promise you I'll be fair. I'll change everything here that's not right." The man studied him, a look of skepticism on his face. "There will be a new foreman in charge here, and decent working conditions, but I'll expect your men back at work in 3 days. The chief constable said incredulously, "You mean you're going to let him go? He killed some of my men." "There will be a full investigation, and—" There was the sound of a horse galloping toward them, and Jamie turned. It was David Blackwell, and the unexpected sight of him sounded an alarm in Jamie's mind. David leaped off his horse. "Mr. McGregor, your son has disappeared." The world suddenly grew cold. Half the population of Clipdrift turned out to join in the search. They covered the countryside, looking through gullies, ravines, and clops. There was no trace of the boy. Jamie was like a man possessed. "He's wandered away somewhere, that's all. He'll be back." He went into Margaret's bedroom. She was lying in bed, nursing the baby. "Is there any news?" she demanded. "Not yet, but I'll find him." He looked at his baby daughter for an instant, then turned and walked out without another word. Mrs. Talley came into the room, twisting her hands in her apron. "Don't you worry, Mrs. McGregor. Jamie is a big boy. He knows how to take care of himself." Margaret's eyes were blinded by tears. "No one would harm little Jamie, would they? Of course not." Mrs. Talley reached down and took Kate from Margaret's arms. "Try to sleep." She took the baby into the nursery and laid her down in her crib. Kate was looking up at her, smiling. "You'd better get some sleep too, little one. You've got a busy life ahead of you." Mrs. Talley walked out of the room, closing the door behind her. At midnight, the bedroom window silently slid open, and a man climbed into the room. He walked over to the crib, threw a blanket over the infant's head, and scooped her up in his arms. Banda was gone as quickly as he had come. It was Mrs. Talley who discovered that Kate was missing. Her first thought was that Mrs. McGregor had come in the night and taken her. She walked into Margaret's bedroom and asked, "Where's the baby?" And from the look on Margaret's face, she knew instantly what had happened. As another day went by with no trace of his son, Jamie was on the verge of collapsing. He approached David Blackwell. "You don't think anything bad has happened to him?" His voice was barely under control. David tried to sound convincing. "I'm sure not, Mr. McGregor." But he was sure. He had warned Jamie McGregor that the Bantus neither forgave nor forgot, and it was a Bantu who had been cruelly murdered. David was certain of one thing. If the Bantus had taken little Jamie, he had died a horrible death, for they would exact their vengeance in kind. Jamie returned home at dawn, drained. He had led a search party of townspeople, diggers, and constables, and they had spent the night looking, without success, in every conceivable place for the young boy. David was waiting when Jamie walked into the study. "Mr. McGregor, your daughter has been kidnapped." Jamie stared at him in silence, his face pale. Then he turned and walked into his bedroom. Jamie had not been to bed for 48 hours, and he fell into bed, utterly exhausted, and slept. He was under the shade of a large baobab tree, and in the distance across the trackless veld, a lion was moving toward him. Young Jamie was shaking him. "Wake up, Papa! A lion is coming!" The animal was moving toward them faster now. His son was shaking him harder. "Wake up!" Jamie opened his eyes. Banda was standing over him. Jamie started to speak, but Banda put a hand over Jamie's mouth. "Quiet!" He allowed Jamie to sit up. "Where's my son?" Jamie demanded. "He's dead." The room began to spin. "I'm sorry. I was too late to stop them. Your people spilled Bantu blood. My people demanded vengeance." Jamie buried his face in his hands. "Oh my God, what did they do to him?" There was a bottomless sorrow in Banda's voice. "They left him out in the desert. I found his body and buried him." "Oh no. Oh please no." "I tried to save him, Jamie." Jamie slowly nodded, accepting it, then dully. "What about my daughter?" "I took her away before they could get her. She's back in her bedroom, asleep. She'll be all right if you do what you promised." Jamie looked up, and his face was a mask of hatred. "I'll keep my promise, but I want the men who killed my son. They're going to pay." Banda said quietly, "Then you will have to kill my whole tribe, Jamie." Banda was gone. It was only a nightmare, but she kept her eyes tightly closed, because she knew if she opened them, the nightmare would become real and her children would be dead. So she played a game. She would keep her eyes squeezed shut until she felt little Jamie's hand on hers, saying, "It's all right, Mother. We're here. We're safe." She had been in bed for 3 days, refusing to talk to anyone or see anyone. Dr. Teeger came and went, and Margaret was not even aware of it. In the middle of the night, Margaret was lying in bed with her eyes shut when she heard a loud crash from her son's room. She opened her eyes and listened. There was another sound. Little Jamie was back. Margaret hurriedly got out of bed and ran down the corridor toward the closed door of her son's room. Through the door, she could hear strange animal sounds. Her heart pounding wildly, she pushed the door open. Her husband lay on the floor, his face and body contorted. One eye was closed, and the other stared up at her grotesquely. He was trying to speak, and the words came out as slobbering animal sounds. Margaret whispered, "Oh, Jamie, Jamie." Dr. Teeger said, "I'm afraid the news is bad, Mrs. McGregor. Your husband has had a severe stroke. There's a 50-50 chance he'll live, but if he does, he'll be a vegetable. I'll make arrangements to get him into a private sanitarium where he can get the proper care." "No." He looked at Margaret in surprise. "No, what?" "No hospital. I want him here with me." The doctor considered for a moment. "All right. You'll need a nurse. I'll arrange—" "I don't want a nurse. I'll take care of Jamie myself." Dr. Teeger shook his head. "That won't be possible, Mrs. McGregor. You don't know what's involved. Your husband is no longer a functioning human being. He's completely paralyzed and will be for as long as he lives." Margaret said, "I'll take care of him." Now Jamie finally, truly belonged to her. Chapter 11. Jamie McGregor lived for exactly 1 year from the day he was taken ill, and it was the happiest time of Margaret's life. Jamie was totally helpless. He could neither talk nor move. Margaret cared for her husband, tended to all his needs, and kept him at her side day and night. During the day, she propped him up in a wheelchair in the sewing room, and while she knitted sweaters and throw robes for him, she talked to him. She discussed all the little household problems he had never had time to listen to before, and she told him how well little Kate was getting along. At night, she carried Jamie's skeletal body to her bedroom and gently lay him in bed next to her. Margaret tucked him in, and they had their one-sided chat until Margaret was ready to go to sleep. David Blackwell was running Kruger Brent Limited. From time to time, David came to the house with papers for Margaret to sign, and it was painful for David to see the helpless condition Jamie was in. "I owe this man everything," David thought. "You chose well, Jamie," Margaret told her husband. "David is a fine man." She put down her knitting and smiled. "He reminds me of you a bit. Of course, there was never anyone as clever as you, my darling, and there never will be again. You were so fair to look at, Jamie, and so kind and strong, and you weren't afraid to dream. Now all your dreams have come true. The company is getting bigger every day." She picked up her knitting again. "Little Kate is beginning to talk. I'll swear she said Mama this morning." Jamie sat there, propped up in his chair, one eye staring ahead. "She has your eyes and your mouth. She's going to grow up to be a beauty." The following morning, when Margaret awakened, Jamie McGregor was dead. She took him in her arms and held him close to her. "Rest, my darling, rest. I've always loved you so much, Jamie. I hope you know that. Goodbye, my own dear love." She was alone now. Her husband and her son had left her. There was only herself and her daughter. Margaret walked into the baby's room and looked down at Kate, sleeping in her crib. Catherine, Kate. The name came from the Greek, and it meant clear or pure. It was a name given to saints and nuns and queens. Margaret said aloud, "Which are you going to be, Kate?" It was a time of great expansion in South Africa, but it was also a time of great strife. There was a long-standing Transvaal dispute between the Boers and the British, and it finally came to a head. On Thursday, October 12, 1899, on Kate's 7th birthday, the British declared war on the Boers, and 3 days later, the Orange Free State was under attack. David tried to persuade Margaret to take Kate and leave South Africa, but Margaret refused to go. "My husband is here," she said. There was nothing David could do to dissuade her. "I'm going to join with the Boers," David told her. "Will you be all right?" "Yes, of course," Margaret said. "I'll try to keep the company going." The next morning, David was gone. The British had expected a quick and easy war, no more than a mopping-up operation, and they began with a confident, light-hearted holiday spirit. At the Hyde Park Barracks in London, a send-off supper was given, with a special menu showing a British soldier holding up the head of a Boer on a tray. The menu read, "Send-off supper, to the Cape Squadron, November 27, 1899. Menu, oysters, blue points, compo soup, toady in the hole, sandy sole, mafeking mutton, Transvaal turnips, Cape sauce, Pretoria pheasants, white sauce, tinker taters, peas pudding, massa ices, Dutch cheese, dessert. You are requested not to throw shells under the tables. Boer wines, Long Tom, Hollands and Skin, orange wine." The British were in for a surprise. The Boers were on their own home territory, and they were tough and determined. The first battle of the war took place in Mafeking, hardly more than a village, and for the first time, the British began to realize what they were up against. More troops were quickly sent over from England. They laid siege to Kimberley, and it was only after a fierce and bloody fight that they went on to take Ladysmith. The cannons of the Boers had a longer range than those of the British, so long-range guns were removed from British warships, moved inland, and manned by sailors hundreds of miles from their ships. In Klipdrift, Margaret listened eagerly for news of each battle, and she and those around her lived on rumors, their moods varying from elation to despair, depending on the news. And then, one morning, one of Margaret's employees came running into her office and said, "I just heard a report that the British are advancing on Klipdrift. They're going to kill us all." "Nonsense. They wouldn't dare touch us." 5 hours later, Margaret McGregor was a prisoner of war. Margaret and Kate were taken to Paardeberg, one of the hundreds of prison camps that had sprung up all over South Africa. The prisoners were kept inside an enormous open field, ringed by barbed wire and guarded by armed British soldiers. The conditions were deplorable. Margaret took Kate in her arms and said, "Don't worry, darling, nothing's going to happen to you." But neither of them believed it. Each day became a calendar of horrors. They watched those around them die by the tens and the hundreds, and then by the thousands as fever swept through the camp. There were no doctors or medication for the wounded, and food was scarce. It was a constant nightmare that went on for almost 3 harrowing years. The worst of it was the feeling of utter helplessness. Margaret and Kate were at the complete mercy of their captors. They were dependent upon them for meals and shelter, for their very lives. Kate lived in terror. She watched the children around her die, and she was afraid that she would be next. She was powerless to protect her mother or herself, and it was a lesson she was never to forget. Power. If you had power, you had food. You had medicine. You had freedom. She saw those around her fall ill and die, and she equated power with life. One day, Kate thought, I'll have power. No one will be able to do this to me again. The violent battles went on, Belmont and Graspen, and Stormberg and Speenkop, but in the end, the brave Boers were no match for the might of the British Empire. In 1902, after nearly 3 years of bloody war, the Boers surrendered. 55,000 Boers fought, and 34,000 of their soldiers, women and children, died. But what filled the survivors with a deep savage bitterness was the knowledge that 28,000 of those died in British concentration camps. On the day the gates of the camp were flung open, Margaret and Kate returned to Klipdrift. A few weeks later, on a quiet Sunday, David Blackwell arrived. The war had matured him, but he was still the same grave, thoughtful David Margaret had learned to rely upon. David had spent these hellish years fighting and worrying about whether Margaret and Kate were dead or alive. When he found them safe at home, he was filled with joy. "I wish I could have protected you both," David told Margaret. "That's all past, David. We must think only of the future." And the future was Kruger Brent Limited. For the world, the year 1900 was a clean slate on which history was going to be written, a new era that promised peace and limitless hope for everyone. A new century had begun, and it brought with it a series of astonishing inventions that reshaped life around the globe. Steam and electric automobiles were replaced by the combustion engine. There were submarines and airplanes. The world population exploded to 1.5 billion people. It was a time to grow and expand, and during the next 6 years, Margaret and David took full advantage of every opportunity. During those years, Kate grew up with almost no supervision. Her mother was too busy running the company with David to pay much attention to her. She was a wild child, stubborn and opinionated and intractable. One afternoon when Margaret came home from a business meeting, she saw her 14-year-old daughter in the muddy yard in a fistfight with 2 boys. Margaret stared in horrified disbelief. "Bloody hell," she said under her breath. "That's the girl who one day is going to run Kruger-Brent Limited. God help us all." Book 2, Kate and David, 1906 to 1914. Chapter 12. On a hot summer night in 1914, Kate McGregor was working alone in her office at the new Kruger-Brent Limited headquarters building in Johannesburg when she heard the sound of approaching automobiles. She put down the papers she had been studying, walked over to the window and looked out. 2 cars of police and a paddy wagon had come to a stop in front of the building. Kate watched, frowning, as 6 uniformed policemen leaped from the cars and hurried to cover the 2 entrances and exits to the building. It was late and the streets were deserted. Kate caught a wavy reflection of herself in the window. She was a beautiful woman, with her father's light gray eyes and her mother's full figure. There was a knock at the office door, and Kate called, "Come in." The door opened, and 2 uniformed men entered. One wore the bars of a superintendent of police. "What on earth is going on?" Kate demanded. "I apologize for disturbing you at this late hour, Miss McGregor. I'm Superintendent Kaminsky." "What's the problem, Superintendent?" "We've had a report that an escaped killer was seen entering this building a short time ago." There was a shocked look on Kate's face. "Entering this building?" "Yes, ma'am. He's armed and dangerous." Kate said nervously, "Then I would very much appreciate it, Superintendent, if you would find him and get him out of here." "That's exactly what we intend to do, Miss McGregor. You haven't seen or heard anything suspicious, have you?" "No, but I'm alone here, and there are a lot of places a person could hide. I'd like you to have your men search this place thoroughly." "We'll get started immediately, ma'am." The superintendent turned and called to the men in the hallway. "Spread out. Start at the basement and work your way up to the roof." He turned to Kate. "Are any of the offices locked?" "I don't believe so," Kate said, "but if they are, I'll open them for you." Superintendent Kaminsky could see how nervous she was, and he did not blame her. She would be even more nervous if she knew how desperate the man was for whom they were looking. "We'll find him," the superintendent assured Kate. Kate picked up the report she had been working on, but she was unable to concentrate. She could hear the police moving through the building, going from office to office. Would they find him? She shivered. The policemen moved slowly, methodically searching every possible hiding place from the basement to the roof. 45 minutes later, Superintendent Kaminsky returned to Kate's office. She looked at his face. "You didn't find him?" "Not yet, ma'am, but don't worry." "I am worried, Superintendent. If there is an escaped killer in this building, I want you to find him." "We will, Miss McGregor. We have tracking dogs." From the corridor came the sound of barking, and a moment later, a handler came into the office with 2 large German shepherds on leashes. "The dogs have been all over the building, sir. They've searched every place but this office." The superintendent turned to Kate. "Have you been out of this office any time in the past hour or so?" "Yes, I went to look up some records in the file room. Do you think he could have—" She shuddered. "I'd like you to check this office, please." The superintendent gave a signal, and the handler slipped the leashes off the dogs and gave the command, "Track." The dogs went crazy. They raced to a closed door and began barking wildly. "Oh, my God!" Kate cried. "He's in there!" The superintendent pulled out his gun. "Open it," he ordered. The 2 policemen moved to the closet door with drawn guns and pulled the door open. The closet was empty. One of the dogs raced to another door and pawed excitedly at it. "Where does that door lead?" Superintendent Kaminsky asked. "To a washroom." The 2 policemen took up places on either side of the door and yanked it open. There was no one inside. The handler was baffled. "They've never behaved this way before." The dogs were racing around the room frantically. "They've got the scent," the handler said, "but where is he?" Both dogs ran to the drawer of Kate's desk and continued their barking. "There's your answer." Kate tried to laugh. "He's in the drawer." Superintendent Kaminsky was embarrassed. "I'm sorry to have troubled you, Miss McGregor." He turned to the handler and snapped, "Take these dogs out of here." "You're not leaving?" There was concern in Kate's voice. "Miss McGregor, I can assure you you're perfectly safe. My men have covered every inch of this building. You have my personal guarantee that he's not here. I'm afraid it was a false alarm. My apologies." Kate swallowed. "You certainly know how to bring excitement to a woman's evening." Kate stood looking out the window, watching the last of the police vehicles drive away. When they were out of sight, she opened her desk drawer and pulled out a blood-stained pair of canvas shoes. She carried them down the corridor to a door marked Private, Authorized Personnel Only, and entered. The room was bare except for a large, locked, walk-in safe built into the wall, the vault where Kruger Brent Limited stored its diamonds before shipping. Quickly, Kate dialed the combination on the safe and pulled open the giant door. Dozens of metal safe deposit boxes were built into the sides of the vault, all crammed with diamonds. In the center of the room, lying on the floor half-conscious, was Banda. Kate knelt beside him. "They've gone." Banda slowly opened his eyes and managed a weak grin. "If I had a way out of this vault, do you know how rich I'd be, Kate?" Kate carefully helped him to his feet. He winced with pain as she touched his arm. She had wrapped a bandage around it, but blood was seeping through. "Can you put your shoes on?" She had taken them from him earlier, and to confuse the tracking dogs she knew would be brought in, she had walked around her office in them and then hidden them in her drawer. "Now," Kate said, "come on, we have to get you out of here." Banda shook his head. "I'll make it on my own. If they catch you helping me, you'll be in more trouble than you can handle." "Let me worry about that." Banda took a last look around the vault. "Do you want any samples?" Kate asked. "You can help yourself." Banda looked at her and saw that she was serious. "Your daddy made me that offer once, a long time ago." Kate smiled wryly. "I know. I don't need money. I just have to leave town for a while. How do you think you're going to get out of Johannesburg? I'll find a way. Listen to me. The police have roadblocks out by now. Every exit from the city will be watched. You won't have a chance by yourself," he said stubbornly. "You've done enough." He had managed to put his shoes on. He was a forlorn-looking figure, standing there in a torn, bloodied shirt and jacket. His face was seamed and his hair was gray, but when Kate looked at him, she saw the tall, handsome figure she had first met as a child. "Banda, if they catch you, they'll kill you," Kate said quietly. "You're coming with me." She knew she was right about the roadblocks. Every exit from Johannesburg would be guarded by police patrols. Banda's capture was a top priority, and the authorities had orders to bring him in, dead or alive. The railroad stations and roads would be watched. "I hope you have a better plan than your daddy had," Banda said. His voice was weak. Kate wondered how much blood he had lost. "Don't talk. Save your strength. Just leave everything to me." Kate sounded more confident than she felt. Banda's life was in her hands, and she could not bear it if anything happened to him. She wished again, for the 100th time, that David was not away. Well, she would simply have to manage without him. "I'm going to bring my automobile around to the alley," Kate said. "Give me 10 minutes, then come outside. I'll have the back door of the car open. Get in and lie on the floor. There will be a blanket to cover yourself with." "Kate, they're going to search every automobile leaving the city if—" "We're not going by automobile. There's a train leaving for Cape Town at 8 a.m. I ordered my private car connected to it." "You're getting me out of here in your private railroad car?" "That's right." Banda managed a grin. "You McGregors really like excitement." 30 minutes later, Kate drove into the railroad yards. Banda was on the floor of the back seat, concealed by a blanket. They had had no trouble passing the roadblocks in the city, but now as Kate's car turned into the train yards, a light suddenly flashed on, and Kate saw that her way was blocked by several policemen. A familiar figure walked towards Kate's car. "Superintendent Kaminsky!" He registered surprise. "Miss McGregor, what are you doing here?" Kate gave him a quick, apprehensive smile. "You'll think I'm just a silly, weak female, Superintendent, but to tell you the truth, what happened back at the office scared the wits out of me. I decided to leave town until you catch this killer you're looking for. Or have you found him?" "Not yet, ma'am, but we will. I have a feeling he'll make for these railroad yards. Wherever he runs, we'll catch him." "I certainly hope so. Where are you headed?" "My railway car is on a siding up ahead. I'm taking it to Cape Town. Would you like one of my men to escort you?" "Oh, thank you, Superintendent, but that won't be necessary. Now that I know where you and your men are, I'll breathe a lot easier, believe me." 5 minutes later, Kate and Banda were safely inside the private railway car. It was pitch black. "Sorry about the dark," Kate said. "I don't want to light any lamps." She helped Banda onto a bed. "You'll be fine here until morning. When we start to pull out, you'll hide out in the washroom." Banda nodded. "Thank you." Kate drew the shades. "Have you a doctor who will take care of you when we get to Cape Town?" He looked up into her eyes. "We? You didn't think I was going to let you travel alone while I missed all the fun." Banda threw back his head and laughed. "She's her father's daughter, all right." As dawn was breaking, an engine pulled up to the private railroad car and shunted it onto the main track in back of the train that was leaving for Cape Town. The car rocked back and forth as a connection was made. At exactly 8 o'clock, the train pulled out of the station. Kate had left word that she did not wish to be disturbed. Banda's wound was bleeding again, and Kate attended to it. She had not had a chance to talk to Banda since earlier that evening, when he had stumbled half dead into her office. Now she said, "Tell me what happened, Banda." Banda looked at her and thought, where can I begin? How could he explain to her the Trek Boers who pushed the Bantus from their ancestral land? Had it started with them? Or had it started with the giant Paul Kruger, president of the Transvaal, who said in a speech to the South African Parliament, "We must be the lords over the blacks and let them be a subject race"? Or had it begun with a great empire builder, Cecil Rhodes, whose motto was, "Africa for the whites"? How could he sum up the history of his people in a sentence? He thought of a way. "The police murdered my son," Banda said. The story came pouring out. Banda's older son, Ntomenthal, was attending a political rally when the police charged in to break it up. Some shots were fired, and a riot began. Ntomenthal was arrested, and the next morning he was found hanged in his cell. "They said it was suicide," Banda told Kate, "but I know my son. It was murder." "My God, he was so young," Kate breathed. She thought of all the times they had played together, laughed together. And Ntomenthal had been such a handsome boy. "I'm sorry, Banda. I'm so sorry. But why are they after you?" "After they killed him, I began to rally the blacks. I had to fight back, Kate. I couldn't just sit still and do nothing. The police called me an enemy of the state. They arrested me for a robbery I did not commit and sentenced me to prison for 20 years. 4 of us made a break. A guard was shot and killed, and they're blaming me. I've never carried a gun in my life." "I believe you," Kate said. "The first thing we have to do is get you somewhere where you'll be safe. I'm sorry to involve you in all this." "You didn't involve me in anything. You're my friend." He smiled. "You know the first white man I ever heard call me friend? Your daddy." He sighed. "How do you think you're going to sneak me off the train at Cape Town?" "We're not going to Cape Town." "But you said—" "I'm a woman. I have a right to change my mind." In the middle of the night, when the train stopped at the station at Worcester, Kate arranged to have her private railroad car disconnected and shunted to a siding. When Kate woke up in the morning, she went over to Banda's cot. It was empty. Banda was gone. He had refused to compromise her any further. Kate was sorry, but she was sure he would be safe. He had many friends to take care of him. "David will be proud of me," Kate thought. "I can't believe you would be so stupid," David roared when Kate returned to Johannesburg and told him the news. "You not only jeopardized your own safety, but you put the company in danger. If the police had found Banda here, do you know what they would have done?" Kate said defiantly, "Yes, they would have killed him." David rubbed his forehead in frustration. "Don't you understand anything?" "You're bloody right I do. I understand that you're cold and unfeeling." Her eyes were ablaze with fury. "You're still a child." She raised her hand to strike him, and David grabbed her arms. "Kate, you've got to control your temper." The words reverberated in Kate's head. "Kate, you've got to learn to control your temper." It was so long ago. She was 4 years old, in the middle of a fistfight with a boy who had dared tease her. When David appeared, the boy ran away. Kate started to chase him, and David grabbed her. "Hold it, Kate. You've got to learn to control your temper. Young ladies don't get into fistfights." "I'm not a young lady," Kate snapped. "Let go of me." David released her. The pink frock she was wearing was muddied and torn, and her cheek was bruised. "We'd better get you cleaned up before your mother sees you," David told her. Kate looked after the retreating boy with regret. "I could have licked him if you had left me alone." David looked down into the passionate little face and laughed. "You probably could have." Mollified, Kate allowed him to pick her up and carry her into her house. She liked being in David's arms. She liked everything about David. He was the only grown-up who understood her. Whenever he was in town, he spent time with her. In relaxed moments, Jamie had told young David about his adventures with Banda, and now David told the stories to Kate. She could not get enough of them. "Tell me again about the raft they built," and David would tell her. "Tell me about the sharks. Tell me about the sea meese. Tell me about the day." Kate did not see very much of her mother. Margaret was too involved in running the affairs of Kruger-Brent Limited. She did it for Jamie. Margaret talked to Jamie every night, just as she had during the year before he died. "David is such a great help, Jamie, and he'll be around when Kate's running the company. I don't want to worry you, but I don't know what to do with that child." Kate was stubborn and willful and impossible. She refused to obey her mother or Mrs. Talley. If they chose a dress for her to wear, Kate would discard it for another. She would not eat properly. She ate what she wanted to, when she wanted to, and no threat or bribe could sway her. When Kate was forced to go to a birthday party, she found ways to disrupt it. She had no girlfriends. She refused to go to dancing class and instead spent her time playing rugby with teenage boys. When Kate finally started school, she set a record for mischief. Margaret found herself going to see the headmistress at least once a month to persuade her to forgive Kate and let her remain in school. "I don't understand her, Mrs. McGregor," the headmistress sighed. "She's extremely bright, but she rebels against simply everything. I don't know what to do with her." Neither did Margaret. The only one who could handle Kate was David. "I understand you're invited to a birthday party this afternoon," David said. "I hate birthday parties." David stooped down until he was at her eye level. "I know you do, Kate, but the father of the little girl who's having the birthday party is a friend of mine. It will make me look bad if you don't attend and behave like a lady." Kate stared at him. "Is he a good friend of yours?" "Yes, I'll go." Her manners that afternoon were impeccable. "I don't know how you do it," Margaret told David. "It's magic." "She's just high-spirited," David laughed. "She'll grow out of it. The important thing is to be careful not to break that spirit." "I'll tell you a secret," Margaret said grimly. "Half the time I'd like to break her neck." When Kate was 10, she said to David, "I want to meet Banda." David looked at her in surprise. "I'm afraid that's not possible, Kate. Banda's farm is a long way from here. Are you going to take me there, David, or do you want me to go by myself?" The following week, David took Kate to Banda's farm. It was a good-sized piece of land, 2 morgens, and on it Banda raised wheat, sheep, and ostriches. The living accommodations were singular huts with walls made of dried mud. Poles supported a cone-shaped roof covered with thatches. Banda stood in front, watching as Kate and David drove up and got out of the carriage. Banda looked at the gangling, serious-faced girl at David's side and said, "I'd have known you were Jamie McGregor's daughter." "And I'd have known you were Banda," Kate said gravely. "I came to thank you for saving my father's life." Banda laughed. "Someone's been telling you stories. Come in and meet my family." Banda's wife was a beautiful Bantu woman named Ntame. Banda had 2 sons, Ntombenthal, 7 years older than Kate, and Magina, 6 years older. Ntombenthal was a miniature of his father. He had the same handsome features and proud-bearing and an inner dignity. Kate spent the entire afternoon playing with the 2 boys. They had dinner in the kitchen of the small, neat farmhouse. David felt uncomfortable eating with the Black family. He respected Banda, but it was traditional that there was no socializing between the 2 races. In addition to that, David was concerned about Banda's political activities. There were reports that he was a disciple of John Tango Javabu, who was fighting for drastic social changes. Because mine owners could not get enough natives to work for them, the government had imposed a tax of 10 shillings on all natives who did not work as mine laborers, and there were riots all over South Africa. In the late afternoon, David said, "We'd better get started home, Kate. We have a long ride." "Not yet," Kate turned to Banda. "Tell me about the sharks." From that time on, whenever David was in town, Kate made him take her to visit Banda and his family. David's assurance that Kate would grow out of her high-spiritedness showed no signs of coming to pass. If anything, she grew more willful every day. She flatly refused to take part in any of the activities that other girls her age participated in. She insisted on going into the mines with David, and he took her hunting and fishing and camping. Kate adored it. One day when Kate and David were fishing the Vaal, and Kate gleefully pulled in a trout larger than anything David had caught, he said, "You should have been born a boy." She turned to him in annoyance. "Don't be silly, David. Then I couldn't marry you." David laughed. "We are going to be married, you know." "I'm afraid not, Kate. I'm 22 years older than you. Old enough to be your father. You'll meet a boy one day, a nice young man." "I don't want a nice young man," she said wickedly. "I want you." "If you're really serious," David said, "then I'll tell you the secret to a man's heart." "Tell me," Kate said eagerly. "Through his stomach. Clean that trout and let's have lunch." There was not the slightest doubt in Kate's mind that she was going to marry David Blackwell. He was the only man in the world for her. Once a week, Margaret invited David to dinner at the big house. As a rule, Kate preferred to eat dinner in the kitchen with the servants, where she did not have to mind her manners. But on Friday nights when David came, Kate sat in the big dining room. David usually came alone, But occasionally he would bring a female guest, and Kate would hate her instantly. Kate would get David alone for a moment and say, with sweet innocence, "I've never seen hair that shade of blonde," or "She certainly has peculiar taste in dresses, hasn't she?" or "Did she used to be one of Madame Agnes's girls?" When Kate was 14, her headmistress sent for Margaret. "I run a respectable school, Mrs. McGregor. I'm afraid your Kate is a bad influence." Margaret sighed. "What has she done now?" "She's teaching the other children words they've never heard before." Her face was grim. "I might add, Mrs. McGregor, that I've never heard some of the words before. I can't imagine where the child picked them up." Margaret could. Kate picked them up from her street friends. Well, Margaret decided, it's time to end all that. The headmistress was saying, "I do wish you would speak to her. We'll give her another chance, but no, I have a better idea. I'm going to send Kate away to school." When Margaret told David her idea, he grinned. "She's not going to like that." "I can't help it. Now the headmistress is complaining about the language Kate uses. She gets it from those prospectors she's always following around. My daughter's starting to sound like them, look like them, and smell like them. Frankly, David, I don't understand her at all. I don't know why she behaves as she does. She's pretty, she's bright, Maybe she's too bright." "Well, too bright or not, she's going away to school." When Kate arrived home that afternoon, Margaret broke the news to her. Kate was furious. "You're trying to get rid of me." "Of course I'm not, darling. I just think you'd be better off." "I'm better off here. All my friends are here. You're trying to separate me from my friends." "If you're talking about the riffraff They're not riffraff. They're as good as anybody." "Kate, I'm not going to argue with you. You're going away to a boarding school for young ladies, and that's that." "I'll kill myself," Kate promised. "All right, darling. There's a razor upstairs, and if you look around, I'm sure you'll find various poisons in the house." Kate burst into tears. "Please don't do this to me, Mother." Margaret took her in her arms. "It's for your own good, Kate. You'll be a young woman soon. You'll be ready for marriage. No man is going to marry a girl who talks and dresses and behaves the way you do." "That's not true," Kate sniffled. "David doesn't mind." "What does David have to do with this? We're going to be married." Margaret sighed. "I'll have Mrs. Talley pack your things." There were half a dozen good English boarding schools for young girls. Margaret decided that Cheltenham in Gloucestershire was best suited for Kate. It was a school noted for its rigid discipline. It was set on acres of land, surrounded by high battlements, and according to its charter, was founded for the daughters of noblemen and gentlemen. David did business with the husband of the headmistress, Mrs. Keaton, and he had no trouble arranging for Kate to be enrolled there. When Kate heard where she was going, she exploded anew. "I've heard about that school. It's awful. I'll come back like one of those stuffed English dolls. Is that what you'd like?" "What I would like is for you to learn some manners," Margaret told her. "I don't need manners. I've got brains." "That's not the first thing a man looks for in a woman," Margaret said dryly. "And you're becoming a woman." "I don't want to become a woman," Kate screamed. "Why the bloody hell can't you just leave me alone?" "I will not have you using that language." And so it went until the morning arrived when Kate was to leave. Since David was going to London on a business trip, Margaret asked, "Would you mind seeing that Kate gets to school safely? The Lord only knows where she'll end up if she goes on her own." "I'll be happy to," David said. You're as bad as my mother. You can't wait to get rid of me." David grinned. "You're wrong. I can wait." They traveled by private railway car from Clipdrift to Cape Town, and from there by ship to Southampton. The journey took 4 weeks. Kate's pride would not let her admit it, but she was thrilled to be traveling with David. "It's like a honeymoon," she thought, "except that we're not married. Not yet." Aboard ship, David spent a great deal of time working in his stateroom, Kate curled up on the couch, silently watching him, content to be near him. Once she asked, "Don't you get bored working on all those figures, David?" He put down his pen and looked at her. "They're not just figures, Kate. They're stories." "What kind of stories?" "If you know how to read them, they're stories about companies we're buying or selling, people who work for us. Thousands of people all over the world earn a living because of the company your father founded. Am I anything like my father? In many ways, yes. He was a stubborn, independent man. Am I a stubborn, independent woman? You're a spoiled brat. The man who marries you is going to have one hell of a life." Kate smiled dreamily. Poor David. In the dining room, on their last night at sea, David asked, Why are you so difficult, Kate? Am I? You know you are. You drive your poor mother crazy. Kate put her hand over his. Do I drive you crazy? David's face reddened. Stop that. I don't understand you. Yes, you do. Why can't you be like other girls your age? I'd rather die first. I don't want to be like anybody else. God knows you're not. You won't marry anyone else until I'm grown up enough for you, will you, David? I'll get older as fast as I can, I promise. Just don't meet anybody you love, please. He was touched by her earnestness. He took her hand in his and said, Kate, when I get married, I'd like my daughter to be exactly like you. Kate rose to her feet and said in a voice that rang through the dining salon, You can bloody well go to hell, David Blackwell. And she stormed out of the room as everyone stared. They had 3 days together in London, and Kate loved every minute of it. I have a treat for you, David told her. I got 2 tickets for Mrs. Wiggs of the Cabbage Patch. Thank you, David. I want to go to the Gaiety. You can't. That's a music hall review. That's not for you. I won't know until I see it, will I? She said stubbornly. They went to the Gaiety. Kate loved the look of London, the mixture of motor cars and carriages, the ladies beautifully dressed in lace and tulle and light satins and glittering jewelry, and the men in their dinner clothes with piqué waistcoats and white shirt fronts. They had dinner at the Ritz and a late supper at the Savoy. And when it was time to leave, Kate thought, we'll come back here. David and I will come back here. When they arrived at Cheltenham, they were ushered into the office of Mrs. Keaton. I want to thank you for enrolling Kate, David said. I'm sure we'll enjoy having her, and it's a pleasure to accommodate a friend of my husband's. At that moment, Kate knew she had been deceived. It was David who had wanted her sent away and had arranged for her to come here. She was so furious and hurt, she refused to say goodbye to him. Chapter 13. Cheltenham School was unbearable. There were rules and regulations for everything. The girls had to wear identical uniforms down to their knickers. The school day was 10 hours long, and every minute was rigidly structured. Mrs. Keaton ruled the pupils and her staff with a rod of iron. The girls were there to learn manners and discipline, etiquette and decorum, so that they could one day attract desirable husbands. Kate wrote her mother, It's a bloody prison. The girls here are awful. All they ever talk about are bloody clothes and bloody boys. The bloody teachers are monsters. They'll never keep me here. I'm going to escape. Kate managed to run away from the school 3 times, and each time she was caught and brought back, unrepentant. At a weekly staff meeting, when Kate's name was brought up, one of the teachers said, The child is uncontrollable. I think we should send her back to South Africa. Mrs. Keaton replied, I'm inclined to agree with you, but let's look upon it as a challenge. If we can succeed in disciplining Kate McGregor, we can succeed in disciplining anyone. Kate remained in school. To the amazement of her teachers, Kate became interested in the farm that the school maintained. The farm had vegetable gardens, chickens, cows, pigs, and horses. Kate spent as much time as possible there, and when Mrs. Keaton learned of this, she was immensely pleased. You see, the headmistress told herself, it was simply a question of patience. Kate has finally found her interest in life. One day she will marry a landowner and be of enormous assistance to him. The following morning, Oscar Denker, the man in charge of running the farm, came to see the headmistress. One of your students, he said, that Kate McGregor, I wish you'd keep her away from my farm. Whatever are you talking about? Mrs. Keaton asked. I happen to know she's very interested. Sure she is, but do you know what she's interested in? The animals fornicating, if you'll excuse my language. What? That's right. She stands around all day just watching the animals do it to each other. Bloody hell, Mrs. Keaton said. Kate still had not forgiven David for sending her into exile, but she missed him terribly. It's my fate, she thought gloomily, to be in love with a man I hate. She counted the days she was away from him, like a prisoner marking time until the day of release. Kate was afraid he would do something dreadful, like marry another woman while she was trapped in the bloody school. If he does, Kate thought, I'll kill them both. No, I'll just kill her. They'll arrest me and hang me, and when I'm on the gallows, he'll realize that he loves me, but it will be too late. He'll beg me to forgive him. Yes, David, my darling, I forgive you. You were too foolish to know when you held a great love in the palm of your hand. You let it fly away like a little bird. Now that little bird is about to be hanged. Goodbye, David. But at the last minute she would be reprieved, and David would take her in his arms and carry her off to some exotic country where the food was better than the bloody slop they served at bloody Cheltenham. Kate received a note from David saying he was going to be in London and would like to come visit her. Kate's imagination was inflamed. She found a dozen hidden meanings in his note. Why was he going to be in England? To be near her, of course. Why was he coming to visit her? Because he finally knew he loved her and could not bear to be away from her any longer. He was going to sweep her off her feet and take her out of this terrible place. She could scarcely contain her happiness. Kate's fantasy was so real that the day David arrived, Kate went around saying goodbye to her classmates. "My lover is coming to take me out of here," she told them. The girls looked at her in silent disbelief, all except Georgina Christie, who scoffed. "You're lying again, Kate McGregor." "Just wait and see. He's tall and handsome, and he's mad about me." When David arrived, he was puzzled by the fact that all the girls in the school seemed to be staring at him. They looked at him and whispered and giggled, and the minute they caught his eye, they blushed and turned away. "They act as though they've never seen a man before," David told Kate. He looked at her suspiciously. "Have you been saying anything about me?" "Of course not," Kate said haughtily. "Why would I do that?" They ate in the school's large dining room, and David brought Kate up to date on everything that was happening at home. "Your mother sends her love. She's expecting you home for the summer holiday." "How is Mother?" "She's fine. She's working hard. Is the company doing well, David?" He was surprised by her sudden interest. "It's doing very well. Why?" "Because," Kate thought, "someday it will belong to me, and you and I will share it. I was just curious." He looked at her untouched plate. "You're not eating." Kate was not interested in food. She was waiting for the magic moment, the moment when David would say, "Come away with me, Kate. You're a woman now, and I want you. We're going to be married." The dessert came and went, coffee came and went, and still no magic words from David. It was not until he looked at his watch and said, "Well, I'd better be going or I'll miss my train," that Kate realized with a feeling of horror that he had not come to take her away at all. The bastard was going to leave her there to rot. David had enjoyed his visit with Kate. She was a bright and amusing child, and the waywardness she had once shown was now under control. David patted Kate's hand fondly and asked, "Is there anything I can do for you before I leave, Kate?" She looked at him in the eye and said sweetly, "Yes, David, there is. You can do me an enormous favor. Get out of my bloody life!" And she walked out of the room with great dignity, her head held high, leaving him sitting there, mouth agape. Margaret found that she missed Kate. The girl was unruly and contrary, but Margaret realized that she was the only living person she loved. "She's going to be a great woman," Margaret thought with pride, "but I want her to have the manners of a lady." Kate came home for summer vacation. "How are you getting along in school?" Margaret asked. "I hate it. It's like being surrounded by 100 nannies." Margaret studied her daughter. "Do the other girls feel the same way, Kate?" "What do they know?" she said contemptuously. "You should see the girls at that school. They've been sheltered all their lives. They don't know a damn thing about life." "Oh dear," Margaret said, "that must be awful for you. Don't laugh at me, please. They've never even been to South Africa. The only animals they've seen have been in zoos. None of them has ever seen a diamond mine or a gold mine." "Underprivileged," Kate said. "All right, but when I turn out like them, you're going to be bloody sorry." "Do you think you'll turn out like them?" Kate grinned wickedly. "Of course not. Are you mad?" An hour after Kate arrived home, she was outside playing rugby with the children of the servants. Margaret watched her through the window and thought, "I'm wasting my money. She's never going to change." That evening at dinner, Kate asked casually, "Is David in town?" "He's been in Australia. He'll be back tomorrow, I think." "Is he coming to dinner Friday night?" "Probably." She studied Kate and said, "You like David, don't you?" She shrugged. "He's all right, I suppose." "I see," Margaret said. She smiled to herself as she remembered Kate's vow to marry David. "I don't dislike him, Mother. I like him as a human being. I just can't stand him as a man." When David arrived for dinner Friday night, Kate flew to the door to greet him. She hugged him and whispered in his ear, "I forgive you. Oh, I've missed you so much, David. Have you missed me?" Automatically he said yes, and then he thought with astonishment, "By God, I have missed her." He had never known anyone like this child. He had watched her grow up, and each time he encountered her, she was a revelation to him. She was almost 16 years old, and she had started to fill out. She had let her black hair grow long, and it fell softly over her shoulders. Her features had matured, and there was a sensuality about her that he had not noticed before. She was a beauty, with a quick intelligence and a strong will. She's going to be a handful for some man, David thought. At dinner, David asked, "How are you getting along in school, Kate?" "Oh, I just love it," she gushed. "I'm really learning a lot. The teachers are wonderful, and I've made a lot of great friends." Margaret sat in stunned silence. "David, will you take me to the mines with you?" "Is that how you want to waste your vacation?" "Yes, please." A trip down into the mines took a full day, and that meant she would be with David all that time. "If your mother says it's all right." "Please, Mother." "All right, darling. As long as you're with David, I know you'll be safe." Margaret hoped David would be safe. The Kruger-Brent diamond mine near Bloemfontein was a gigantic operation, with hundreds of workers engaged in digging, engineering, washing, or sorting. "This is one of the company's most profitable mines," David told Kate. They were above ground in the manager's office, waiting for an escort to take them down into the mine. Against one wall was a showcase filled with diamonds of all colors and sizes. "Each diamond has a distinct characteristic," David explained. "The original diamonds from the banks of the Vaal are alluvial, and their sides are worn down from the abrasion of centuries." "He's more handsome than ever," Kate thought. "I love his eyebrows." These stones all come from different mines, but they can be easily identified by their appearance. "See this one? You can tell by the size and yellow cast that it comes from Partspan. De Beers diamonds have an oily-looking surface and are dodecahedral in shape." "He's brilliant. He knows everything." "You can tell this one is from the mine at Kimberley because it's an octahedron. Their diamonds range from smoky glassy to pure white." "I wonder if the manager thinks David is my lover." "I hope so." The color of a diamond helps determine its value. The colors are named on a scale of 1 to 10. At the top is the tone blue-white, and at the bottom is the draw, which is a brown color. "He smells so wonderful. It's such a male smell. I love his arms and shoulders. I wish—" "Kate," she said guiltily. "Yes, David. Are you listening to me?" "Of course I am." There was indignation in her voice. "I've heard every word." They spent the next 2 hours in the bowels of the mine, and then had lunch. It was Kate's idea of a heavenly day. When Kate returned home late in the afternoon, Margaret said, "Did you enjoy yourself?" "It was wonderful. Mining is really fascinating." Half an hour later, Margaret happened to glance out the window. Kate was on the ground wrestling with the son of one of the gardeners. The following year, Kate's letters from school were cautiously optimistic. She had been made captain of the hockey and lacrosse teams, and was at the head of her class scholastically. "The school was not really all that bad," she wrote, "and there were even a few girls in her classes who were reasonably nice." She asked permission to bring 2 of her friends home for the summer vacation, and Margaret was delighted. The house would be alive again with the sound of youthful laughter. She could not wait for her daughter to come home. Her dreams were all for Kate now. "Jamie and I are the past," Maggie thought. "Kate is the future, and what a wonderful, bright future it will be." When Kate was home during her vacation, all the eligible young men of Klipdrift flocked around besieging her for dates. But Kate was not interested in any of them. David was in America, and she impatiently awaited his return. When he came to the house, Kate greeted him at the door. She wore a white dress circled in by a black velvet belt that accentuated her lovely bosom. When David embraced her, he was astonished by the warmth of her response. He drew back and looked at her. There was something different about her, something knowing. There was an expression in her eyes he could not define, and it made him vaguely uneasy. The few times David saw Kate during that vacation, she was surrounded by boys, and he found himself wondering which would be the lucky one. David was called back to Australia on business, and when he returned to Klipdrift, Kate was on her way to England. In Kate's last year of school, David appeared unexpectedly one evening. Usually his visits were preceded by a letter or a telephone call. This time there had been no warning. "David, what a wonderful surprise!" Kate hugged him. "You should have told me you were coming. I would have—" "Kate, I've come to take you home." She pulled back and looked up at him. "Is something wrong?" "I'm afraid your mother is very ill." Kate stood stark still for a moment. "I'll get ready." Kate was shocked by her mother's appearance. She had seen her only a few months earlier. and Margaret had seemed to be in robust health. Now she was pale and emaciated, and the bright spirit had gone out of her eyes. It was as though the cancer that was eating at her flesh had also eaten at her soul. Kate sat at the side of the bed and held her mother's hand in hers. "Oh, Mother," she said, "I'm so bloody sorry." Margaret squeezed her daughter's hand. "I'm ready, darling. I suppose I've been ready ever since your father died." She looked up at Kate. "Do you want to hear something silly? I've never told this to a living soul before." She hesitated, then went on. "I've always been worried that there was no one to take proper care of your father. Now I can do it." Margaret was buried 3 days later. Her mother's death shook Kate deeply. She had lost her father and a brother, but she had never known them. They were only storied figments of the past. Her mother's death was real and painful. Kate was 18 years old and suddenly alone in the world, and the thought of that was frightening. David watched her standing at her mother's graveside, bravely fighting not to cry. But when they returned to the house, Kate broke down, unable to stop sobbing. "She was always so wonderful to me, David, and I was such a rotten daughter." David tried to console her. "You've been a wonderful daughter, Kate." "I was nothing but trouble. I'd give anything if I could make it up to her. I didn't want her to die, David. Why did God do this to her?" He waited, letting Kate cry herself out. When she was calmer, David said, "I know it's hard to believe now, but one day this pain will go away. And you know what you'll be left with, Kate? Happy memories. You'll remember all the good things you and your mother had." "I suppose so. Only right now it hurts so bloody much." The following morning they discussed Kate's future. "You have family in Scotland," David reminded her. "No," Kate replied sharply. "They're not family, they're relatives." Her voice was bitter. "When Father wanted to come to this country, they laughed at him. No one would help him except his mother, and she's dead. No, I won't have anything to do with them." David sat there thinking. "Do you plan to finish out the school term?" Before Kate could answer, David went on. "I think your mother would have wanted you to." "Then I'll do it." She looked down at the floor, her eyes unseeing. "Bloody hell," Kate said. "I know," David said gently. "I know." Kate finished the school term as class valedictorian, and David was there for the graduation. Riding from Johannesburg to Cliffdrift in the private railway car, David said, "You know, all this will belong to you in a few years. This car, the mines, the company, it's yours. You're a very rich young woman. You can sell the company for many millions of pounds." He looked at her and added, "Or you can keep it. You'll have to think about it." "I have thought about it," Kate told him. She looked at him and smiled. "My father was a pirate, David, a wonderful old pirate. I wish I could have known him. I'm not going to sell this company. Do you know why? Because the pirate named it after 2 guards who were trying to kill him. Wasn't that a lovely thing to do? Sometimes at night, when I can't sleep, I think about my father and Banda crawling through the sea meese, and I can hear the voices of the guards. Kruger, Brent." She looked up at David. "No, I'll never sell my father's company. Not as long as you'll stay on and run it." David said quietly, "I'll stay on as long as you need me. I've decided to enroll in a business school." "A business school?" There was surprise in his voice. "This is 1910, Kate reminded him. "They have business schools in Johannesburg where women are allowed to attend." "But you asked me what I wanted to do with my money." She looked at him in the eye and said, "I want to earn it." Chapter 14. Business school was an exciting new adventure. When Kate had gone to Cheltenham, it had been a chore, a necessary evil. This was different. Every class taught her something useful, something that would help her when she ran the company. The courses included accounting, management, international trade, and business administration. Once a week, David telephoned to see how she was getting along. "I love it," Kate told him. "It's really exciting, David." One day she and David would be working together, side by side, late at night, all by themselves. And one of those nights, David would turn to her and say, "Kate, darling, I've been such a blind fool. Will you marry me?" And an instant later, she would be in his arms. But that would have to wait. In the meantime, she had a lot to learn. Resolutely, Kate turned to her homework. The business course lasted 2 years, and Kate returned to Clipdrift in time to celebrate her 20th birthday. David met her at the station. Impulsively, Kate flung her arms around him and hugged him. "Oh, David, I'm so happy to see you." He pulled away and said awkwardly, "It's nice to see you, Kate." There was an uncomfortable stiffness in his manner. "Is something wrong?" "No, it's just that young ladies don't go around hugging men in public." She looked at him a moment. "I see. I promise not to embarrass you again." As they drove to the house, David covertly studied Kate. She was a hauntingly beautiful girl, innocent and vulnerable, and David was determined that he would never take advantage of that. On Monday morning, Kate moved into her new office at Kruger Brent Limited. It was like suddenly being plunged into some exotic and bizarre universe that had its own customs and its own language. There was a bewildering array of divisions, subsidiaries, regional departments, franchises, and foreign branches. The products that the company manufactured or owned seemed endless. There were steel mills, cattle ranches, a railroad, a shipping line, and, of course, the foundation of the family fortune, diamonds and gold, zinc and platinum and magnesium, mined each hour around the clock, pouring into the coffers of the company. Power. It was almost too much to take in. Kate sat in David's office listening to him make decisions that affected thousands of people around the world. The general managers of the various divisions made recommendations, but as often as not, David overruled them. "Why do you do that? Don't they know their jobs?" Kate asked. "Of course they do, but that's not the point," David explained. "Each manager sees his own division as the center of the world, and that's as it should be, but someone has to have an overall view and decide what's best for the company. Come on, we're having lunch with someone I want you to meet." David took Kate into the large private dining room adjoining Kate's office. A young, raw-boned man with a lean face and inquisitive brown eyes was waiting for them. "This is Brad Rogers," David said. "Brad, meet your new boss, Kate McGregor." Brad Rogers held out his hand. "I'm pleased to meet you, Miss McGregor." "Brad is our secret weapon," David said. "He knows as much about Kruger Brent Limited as I do. If I ever leave, you don't have to worry. Brad will be here." If I ever leave, the thought of it sent a wave of panic through Kate. Of course, David would never leave the company. Kate could think of nothing else through lunch, and when it was over, she had no idea what she had eaten. After lunch, they discussed South Africa. "We're going to run into trouble soon," David warned. "The government has just imposed poll taxes." "Exactly what does that mean?" Kate asked. "It means that blacks, coloreds, and Indians have to pay £2 each for every member of their family. That's more than a month's wages for them." Kate thought about Banda and was filled with a sense of apprehension. The discussion moved on to other topics. Kate enjoyed her new life tremendously. Every decision involved a gamble of millions of pounds. Big business was a matching of wits, the courage to gamble, and the instinct to know when to quit and when to press ahead. "Business is a game," David told Kate, "played for fantastic stakes, and you're in competition with experts. If you want to win, you have to learn to be a master of the game." And that was what Kate was determined to do, learn. Kate lived alone in the big house, except for the servants. She and David continued their ritual Friday night dinners, but when Kate invited him over on any other night, he invariably found an excuse not to come. During business hours, they were together constantly, but even then David seemed to have erected a barrier between them, a wall that Kate was unable to penetrate. On her 21st birthday, all the shares in Kruger Brent Limited were turned over to Kate. She now officially had control of the company. "Let's have dinner tonight to celebrate," she suggested to David. "I'm sorry, Kate. I have a lot of work to catch up on." Kate dined alone that night, wondering why. Was it she or was it David? He would have to be deaf, dumb, and blind not to know how she felt about him, how she had always felt about him. She would have to do something about it. The company was negotiating for a shipping line in the United States. "Why don't you and Brad go to New York and close the deal?" David suggested to Kate. "It will be good experience for you." Kate would have liked for David to have gone with her, but she was too proud to say so. She would handle this without him. Besides, she had never been to America. She looked forward to the experience. The closing of the shipping line deal went smoothly. While you're over there, David had told her, you should see something of the country. Kate and Brad visited company subsidiaries in Detroit, Chicago, Pittsburgh, and New York, and Kate was amazed by the size and energy of the United States. The highlight of Kate's trip was a visit to Dark Harbor, Maine, on an enchanting little island called Islesboro in Penobscot Bay. She had been invited to dinner at the home of Charles Dana Gibson, the artist. There were 12 people at dinner, and except for Kate, they all had homes on the island. This place has an interesting history, Gibson told Kate. Years ago, residents used to get here by small coasting vessels from Boston. When the boat landed, they'd be met by a buggy and taken to their houses. How many people live on this island? Kate asked. About 50 families. Did you see the lighthouse when the ferry docked? Yes. It's run by a lighthouse keeper and his dog. When a boat goes by, the dog goes out and rings the bell. Kate laughed. You're joking. No, ma'am. The funny thing is, the dog is deaf as a stone. He puts his ear against the bell to feel if there's any vibration. Kate smiled. It sounds as if you have a fascinating island here. It might be worth your while staying over and taking a look around in the morning. On an impulse, Kate said, why not? She spent the night at the island's only hotel, the Islesboro Inn. In the morning, she hired a horse and carriage, driven by one of the islanders. They left the center of Dark Harbor, which consisted of a general store, a hardware store, and a small restaurant, and a few minutes later, they were driving through a beautiful wooded area. Kate noticed that none of the little winding roads had names, nor were there any names on the mailboxes. She turned to her guide. Don't people get lost here without any signs? Nope. The islanders know where everything is. Kate gave him a sidelong look. I see. At the lower end of the island, they passed a burial ground. Would you stop, please? Kate asked. She stepped out of the carriage and walked over to the old cemetery and wandered around looking at the tombstones. Joe Pendleton died January 25, 1794, age 47. The epitaph read, Beneath this stone I rest my head in slumber sweet. Christ bless the bed. Jane, wife of Thomas Pendleton, died February 25, 1802, age 47. There were spirits here from another century, from an era long gone. Captain William Hatch drowned in Long Island Sound, October 1866, age 30 years. The epitaph on his stone read, Storms all weathered and life seas crossed. Kate stayed there a long time, enjoying the quiet and peace. Finally, she returned to the carriage and they drove on. What is it like here in the winter? Kate asked. Cold. The bay used to freeze solid, and they'd come from the mainland by sleigh. Now, of course, we got the ferry. They rounded a curve, and there, next to the water below, was a beautiful white-shingled two-story house, surrounded by delphinium, wild roses, and poppies. The shutters on the 8 front windows were painted green, and next to the double doors were white benches and 6 pots of red geraniums. It looked like something out of a fairy tale. Who owns that house? That's the old Drebin house. Mrs. Drebin died a few months back. Who lives there now? Nobody, I reckon. Do you know if it's for sale? The guide looked at Kate and said, If it is, it'll probably be bought by the son of one of the families already living here. The islanders don't take kindly to strangers. It was the wrong thing to say to Kate. 1 hour later, she was speaking to a lawyer for the estate. It's about the Drebin house, Kate said. Is it for sale? The lawyer pursed his lips. Well, yes and no. What does that mean? It's for sale, but a few people are already interested in buying it. The old family's on the island, Kate thought. Have they made an offer? Not yet, but I'm making one, Kate said. He said condescendingly, That's an expensive house. Name your price. $50,000. Let's go look at it. The inside of the house was even more enchanting than Kate had anticipated. The large, lovely hall faced the sea through a wall of glass. On one side of the hall was a large ballroom, and on the other side a living room with fruitwood paneling stained by time and an enormous fireplace. There was a library and a huge kitchen with an iron stove and a large pine work table, and off of that was a butler's pantry and laundry room. Downstairs, the house had 6 bedrooms for the servants and 1 bathroom. Upstairs was a master bedroom suite and 4 smaller bedrooms. It was a much larger house than Kate had expected. But when David and I have our children, she thought, we'll need all these rooms. The grounds ran all the way down to the bay, where there was a private dock. Kate turned to the lawyer. I'll take it. She decided to name it Cedar Hill House. She could not wait to get back to Klipdrift to break the news to David. On the way back to South Africa, Kate was filled with a wild excitement. The house in Dark Harbor was a sign, a symbol that she and David would be married. She knew he would love the house as much as she did. On the afternoon Kate and Brad arrived back in Klipdrift, Kate hurried to David's office. He was seated at his desk working, and the sight of him set Kate's heart pounding. She had not realized how much she had missed him. David rose to his feet. "Kate, welcome home." And before she could speak, he said, "I wanted you to be the first to know. I'm getting married." Chapter 15. It had begun casually 6 weeks earlier. In the middle of a hectic day, David received a message that Tim O'Neill, the friend of an important American diamond buyer, was in Klipdrift, and asking if David would be good enough to welcome him and perhaps take him to dinner. David had no time to waste on tourists, but he did not want to offend his customer. He would have asked Kate to entertain the visitor, but she was on a tour of the company's plants in North America with Brad Rogers. "I'm stuck," David decided. He called the hotel where O'Neill was staying and invited him to dinner that evening. "My daughter is with me," O'Neill told him. "I hope you don't mind if I bring her along." David was in no mood to spend the evening with a child. "Not at all," he said politely. He would make sure the evening was a short one. They met at the Grand Hotel in the dining room. When David arrived, O'Neill and his daughter were already seated at the table. O'Neill was a handsome, gray-haired Irish-American in his early 50s. His daughter, Josephine, was the most beautiful woman David had ever seen. She was in her early 30s, with a stunning figure, soft blonde hair, and clear blue eyes. The breath went out of David at the sight of her. I'm sorry I'm late," he said. "Some last-minute business." Josephine watched his reaction to her with amusement. "Sometimes that's the most exciting kind," she said innocently. "My father tells me you're a very important man, Mr. Blackwell." "Not really, and it's David." She nodded. "That's a good name. It suggests great strength." Before the dinner was over, David decided that Josephine O'Neill was much more than just a beautiful woman. She was intelligent, had a sense of humor, and was skillful at making him feel at ease. David felt she was genuinely interested in him. She asked him questions about himself that no one had ever asked before. By the time the evening ended, he was already half in love with her. "Where's your home?" David asked Tim O'Neill. "San Francisco. Will you be going back soon?" He made it sound as casual as he could. "Next week." Josephine smiled at David. "If Klipdrift is as interesting as it promises to be, I might persuade Father to stay a little longer." "I intend to make it as interesting as possible," David assured her. "How would you like to go down into a diamond mine?" "We'd love it," Josephine answered. "Thank you." At one time, David had personally escorted important visitors down into the mines, but he had long since delegated that task to subordinates. Now he heard himself saying, "Would tomorrow morning be convenient?" He had half a dozen meetings scheduled for the morning, but they suddenly seemed unimportant. He took the O'Neills down a rock shaft, 1,200 feet below ground. The shaft was 6 feet wide and 20 feet long, divided into 4 compartments, one for pumping, 2 for hoisting the blue diamondiferous earth, and 1 with a double-decked cage to carry the miners to and from work. "I've always been curious about something," Josephine said. "Why are diamonds measured in carats?" "The carat was named for the carob seed," David explained. "Because of its consistency and weight, 1 carat equals 200 milligrams, or 1/42 of an ounce." Josephine said, "I'm absolutely fascinated, David." And he wondered if she was referring only to the diamonds. Her nearness was intoxicating. Every time he looked at Josephine, David felt a fresh sense of excitement. "You really should see something of the countryside," David told the O'Neills. "If you're free tomorrow, I'd be happy to take you around." Before her father could say anything, Josephine replied, "That would be lovely." David was with Josephine and her father every day after that, and each day David fell more deeply in love. He had never known anyone as bewitching. When David arrived to pick up the O'Neills for dinner one evening, and Tim O'Neill said, "I'm a bit tired tonight, David. Would you mind if I didn't go along?" David tried to hide his pleasure. "No, sir, I understand." Josephine gave David a mischievous smile. "I'll try to keep you entertained," she promised. David took her to a restaurant in a hotel that had just opened. The room was crowded, but David was recognized and given a table immediately. A three-piece ensemble was playing American music. David asked, "Would you like to dance?" "I'd love to." A moment later, Josephine was in his arms on the dance floor, and it was magic. David held her lovely body close to his, and he could feel her respond. "Josephine, I'm in love with you." She put a finger to his lips. "Please, David, don't." "Why?" "Because I couldn't marry you." "Do you love me?" She smiled up at him, her blue eyes sparkling. "I'm crazy about you, my darling. Can't you tell?" "Then why?" "Because I could never live in Clipdrift. I'd go mad." "You could give it a try." "David, I'm tempted, but I know what would happen. If I married you and had to live here, I'd turn into a screaming shrew and we'd end up hating each other. I'd rather we said goodbye this way." "I don't want to say goodbye." She looked up into his face, and David felt her body melt into his. "David, is there any chance that you could live in San Francisco?" It was an impossible idea. "What would I do there?" "Let's have breakfast in the morning. I want you to talk to Father." Tim O'Neill said, "Josephine has just told me about your conversation last night. Looks like you two have a problem, but I might have a solution, if you're interested." "I'm very interested, sir." O'Neill picked up a brown leather briefcase and removed some blueprints. "Do you know anything about frozen foods?" "I'm afraid I don't." They first started freezing food in the United States in 1865. The problem was transporting it long distances without the food thawing out. We've got refrigerated railway cars, but no one's been able to come up with a way to refrigerate trucks. O'Neill tapped the blueprints. "Until now, I just received a patent on it. This is going to revolutionize the entire food industry, David." David glanced at the blueprints. "I'm afraid these don't mean much to me, Mr. O'Neill." "That doesn't matter. I'm not looking for a technical expert. I have plenty of those. What I'm looking for is financing and someone to run the business. This isn't some wild pipe dream. I've talked to the top food processors in the business. This is going to be big, bigger than you can imagine. I need someone like you." "The company headquarters will be in San Francisco," Josephine added. David sat there silent, digesting what he had just heard. "You say you've been given a patent on this?" "That's right. I'm all set to move. Would you mind if I borrowed these blueprints and showed them to someone?" "I have no objection at all." The first thing David did was to check on Tim O'Neill. He learned that O'Neill had a solid reputation in San Francisco. He had been head of the science department at a Berkeley college there and was highly regarded. David knew nothing about the freezing of food, but he intended to find out. "I'll be back in 5 days, darling. I want you and your father to wait for me." "As long as you like. I'll miss you," Josephine said. "I'll miss you too." And he meant it more than she knew. David took the train to Johannesburg and made an appointment to see Edward Broderick, the owner of the largest meatpacking plant in South Africa. "I want your opinion on something." David handed him the blueprints. "I need to know if this can work. I don't know a damn thing about frozen foods or trucks, but I know people who do. If you come back this afternoon, I'll have a couple of experts here for you, David." At 4 o'clock that afternoon, David returned to the packing plant. He found that he was nervous, in a state of uncertainty, because he was not sure how he wanted the meeting to go. 2 weeks earlier, he would have laughed if anyone had even suggested he would ever leave Kruger-Brent Limited. It was a part of him. He would have laughed even harder if they had told him he would have considered heading a little food company in San Francisco. It was insane, except for one thing: Josephine O'Neill. There were 2 men in the room with Edward Broderick. "This is Dr. Crawford and Mr. Kaufman, David Blackwell." They exchanged greetings. David asked, "Have you gentlemen had a chance to look at the blueprints?" David Crawford replied, "We certainly have, Mr. Blackwell. We've been over them thoroughly." David took a deep breath. "And? I understand that the United States Patent Office has granted a patent on this?" "That's right." "Well, Mr. Blackwell, whoever got that patent is going to be one very rich man." David nodded slowly, filled with conflicting emotions. "It's like all great inventions. It's so simple you wonder why someone didn't think of it sooner. This one can't miss." David did not know how to react. He had half hoped that the decision would be taken out of his hands. If Tim O'Neill's invention was useless, there was a chance of persuading Josephine to stay in South Africa. But what O'Neill had told him was true. It did work. Now David had to make his decision. He thought of nothing else on the journey back to Klipdrift. If he accepted, it would mean leaving the company, starting up a new, untried business. He was an American, but America was a foreign country to him. He held an important position in one of the most powerful companies in the world. He loved his job. Jamie and Margaret McGregor had been very good to him. And then there was Kate. He had cared for her since she was a baby. He had watched her grow up from a stubborn, dirty-faced tomboy to a lovely young woman. Her life was a photo album in his mind. He turned the pages, and there was Kate at 4, 8, 10, 14, 21. Vulnerable, unpredictable. By the time the train arrived at Klipdrift, David had made up his mind. He was not going to leave Kruger Brent Limited. He drove directly to the Grand Hotel and went up to the O'Neill suite. Josephine opened the door for him. "David!" He took her in his arms and kissed her hungrily, feeling her warm body pressing against his. "Oh, David, I've missed you so much. I don't ever want to be away from you again." "You won't have to," David said slowly. "I'm going to San Francisco." David had waited with growing anxiety for Kate to return from the United States. Now that he had made his decision, he was eager to get started on his new life, impatient to marry Josephine. And now Kate was back, and he was standing in front of her saying, "I'm getting married." Kate heard the words through a roaring in her ears. She felt suddenly faint, and she gripped the edge of the desk for support. "I want to die," she thought. "Please let me die." Somehow, from some deep wellspring of will, she managed to smile. "Tell me about her, David." She was proud of how calm her voice sounded. "Who is she?" "Her name is Josephine O'Neill. She's been visiting here with her father. I know you two will be good friends, Kate. She's a fine woman." "She must be if you love her, David." He hesitated. "There's one more thing, Kate. I'm going to be leaving the company." The world was falling in on her. "Just because you're getting married doesn't mean you have to—" "It isn't that. Josephine's father is starting a new business in San Francisco. They need me." So you'll be living in San Francisco?" "Yes. Brad Rogers can handle my job easily, and we'll pick a top management team to back him up. Kate, I can't tell you what a difficult decision this was for me." "Of course, David. You must love her very much. When do I get to meet the bride?" David smiled, pleased at how well Kate was taking the news. "Tonight, if you're free for dinner." "Yes, I'm free." She would not let the tears come until she was alone. The four of them had dinner at the McGregor mansion. The moment Kate saw Josephine, she blanched. "Oh, God! No wonder he's in love with her." She was dazzling. Just being in her presence made Kate feel awkward and ugly. And to make matters worse, Josephine was gracious and charming, and obviously very much in love with David. Bloody hell. During dinner, Tim O'Neill told Kate about the new company. "It sounds very interesting," Kate said. "I'm afraid it's no Kruger Brent Limited, Miss McGregor. We'll have to start small, but with David running it, we'll do all right." "With David running it, you can't miss," Kate assured him. The evening was an agony. In the same cataclysmic moment, she had lost the man she loved and the one person who was indispensable to Kruger Brent Limited. She carried on a conversation and managed to get through the evening, but afterward she had no recollection of what she said or did. She only knew that every time David and Josephine looked at each other or touched, she wanted to kill herself. On the way back to the hotel, Josephine said, "She's in love with you, David." He smiled. "Kate? No, we're friends. We have been since she was a baby. She liked you a lot." Josephine smiled. Men are so naive. In David's office the following morning, Tim O'Neill and David sat facing each other. "I'll need about 2 months to get my affairs in order here," David said. "I've been thinking about the financing we'll need to begin with. If we go to one of the big companies, they'll swallow us up and give us a small share. It won't belong to us anymore. I think we should finance it ourselves. I figure it will cost $80,000 to get started. I've saved the equivalent of about $40,000. We'll need $40,000 more. "I have $10,000, Tim O'Neill said, "and I have a brother who will loan me another $5,000. So we're $25,000 short," David said. "We'll try to borrow that from a bank." "We'll leave for San Francisco right away," O'Neill told David, "and get everything set up for you." Josephine and her father left for the United States 2 days later. "Send them to Cape Town in the private railway car, David," Kate offered. "That's very generous of you, Kate." The morning Josephine left, David felt as though a piece of his life had been taken away. He could not wait to join her in San Francisco. The next few weeks were taken up with a search for a management team to back up Brad Rogers. A list of possible candidates was carefully drawn up, and Kate and David and Brad spent hours discussing each one. "Taylor is a good technician, but he's weak on management. What about Simmons?" "He's good, but he's not ready yet," Brad decided. "Give him another 5 years." "Babcock? Not a bad choice. Let's discuss him." "What about Peterson?" "Not enough of a company man," David said. "He's too concerned with himself." And even as he said it, he felt a pang of guilt because he was deserting Kate. They continued on with the list of names. By the end of the month, they had narrowed the choice to 4 men to work with Brad Rogers. All of them were working abroad, and they were sent for so that they could be interviewed. The first 2 interviews went well. "I'd be satisfied with either one of them," Kate assured David and Brad. On the morning the 3rd interview was to take place, David walked into Kate's office, his face pale. "Is my job still open?" Kate looked at his expression and stood up in alarm. "What is it, David?" He sank into a chair. "Something has happened." Kate was out from behind the desk and by his side in an instant. "Tell me." "I just got a letter from Tim O'Neill. He's sold the business." "What do you mean?" "Exactly what I said. He accepted an offer of $200,000 and a royalty for his patent from the 3-star meatpacking company in Chicago." David's voice was filled with bitterness. "The company would like to hire me to manage it for them. He regrets any inconvenience to me, but he couldn't turn down that kind of money." Kate looked at him intently. "And Josephine? What does she say? She must be furious with her father." "There was a letter from her, too. We'll marry as soon as I come to San Francisco." "And you're not going?" "Of course I'm not going," David exploded. "Before I had something to offer, I could have built it into a great company, but they were in too much of a damned hurry for the money." "David, you're not being fair when you say they. O'Neill would have never made that deal without Josephine's approval." I don't know what to say, David." "There is nothing to say, except that I almost made the biggest mistake of my life." Kate walked over to the desk and picked up the list of candidates. Slowly, she began to tear it up. In the weeks that followed, David plunged himself deeply into his work, trying to forget his bitterness and hurt. He received several letters from Josephine O'Neill, and he threw them all away, unread. But he could not get her out of his mind. Kate, deeply aware of David's pain, let him know that she was there if he needed her. 6 months had passed since David received the letter from Tim O'Neill. During that time, Kate and David continued to work closely together, travel together, and be alone together much of the time. Kate tried to please him in every way she could. She dressed for him, planned things he would enjoy, and went out of her way to make his life as happy as possible. As far as she could tell, it was having no effect at all, and finally she lost her patience. She and David were in Rio de Janeiro, checking on a new mineral find. They had had dinner at their hotel and were in Kate's room going over some figures late at night. Kate had changed to a comfortable kimono and slippers. When they finished, David stretched and said, "Well, that's it for tonight. I guess I'll go on to bed." Kate said quietly, "Isn't it time you came out of mourning, David?" He looked at her in surprise. "Mourning?" "For Josephine O'Neill. She's out of my life." "Then act like it." "Just what would you like me to do, Kate?" he asked curtly. Kate was angry now, angry at David's blindness, angry about all the wasted time. "I'll tell you what I'd like you to do. Kiss me." "What?" "Bloody hell, David, I'm your boss, damn it." She moved close to him. "Kiss me." And she pressed her lips against his and put her arms around him. She felt him resist and start to draw back. And then slowly his arms circled her body, and he kissed her. "Kate," she whispered against his lips, "I thought you'd never ask." They were married 6 weeks later. It was the biggest wedding Clipdrift had ever seen or would see again. It was held in the town's largest church, and afterward there was a reception in the town hall, and everyone was invited. There were mountains of food and uncounted cases of beer and whiskey and champagne, and musicians played, and the festivities lasted until dawn. When the sun came up, Kate and David slipped away. "I'll go home and finish packing," Kate said. "Pick me up in an hour." In the pale dawn light, Kate entered the huge house alone and went upstairs to her bedroom. She walked over to a painting on the wall and pressed against the frame. The painting flew back, revealing a wall safe. She opened it and brought out a contract. It was for the purchase of the 3-Star Meatpacking Company of Chicago by Kate McGregor. Next to it was a contract from the 3-Star Meatpacking Company purchasing the rights to Tim O'Neill's freezing process for $200,000. Kate hesitated a moment, then returned the papers to the safe and locked it. David belonged to her now. He had always belonged to her, and to Kruger Brent Limited. Together, they would build it into the biggest, most powerful company in the world, just as Jamie and Margaret McGregor would have wanted it. Book 3, Kruger Brent Limited, 1914 to 1945. Chapter 16. They were in the library, where Jamie had once liked to sit with his brandy glass in front of him. David was arguing that there was no time for a real honeymoon. "Someone has to mind the store, Kate." "Yes, Mr. Blackwell, but who's going to mind me?" She curled up in David's lap, and he felt the warmth of her through her thin dress. The documents he had been reading fell to the floor. Her arms were around him, and he felt her hands sliding down his body. She pressed her hips against him, making slow, small circles, and the papers on the floor were forgotten. She felt him respond, and she rose and slipped out of her dress. David watched her, marveling at her loveliness. How could he have been so blind for so long? She was undressing him now, and there was a sudden urgency in him. They were both naked, and their bodies were pressed together. He stroked her, his fingers lightly touching her face and her neck, down to the swell of her breasts. She was moaning, and his hands moved down until he felt the velvety softness between her legs. His fingers stroked her, and she whispered, "Take me, David." And they were on the deep, soft rug, and she felt the strength of his body on top of her. There was a long, sweet thrust, and he was inside her, filling her, and she moved to his rhythm. It became a great tidal wave, sweeping her up higher and higher until she thought she could not bear the ecstasy of it. There was a sudden, glorious explosion deep inside her, and another, and she thought, "I've died and gone to heaven." They traveled all over the world, to Paris and Zurich and Sydney and New York, taking care of company business, but wherever they went, they carved out moments of time for themselves. They talked late into the night and made love and explored each other's minds and bodies. Kate was an inexhaustible delight to David. She would awaken him in the morning to make wild and pagan love to him, and a few hours later she would be at his side at a business conference, making more sense than anyone else there. She had a natural flair for business that was as rare as it was unexpected. Women were few in the top echelons of the business world. In the beginning, Kate was treated with a tolerant condescension, but the attitude quickly changed to a wary respect. Kate took a delight in the maneuvering and machinations of the game. David watched her outwit men with much greater experience. She had the instincts of a winner. She knew what she wanted and how to get it: power. They ended their honeymoon with a glorious week in Cedar Hill House at Dark Harbor. It was on June 28, 1914, that the first talk of war was heard. Kate and David were guests at a country estate in Sussex. It was the age of country house living, and weekend guests were expected to conform to a ritual. Men dressed for breakfast, changed for mid-morning lounging, changed for lunch, changed for tea, to a velvet jacket with satin piping, and changed to a formal jacket for dinner. "For God's sake," David protested to Kate, "I feel like a damn peacock." "You're a very handsome peacock, my darling," Kate assured him. "When you get home, you can walk around naked." He took her in his arms. "I can't wait." At dinner, the news came that Francis Ferdinand, heir to the Austrian-Hungarian throne, and his wife, Sophie, had been slain by an assassin. Their host, Lord Maney, said, "Nasty business, shooting a woman, what?" But no one is going to war over some little Balkan country. And the conversation moved on to cricket. Later in bed, Kate said, "Do you think there's going to be a war, David? Over some minor archduke being assassinated? No." It proved to be a bad guess. Austria-Hungary, suspecting that its neighbor, Serbia, had instigated the plot to assassinate Ferdinand, declared war on Serbia, and by October, most of the world's major powers were at war. It was a new kind of warfare. For the first time, mechanized vehicles were used: airplanes, airships, and submarines. The day Germany declared war, Kate said, "This can be a wonderful opportunity for us, David." David frowned. "What are you talking about? Nations are going to need guns and ammunition and—" "They're not getting them from us," David interrupted firmly. "We have enough business, Kate. We don't have to make profits from anyone's blood." "Aren't you being a bit dramatic? Someone has to make guns. As long as I'm with this company, it won't be us. We won't discuss it again, Kate. The subject is closed." And Kate thought, the bloody hell it is. For the first time in their marriage, they slept apart. Kate thought, how can David be such an idealistic ninny? And David thought, how can she be so cold-blooded? The business has changed her. The days that followed were miserable for both of them. David regretted the emotional chasm between them, but he did not know how to bridge it. Kate was too proud and headstrong to give in to him because she knew she was right. President Woodrow Wilson had promised to keep the United States out of the war, but as German submarines began torpedoing unarmed passenger ships and stories of German atrocities spread, pressure began to build up for America to help the Allies. "Make the world safe for democracy" was the slogan. David had learned to fly in the bush country of South Africa, and when the Lafayette Escadrille was formed in France with American pilots, David went to Kate. "I've got to enlist." She was appalled. "No, it's not your war." "It's going to be," David said quietly. "The United States can't stay out. I'm an American. I want to help now." "You're 46 years old." "I can still fly a plane, Kate, and they need all the help they can get." There was no way Kate could dissuade him. They spent the last few days together quietly, their differences forgotten. They loved each other, and that was all that mattered. The night before David was to leave for France, he said, "You and Brad Rogers can run the business as well as I can, maybe better." "What if something happens to you? I couldn't bear it." He held her close. "Nothing will happen to me, Kate. I'll come back to you with all kinds of medals." He left the following morning. David's absence was death for Kate. It had taken her so long to win him, and now every second of her day there was the ugly, creeping fear of losing him. He was always with her. She found him in the cadence of a stranger's voice, the sudden laughter on a quiet street, a phrase, a scent, a song. He was everywhere. She wrote him long letters every day. Whenever she received a letter from him, she reread it until it was in tatters. He was well, he wrote. The Germans had air superiority, but that would change. There were rumors that America would be helping soon. He would write again when he could. He loved her. "Don't let anything happen to you, my darling. I'll hate you forever if you do." She tried to forget her loneliness and misery by plunging into work. At the beginning of the war, France and Germany had the best-equipped fighting forces in Europe, but the Allies had far greater manpower, resources, and materials. Russia, with the largest army, was badly equipped and poorly commanded. "They all need help," Kate told Brad Rogers. "They need tanks and guns and ammunition." Brad Rogers was uncomfortable. "Kate, David doesn't think—" "David isn't here, Brad. It's up to you and me." But Brad Rogers knew that what Kate meant was, "It's up to me." Kate could not understand David's attitude about manufacturing armaments. The Allies needed weapons, and Kate felt it was her patriotic duty to supply them. She conferred with the heads of half a dozen friendly nations, and within a year Kruger-Brent Limited was manufacturing guns and tanks, bombs and ammunition. The company supplied trains and tanks and uniforms and guns. Kruger-Brent was rapidly becoming one of the fastest-growing conglomerates in the world. When Kate saw the most recent revenue figures, she said to Brad Rogers, "Have you seen these?" David will have to admit he was mistaken. South Africa, meanwhile, was in turmoil. The party leaders had pledged their support to the Allies and accepted responsibility for defending South Africa against Germany. But the majority of Afrikaners opposed the country's support of Great Britain. They could not forget the past so quickly. In Europe, the war was going badly for the Allies. Fighting on the Western Front reached a standstill. Both sides dug in. protected by trenches that stretched across France and Belgium, and the soldiers were miserable. Rain filled the dugouts with water and mud, and rats swarmed through the vermin-infested trenches. Kate was grateful that David was fighting his war in the air. On April 6, 1917, President Wilson declared war, and David's prediction came true. America began to mobilize. The first American expeditionary force under General John J. Pershing began landing in France on June 26, 1917. New place names became a part of everyone's vocabulary: Saint-Mihiel, Château-Thierry, the Meuse-Argonne, Belleau Wood, Verdun. The Allies had become an irresistible force, and on November 11, 1918, the war was finally over. The world was safe for democracy. David was on his way home. When David disembarked from the troop ship in New York, Kate was there to meet him. They stood staring at each other for one eternal moment, ignoring the noise and the crowds around them. Then Kate was in David's arms. He was thinner and tired-looking, and Kate thought, "Oh, God, I've missed him so." She had 1,000 questions to ask him, but they could wait. "I'm taking you to Cedar Hill House," Kate told him. "It's a perfect place for you to rest." Kate had done a great deal with the house in anticipation of David's arrival home. The large, airy living room had been furnished with twin sofas covered in old rose and green floral chintz. Matching down-filled armchairs were grouped around the fireplace. Over the fireplace was of Lamique floral canvas, and on each side of it, doré sconces. 2 sets of French doors opened out onto the veranda, which ran the entire length of the house on 3 sides, covered with a striped awning. The rooms were bright and airy, and the view of the harbor spectacular. Kate led David through the house, chattering away happily. He seemed strangely quiet. When they had completed the tour, Kate asked, "Do you like what I've done with it, darling?" "It's beautiful, Kate. Now sit down. I want to talk to you." She had a sudden sinking feeling. "Is anything wrong? We seem to have become a munitions supplier for half the world." "Wait until you look at the books," Kate began. "Our profit has—" "I'm talking about something else. As I recall, our profit was pretty good before I left. I thought we agreed we wouldn't get involved in manufacturing war supplies." Kate felt an anger rising in her. "You agreed. I didn't." She fought to control it. "Times change, David. We have to change with them." He looked at her and asked quietly, "Have you changed?" Lying in bed that night, Kate asked herself whether it was she who had changed or David. Had she become stronger, or had David become weaker? She thought about his argument against manufacturing armaments. It was a weak argument. After all, someone was going to supply the merchandise to the Allies, and there was an enormous profit in it. What had happened to David's business sense? She had always looked up to him as one of the cleverest men she knew, but now she felt that she was more capable of running the business than David. She spent a sleepless night. In the morning, Kate and David had breakfast and walked around the grounds. "It's really lovely," David told her. "I'm glad to be here." Kate said, "About our conversation last night. It's done. I was away, and you did what you thought was right." Would I have done the same thing if you had been here? Kate wondered, but she did not say the words aloud. She had done what she had done for the sake of the company. Does the company mean more to me than my marriage? She was afraid to answer the question. Chapter 17. The next 5 years witnessed a period of incredible worldwide growth. Kruger Brent Limited had been founded on diamonds and gold, but it had diversified and expanded all over the world so that its center was no longer South Africa. The company recently had acquired a publishing empire, an insurance company, and 500,000 acres of timberland. One night Kate nudged David awake. "Darling, let's move the company headquarters." David sat up groggily. "What?" "The business center of the world today is New York. That's where our headquarters should be. South Africa's too far away from everything. Besides, now that we have the telephone and cable, we can communicate with any of our offices in minutes." "Now, why didn't I think of that?" David mumbled, and he went back to sleep. New York was an exciting new world. On her previous visits there, Kate had felt the quick pulse of the city, but living there was like being caught up at the center of a matrix. The earth seemed to spin faster, everything moved at a more rapid pace. Kate and David selected a site for the new company headquarters on Wall Street, and the architects went to work. Kate chose another architect to design a 16th-century French Renaissance mansion on Fifth Avenue. "This city is so damned noisy," David complained. And it was true. The chatter of riveters filled the air in every part of the city as skyscrapers began to soar into the heavens. New York had become the mecca for trade from all over the world, the headquarters for shipping, insurance, communications, and transportation. It was a city bursting with a unique vitality. Kate loved it, but she sensed David's unhappiness. "David, this is the future. This place is growing and will grow with it." "My God, Kate, how much more do you want?" And without thinking, she replied, "All there is." She could not understand why David had even asked the question. The name of the game was to win, and you won by beating everyone else. It seemed so obvious to her. Why couldn't David see it? David was a good businessman, but there was something missing in him, a hunger, a compulsion to conquer, to be the biggest and the best. Her father had had that spirit, and she had it. Kate was not sure exactly when it had happened, but at some point in her life, the company had become the master, and she the slave. It owned her more than she owned it. When she tried to explain her feelings to David, he laughed and said, "You're working too hard." She's so much like her father, David thought, and he was not sure why he found that vaguely disturbing. How could one work too hard, Kate wondered. There was no greater joy in life. It was when she felt most alive. Each day brought a new set of problems, and each problem was a challenge, a puzzle to be solved, a new game to be won. And she was wonderful at it. She was caught up in something beyond imagination. It had nothing to do with money or achievement. It had to do with power. A power that controlled the lives of thousands of people in every corner of the earth, just as her life had once been controlled. As long as she had power, she would never truly need anyone. It was a weapon that was awesome beyond belief. Kate was invited to dine with kings and queens and presidents, all seeking her favor, her goodwill. A new Kruger-Brent factory could mean the difference between poverty and riches. Power. The company was alive, a growing giant that had to be fed, and sometimes sacrifices were necessary, for the giant could not be shackled. Kate understood that now. It had a rhythm, a pulse, and it had become her own. In March, a year after they had moved to New York, Kate felt unwell. David persuaded her to see a doctor. "His name is John Harley. He's a young doctor with a good reputation." Reluctantly, Kate went to see him. John Harley was a thin, serious-looking young Bostonian, about 26, 5 years younger than Kate. "I warn you," Kate informed him, "I don't have time to be sick." "I'll bear that in mind, Mrs. Blackwell. Meanwhile, let's have a look at you." Dr. Harley examined her, made some tests, and said, "I'm sure it's nothing serious. I'll have the results in a day or two. Give me a call on Wednesday." Early Wednesday morning, Kate telephoned Dr. Harley. "I have good news for you, Mrs. Blackwell," he said cheerfully. "You're going to have a baby." It was one of the most exciting moments of Kate's life. She could not wait to tell David. She had never seen David so thrilled. He scooped her up in his strong arms and said, "It's going to be a girl, and she'll look exactly like you." He was thinking, this is exactly what Kate needs. Now she'll stay home more. She'll be more of a wife. And Kate was thinking, it will be a boy, and one day he'll take over Kruger-Brent. As the time for the birth of the baby drew nearer, Kate worked shorter hours, but she still went to the office every day. "Forget about the business and relax," David advised her. What he did not understand was that the business was Kate's relaxation. The baby was due in December. "I'll try for the 25th, Kate promised David. "He'll be our Christmas present." It's going to be a perfect Christmas, Kate thought. She was head of a great conglomerate. She was married to the man she loved, and she was going to have his baby. If there was irony in the order of her priorities, Kate was not aware of it. Her body had grown large and clumsy, and it was getting more and more difficult for Kate to go to the office, but whenever David or Brad Rogers suggested she stay home, her answer was, "My brain is still working." 2 months before the baby was due, David was in South Africa on an inspection tour of the mine at Peniel. He was scheduled to return to New York the following week. Kate was at her desk when Brad Rogers walked in unannounced. She looked at the grim expression on his face and said, "We lost the Shannon deal." "No, Kate, I just got word. There's been an accident, a mine explosion." She felt a sharp pang. "Where? Was it bad? Was anyone killed?" Brad took a deep breath. "Half a dozen. Kate, David was with them." The words seemed to fill the room and reverberate against the paneled walls, growing louder and louder until it was a screaming in her ears, a Niagara of sound that was drowning her, and she felt herself being sucked into its center deeper and deeper until she could no longer breathe, and everything became dark and silent. The baby was born 1 hour later, 2 months premature. Kate named him Anthony James Blackwell, after David's father. "I'll love you, my son, for me, and I'll love you for your father." 1 month later, the new Fifth Avenue mansion was ready, and Kate and the baby and a staff of servants moved into it. 2 castles in Italy had been stripped to furnish the house. It was a showplace with elaborately carved 16th-century Italian walnut furniture and rose marble floors bordered with sienna red marble. The paneled library boasted a magnificent 18th-century fireplace over which hung a rare Holbein. There was a trophy room with David's gun collection and an art gallery that Kate filled with Rembrandts and Vermeers and Velázquez and Bellinis. There was a ballroom and a sunroom and a formal dining room and a nursery next to Kate's room and uncounted bedrooms. In the large formal gardens were statues by Rodin, Augustus Saint-Gaudens, and Melo. It was a palace fit for a king, and the king is growing up in it, Kate thought happily. In 1928, when Tony was 4, Kate sent him to nursery school. He was a handsome, solemn little boy, with his mother's gray eyes and stubborn chin. He was given music lessons, and when he was 5, he attended dancing school. Some of the best times the two of them spent together were at Cedar Hill House in Dark Harbor. Kate bought a yacht, an 80-foot motor sailor she named the Corsair, and she and Tony cruised the waters along the coast of Maine. Tony adored it, but it was the work that gave Kate her greatest pleasure. There was something mystic about the company Jamie McGregor had founded. It was alive, consuming. It was her lover, and it would never die on a winter day and leave her alone. It would live forever. She would see to it, and one day she would give it to her son. The only disturbing factor in Kate's life was her homeland. She cared deeply about South Africa. The racial problems there were growing, and Kate was troubled. There were 2 political camps, the Verkramptes, the narrow ones, the pro-segregationists, and the Verlichtes, the enlightened ones, who wanted to improve the position of the blacks. Prime Minister James Hartzog and Jan Smuts had formed a coalition and combined their power to have the new Land Act passed. Blacks were removed from the rolls and were no longer able to vote or own land. Millions of people belonging to different minority groups were disrupted by the new law. The areas that had no minerals, industrial centers, or ports were assigned to coloreds, blacks, and Indians. Kate arranged a meeting in South Africa with several high government officials. "This is a time bomb," Kate told them. "What you're doing is trying to keep 8 million people in slavery." "It's not slavery, Mrs. Blackwell. We're doing this for their own good." "Really? How would you explain that?" "Each race has something to contribute. If the blacks mingle with the whites, they'll lose their individuality. We're trying to protect them." "That's bloody nonsense," Kate retorted. "South Africa has become a racist hell." "That's not true. Blacks from other countries come thousands of miles in order to enter this country. They pay as much as £56 for a forged pass. The black is better off here than anywhere else on earth." "Then I pity them," Kate retorted. "They're primitive children, Mrs. Blackwell. It's for their own good." Kate left the meeting frustrated and deeply fearful for her country. Kate was also concerned about Banda. He was in the news a good deal. The South African newspapers were calling him the Scarlet Pimpernel, and there was a grudging admiration in their stories. He escaped the police by disguising himself as a laborer, a chauffeur, a janitor. He had organized a guerrilla army, and he headed the police's most wanted list. One article in the Cape Times told of his being carried triumphantly through the streets of a black village on the shoulders of demonstrators. He went from village to village addressing crowds of students, but every time the police got wind of his presence, Banda disappeared. He was said to have a personal bodyguard of hundreds of friends and followers, and he slept at a different house every night. Kate knew that nothing would stop him but death. She had to get in touch with him. She summoned one of her veteran black foremen, a man she trusted. "William, do you think you can find Banda?" "Only if he wishes to be found." "Try. I want to meet with him. I'll see what I can do." The following morning, the foreman said, "If you are free this evening, a car will be waiting to take you out to the country." Kate was driven to a small village 70 miles north of Johannesburg. The driver stopped in front of a small frame house, and Kate went inside. Banda was waiting for her. He looked exactly the same as when Kate had last seen him, and he must be 60 years old, Kate thought. He had been on the run from the police for years, and yet he appeared serene and calm. He hugged Kate and said, "You look more beautiful every time I see you." She laughed. "I'm getting old. I'm going to be 40 in a few years." "The years sit lightly on you, Kate." They went into the kitchen, and while Banda fixed coffee, Kate said, "I don't like what's happening, Banda. Where is it going to lead?" "It will get worse," Banda said simply. "The government will not allow us to speak with them. The whites have destroyed the bridges between us and them, and one day they will find they need those bridges to reach us. We have our heroes now, Kate. Nehemiah Tyle, Makone, Richard Msimang. The whites goad us and move us around like cattle to pasture." "Not all whites think like that," Kate assured him. "You have friends who are fighting to change things. It will happen one day, Banda, but it will take time. Time is like sand in an hourglass. It runs out. Banda, what's happened to Ntame and to Magina?" "My wife and son are in hiding," Banda said sadly. "The police are still very busy looking for me." "What can I do to help? I can't just sit by and do nothing. Will money help?" "Money always helps. I will arrange it. What else?" "Pray. Pray for all of us." The following morning, Kate returned to New York. When Tony was old enough to travel, Kate took him on business trips during his school holidays. He was fond of museums, and he could stand for hours looking at the paintings and statues of the great masters. At home, Tony sketched copies of the paintings on the wall, but he was too self-conscious to let his mother see his work. He was sweet and bright and fun to be with, and there was a shyness about him that people found appealing. Kate was proud of her son. He was always first in his class. "You beat all of them, didn't you, darling?" And she would laugh and hold him fiercely in her arms. And young Tony would try even harder to live up to his mother's expectations. In 1936, on Tony's 12th birthday, Kate returned from a trip to the Middle East. She had missed Tony and was eager to see him. He was at home waiting for her. She took him in her arms and hugged him. "Happy birthday, darling. Has it been a good day?" "Yes, ma'am. It's been wonderful." Kate pulled back and looked at him. She had never noticed him stutter before. "Are you all right, Tony?" "Fine, thank you, Mother." "You mustn't stammer," she told him. "Speak more slowly." "Yes, Mother." Over the next few weeks, it got worse. Kate decided to talk to Dr. Harley. When he finished the examination, John Harley said, "Physically, there's nothing wrong with the boy, Kate. Is he under any kind of pressure?" "My son? Of course not. How can you ask that?" "Tony's a sensitive boy. Stuttering is very often a physical manifestation of frustration and inability to cope." "You're wrong, John. Tony is at the very top of all the achievement tests in school. Last term he won 3 awards, Best All-Around Athlete, Best All-Around Scholar, and Best Student in the Arts. I'd hardly call that unable to cope." "I see," he studied her. "What do you do when Tony stammers, Kate?" "I correct him, of course." "I would suggest that you don't. That will only make him more tense." Kate was stung to anger. "If Tony has any psychological problems, as you seem to think, I can assure you it's not because of his mother. I adore him, and he's aware that I think he's the most fantastic child on earth." And that was the core of the problem. No child could live up to that. Dr. Harley glanced down at his chart. "Let's see now. Tony is 12? Yes. Perhaps it might be good for him if he went away for a while, maybe a private school somewhere." Kate just stared at him. "Let him be on his own a bit, just until he finishes high school. They have some excellent schools in Switzerland." Switzerland! The idea of Tony being so far away from her was appalling. He was too young. He was not ready yet. Dr. Harley was watching her. "I'll think about it," Kate told him. That afternoon she canceled the board meeting and went home early. Tony was in his room, doing homework. Tony said, I got all A's today, Mother. What would you think of going to school in Switzerland, darling? And his eyes lit up and he said, May I? 6 weeks later, Kate put Tony aboard a ship. He was on his way to the Institut Le Rosé in Rolle, a small town on the shore of Lake Geneva. Kate stood at the New York pier and watched until the huge liner cut loose from the tugboats. Bloody hell, I'm going to miss him. Then she turned and walked back to the limousine waiting to take her to the office. Kate enjoyed working with Brad Rogers. He was 46, 2 years older than Kate. They had become good friends through the years, and she loved him for his devotion to Kruger Brent. Brad was unmarried and had a variety of attractive girlfriends, but gradually Kate became aware that he was half in love with her. More than once he had made studiously ambiguous remarks, but she chose to keep their relationship on an impersonal, business level. She broke that pattern only once. Brad had started seeing someone regularly. He stayed out late every night and came into morning meetings tired and distracted, his mind elsewhere. It was bad for the company. When a month went by and his behavior was becoming more flagrant, Kate decided that something had to be done. She remembered how close David had come to quitting the company because of a woman. She would not let that happen with Brad. Kate had planned to travel to Paris alone to acquire an import-export company, but at the last minute she asked Brad to accompany her. They spent the day of their arrival in meetings, and that evening had dinner at the Grand Vaufour. Afterward, Kate suggested that Brad join her in her suite at the George V to go over the reports on the new company. When he arrived, Kate was waiting for him in a filmy negligee. I brought the revised offer with me, Brad began, so we— That can wait, Kate said softly. There was an invitation in her voice that made him look at her again. I wanted us to be alone, Brad. Kate! She moved into his arms and held him close. My God, he said, I've wanted you for so long. And I you, Brad. And they moved into the bedroom. Kate was a sensual woman, but all of her sexual energy had long since been harnessed into other channels. She was completely fulfilled by her work. She needed Brad for other reasons. He was on top of her, and she moved her legs apart and felt his hardness in her, and it was neither pleasant nor unpleasant. Kate, I've loved you for so long. He was pressing into her, moving in and out in an ancient, timeless rhythm, and she thought, they're asking too bloody much for the company. They're going to hold out because they know I really want it. Brad was whispering words of endearment in her ear. I could call off the negotiations and wait for them to come back to me, but what if they don't? Do I dare risk losing the deal? His rhythm was faster now, and Kate moved her hips, thrusting against his body. No, they could easily find another buyer, better to pay them what they want. I'll make up for it by selling off one of their subsidiaries. Brad was moaning in a frenzy of delight, and Kate moved faster, bringing him to a climax. I'll tell them I've decided to meet their terms. There was a long, shuddered gasp, and Brad said, Oh, God, Kate, it was wonderful. Was it good for you, darling? It was heaven. She lay in Brad's arms all night, thinking and planning while he slept. In the morning when he woke up, she said, Brad, that woman you've been seeing. My God, you're jealous. He laughed happily. Forget about her. I'll never see her again. I promise. Kate never went to bed with Brad again. When he could not understand why she refused him, all she said was, You don't know how much I want to, Brad, but I'm afraid we wouldn't be able to work together any longer. We must both make a sacrifice, and he was forced to live with that. As the company kept expanding, Kate set up charitable foundations that contributed to colleges, churches, and schools. She kept adding to her art collection. She acquired the great Renaissance and post-Renaissance artists, Raphael and Titian, Tintoretto and El Greco, and the Baroque painters Rubens, Caravaggio, and Van Dyck. The Blackwell collection was reputed to be the most valuable private collection in the world, reputed because no one outside of invited guests was permitted to see it. Kate would not allow it to be photographed, nor would she discuss it with the press. She had strict, inflexible rules about the press. The personal life of the Blackwell family was off-limits. Neither servants nor employees of the company were permitted to discuss the Blackwell family. It was impossible, of course, to stop rumors and speculation, for Kate Blackwell was an intriguing enigma. There were 1,000 questions about her, but few answers. Kate telephoned the headmistress at La Rosée. "I'm calling to find out how Tony is." "Ah, he is doing very well, Mrs. Blackwell. Your son is a superb student. I wasn't referring to that. I meant—" She hesitated as though reluctant to admit there could be a weakness in the Blackwell family. "I meant his stammering." "Madame, there is no sign of any stammering. He is perfectly fine." Kate heaved an inward sigh of relief. She had known all along that it was only temporary, a passing phase of some kind. So much for doctors. Tony arrived home 4 weeks later, and Kate was at the airport to meet him. He looked fit and handsome, and Kate felt a surge of pride. "Hello, my love. How are you?" "I'm fine, Mother. How are you?" On his vacations at home, Tony eagerly looked forward to examining the new paintings his mother had acquired while he was away. He was awed by the masters and enchanted by the French Impressionists, Monet, Renoir, Manet, and Morisot. They evoked a magic world for Tony. He bought a set of paints and an easel and went to work. He thought his paintings were terrible, and he still refused to show them to anyone. How could they compare with the exquisite masterpieces? Kate told him, "One day all these paintings will belong to you, darling." The thought of it filled the 13-year-old boy with a sense of unease. His mother did not understand. They could never be truly his, because he had done nothing to earn them. He had a fierce determination somehow to earn his own way. He had ambivalent feelings about being away from his mother, for everything around her was always exciting. She was at the center of a whirlwind, giving orders, making incredible deals, taking him to exotic places, introducing him to interesting people. She was an awesome figure, and Tony was inordinately proud of her. He thought she was the most fascinating woman in the world. He felt guilty because it was only in her presence that he stuttered. Kate had no idea how deeply her son was in awe of her until one day, when he was home on vacation, he asked, "Mother, do you run the world?" And she had laughed and said, "Of course not. What made you ask such a silly question?" "All of my friends at school talk about you. Boy, you're really something." "I am something," Kate said. "I'm your mother." Tony wanted more than anything in the world to please Kate. He knew how much the company meant to her, how much she planned on his running it one day, and he was filled with regret because he knew he could not. That was not what he intended to do with his life. When he tried to explain this to his mother, she would laugh. "Nonsense, Tony. You're much too young to know what you want to do with your future." And he would begin to stammer. The idea of being a painter excited Tony. To be able to capture beauty and freeze it for all eternity, that was something worthwhile. He wanted to go abroad and study in Paris, but he knew he would have to broach the subject to his mother very carefully. They had wonderful times together. Kate was the chatelaine of vast estates. She had acquired homes in Palm Beach and South Carolina and a stud farm in Kentucky, and she and Tony visited all of them during his vacations. They watched the America's Cup races in Newport, and when they were in New York they had lunch at Delmonico's and tea at the Plaza and Sunday dinner at Luschau's. Kate was interested in horse racing, and her stable became one of the finest in the world. When one of Kate's horses was running and Tony was home from school, Kate would take him to the track with her. They would sit in her box and Tony would watch in wonder as his mother cheered until she was hoarse. He knew her excitement had nothing to do with money. "It's winning, Tony. Remember that. Winning is what's important." They had quiet, lazy times at Dark Harbor. They shopped at Pendleton and Coffin and had ice cream sodas at the Dark Harbor shop. In summer, they went sailing and hiking and visited art galleries. In the winter, there was skiing and skating and sleigh riding. They would sit in front of a fire in the large fireplace in the library, and Kate would tell her son all the old family stories about his grandfather in Banda and about the baby shower Madame Agnes and her girls gave for Tony's grandmother. It was a colorful family, a family to be proud of, to cherish. "Kruger Brent Limited will be yours one day, Tony. You'll run it, and I don't want to run it, Mother. I'm not interested in big business or power." And Kate exploded. "You bloody fool! What do you know about big business or power? Do you think I go around the world spreading evil, hurting people? Do you think Kruger Brent is some kind of ruthless money machine crushing anything that gets in its way? Well, let me tell you something, son. It's the next best thing to Jesus Christ. We're the resurrection, Tony. We save lives by the hundreds of thousands. When we open a factory in a depressed community or country, those people can afford to build schools and libraries and churches and give their children decent food and clothing and recreation facilities. She was breathing hard, carried away by her anger. We build factories where people are hungry and out of work, and because of us, they're able to live decent lives and hold up their heads. We become their saviors. Don't ever again let me hear you sneer at big business and power. All Tony could say was, "I'm sorry, Mother," and he thought stubbornly, "I'm going to be an artist." When Tony was 15, Kate suggested he spend his summer vacation in South Africa. He had never been there. "I can't get away just now, Tony, but you'll find it a fascinating place. I'll make all the arrangements for you." "I was sort of hoping to spend my vacation at Dark Harbor, Mother." "Next summer," Kate said firmly. "This summer I would like you to go to Johannesburg." Kate carefully briefed the company's superintendent in Johannesburg, and together they laid out an itinerary for Tony. Each day was planned with one objective in view: to make this trip as exciting as possible for Tony, to make him realize his future lay with the company. Kate received a daily report about her son. He had been taken into one of the gold mines. He had spent 2 days in the diamond fields. He had been on a guided tour of the Kruger-Brent plants and had gone on a safari in Kenya. A few days before Tony's vacation ended, Kate telephoned the company manager in Johannesburg. "How is Tony getting along?" "Oh, he's having a great time, Mrs. Blackwell. In fact, this morning he asked if he couldn't stay on a little longer." Kate felt a surge of pleasure. "That's wonderful. Thank you." When Tony's vacation was over, he went to Southampton, England, where he boarded a Pan American Airways system plane for the United States. Kate flew Pan American whenever possible. It spoiled her for other airlines. Kate left an important meeting to greet her son when he arrived at the Pan American terminal at the newly built LaGuardia Airport in New York. His handsome face was filled with enthusiasm. "Did you have a good time, darling? South Africa's a fantastic country, Mother. Did you know they flew me to the Namib Desert where Grandfather stole those diamonds from Great-Grandfather van der Merwe?" "He didn't steal them, Tony," Kate corrected him. "He merely took what was his." "Sure," Tony scoffed. "Anyway, I was there. There was no seamees, but they still have the guards and dogs and everything." He grinned. "They wouldn't give me any samples." Kate laughed happily. "They don't have to give you any samples, darling. One day they'll all be yours. You tell them. They won't listen to me." She hugged him. "You did enjoy it, didn't you?" She was enormously pleased that at last Tony was excited about his heritage. "You know what I loved most?" Kate smiled lovingly. "What?" "The colors. I painted lots of landscapes there. I hated to leave. I want to go back there and paint." "Paint?" Kate tried to sound enthusiastic. "That sounds like a wonderful hobby, Tony." "No, I don't mean as a hobby, Mother. I want to be a painter. I've been thinking a lot about it. I'm going to Paris to study. I really think I might have some talent." Kate felt herself tensing. "You don't want to spend the rest of your life painting?" "Yes, I do, Mother. It's the only thing I really care about." And Kate knew she had lost. He has a right to live his own life, Kate thought. But how can I let him make such a terrible mistake? In September, the decision was taken out of both of their hands. Europe went to war. "I want you to enroll in the Wharton School of Finance and Commerce," Kate informed Tony. "In 2 years, if you still want to be an artist, you'll have my blessing." Kate was certain that by then Tony would change his mind. It was inconceivable that her son would choose to spend his life slapping daubs of color on bits of canvas when he could head the most exciting conglomerate in the world. He was, after all, her son. To Kate Blackwell, World War II was another great opportunity. There were worldwide shortages of military supplies and materials, and Kruger-Brent was able to furnish them. One division of the company provided equipment for the armed forces, while another division took care of civilian needs. The company factories were working 24 hours a day. Kate was certain the United States was not going to be able to remain neutral. President Franklin D. Roosevelt called upon the country to be the great arsenal of democracy, and on March 11, 1941, the Lend-Lease Bill was pushed through Congress. Allied shipping across the Atlantic was menaced by the German blockade. U-boats, the German submarines, attacked and sank scores of Allied ships, fighting in wolf packs of 8. Germany was a juggernaut that seemingly could not be stopped. In defiance of the Versailles Treaty, Adolf Hitler had built up one of the greatest war machines in history. In a new blitzkrieg technique, Germany attacked Poland, Belgium, and the Netherlands, and in rapid succession, the German machine crushed Denmark, Norway, Luxembourg, and France. Kate went into action when she received word that Jews working in the Nazi-confiscated Kruger-Brent Limited factories were being arrested and deported to concentration camps. She made 2 telephone calls, and the following week she was on her way to Switzerland. When she arrived at the Baralak Hotel in Zurich, there was a message that Colonel Brinkman wished to see her. Brinkman had been a manager of the Berlin branch of Kruger-Brent Limited. When the factory had been taken over by the Nazi government, Brinkman was given the rank of colonel and kept in charge. He came to see Kate at the hotel. He was a thin, precise man with blonde hair combed carefully over his balding skull. "I am delighted to see you, Frau Blackwell. I have a message for you from my government. I am authorized to assure you that as soon as we have won the war, your factories will be returned to you. Germany is going to be the greatest industrial power the world has ever known, and we welcome the collaboration of people such as yourself." "What if Germany loses?" Colonel Brinkman allowed a small smile to play on his lips. "We both know that cannot happen, Frau Blackwell. The United States is wise to stay out of Europe's business. I hope it continues to do so." "I'm sure you do, Colonel," she leaned forward. "I've heard rumors about Jews being sent to concentration camps and being exterminated. Is that true?" "British propaganda, I assure you. It is true that the Juden are sent to work camps, but I give you my word as an officer that they are being treated as they should be." Kate wondered exactly what those words meant. She intended to find out. The following day, Kate made an appointment with a prominent German merchant named Otto Bühler. Bühler was in his 50s, a distinguished-looking man with a compassionate face and eyes that had known deep suffering. They met at a small cafe near the Bahnhof. Herr Bühler selected a table in a deserted corner. "I've been told," Kate said softly, "that you've started an underground to help smuggle Jews into neutral countries. Is that true?" "It's not true, Mrs. Blackwell. Such an act would be treason against the Third Reich." "I have also heard that you're in need of funds to run it." Herr Bühler shrugged. "Since there is no underground, I have no needs of funds to run it. Is that not so?" His eyes kept nervously darting around the cafe. This was a man who breathed and slept with danger each day of his life. "I was hoping I might be of some help," Kate said carefully. "Kruger-Brent Limited has factories in many neutral and allied countries. If someone could get the refugees there, I would arrange for them to have employment." Herr Bühler sat there sipping a bitter coffee. Finally, he said, "I know nothing about these things. Politics are dangerous these days, but if you are interested in helping someone in distress, I have an uncle in England who suffers from a terrible, debilitating disease. His doctor bills are very high." "How high?" $50,000 a month. Arrangements would have to be made to deposit the money for his medical expenses in London and transfer the deposits to a Swiss bank. "That can be arranged. My uncle would be very pleased." Some 8 weeks later, a small but steady stream of Jewish refugees began to arrive in Allied countries to go to work in Kruger-Brent factories. Tony quit school at the end of 2 years. He went up to Kate's office to tell her the news. "I tried, Mother. I really did, but I've made up my mind. I want to study painting. When the war is over, I'm going to Paris." Each word was like a hammer blow. "I know you're disappointed, but I have to live my own life. I think I can be good, really good." He saw the look on Kate's face. "I've done what you asked me to do. Now you've got to give me my chance. They've accepted me at the Art Institute in Chicago." Kate's mind was in a turmoil. What Tony wanted to do was such a bloody waste. All she could say was, "When do you plan to leave?" "Enrollment starts on the 15th. What's the date today?" "December 6th. On Sunday, December 7th, 1941, squadrons of Nakayama bombers and Zero fighter planes from the Imperial Japanese Navy attacked Pearl Harbor, and the following day the United States was at war. That afternoon, Tony enlisted in the United States Marine Corps. He was sent to Quantico, Virginia, where he was graduated from Officers Training School, and from there to the South Pacific. Kate felt as though she were living on the edge of an abyss. Her working day was filled with the pressures of running the company, but every moment at the back of her mind was the fear that she would receive some dreaded news about Tony, that he had been wounded or killed. The war with Japan was going badly. Japanese bombers struck at American bases on Guam, Midway, and Wake Islands. They took Singapore in February 1942 and quickly overran New Britain, New Ireland, and the Admiralty and Solomon Islands. General Douglas MacArthur was forced to withdraw from the Philippines. The powerful forces of the Axis were slowly conquering the world, and the shadows were darkening everywhere. Kate was afraid that Tony might be taken prisoner of war and tortured. With all her power and influence, there was nothing she could do except pray. Every letter from Tony was a beacon of hope, a sign that a few short weeks before he had been alive. "They keep us in the dark here," Tony wrote. "Are the Russians still holding on? The Japanese soldier is brutal, but you have to respect him. He's not afraid to die." "What's happening in the States? Are factory workers really striking for more money? The PT boats are doing a wonderful job here. Those boys are all heroes. You have great connections, Mother. Send us a few hundred F-4Us, the new Navy fighters. Miss you." On August 7, 1942, the Allies began their first offensive action in the Pacific. United States Marines landed on Guadalcanal in the Solomon Islands, and from then on they kept moving to take back the islands the Japanese had conquered. In Europe, the Allies were enjoying an almost unbroken string of victories. On June 6, 1944, the Allied invasion of Western Europe was launched with landings by American, British, and Canadian troops on the Normandy beaches, and a year later, on May 7, 1945, Germany surrendered unconditionally. In Japan, on August 6, 1945, an atomic bomb with a destructive force of more than 20,000 tons of TNT was dropped on Hiroshima. 3 days later, another atomic bomb destroyed the city of Nagasaki. On August 14th, the Japanese surrendered. The long and bloody war was finally over. 3 months later, Tony returned home. He and Kate were at Dark Harbor, sitting on the terrace looking over the bay dotted with graceful white sails. The war has changed him, Kate thought. There was a new maturity about Tony. He had grown a small mustache and looked tanned and fit and handsome. There were lines about his eyes that had not been there before. Kate was sure the years overseas had given him time to reconsider his decision about not going into the company. "What are your plans now, son?" Kate asked. Tony smiled. "As I was saying before we were so rudely interrupted, Mother, I'm going to Paris." Book 4, Tony, 1946 to 1950. Chapter 18. Tony had been to Paris before, but this time the circumstances were different. The City of Light had been dimmed by the German occupation, but had been saved from destruction when it was declared an open city. The people had suffered a great deal, and though the Nazis had looted the Louvre, Tony found Paris relatively untouched. Besides, this time he was going to live there, to be a part of the city rather than be a tourist. He could have stayed at Kate's penthouse on Avenue du Maréchal Foch, which had not been damaged during the occupation. Instead, he rented an unfurnished flat in an old converted house behind Grand Montparnasse. The apartment consisted of a living room with a fireplace, a small bedroom, and a tiny kitchen that had no refrigerator. Between the bedroom and the kitchen crouched a bathroom with a claw-footed tub and a small stained bidet, and a temperamental toilet with a broken seat. When the landlady started to make apologies, Tony stopped her. "It's perfect." He spent all day Saturday at the flea market. Monday and Tuesday he toured the second-hand shops along the left bank, and by Wednesday he had the basic furniture he needed. A sofa bed, a scarred table, 2 overstuffed chairs, an old ornately carved wardrobe, lamps and a rickety kitchen table, and 2 straight chairs. Mother would be horrified, Tony thought. He could have had his apartment crammed with priceless antiques, but that would have been playing the part of a young American artist in Paris. He intended to live it. The next step was getting into a good art school. The most prestigious art school in all of France was the École des Beaux-Arts of Paris. Its standards were high, and few Americans were admitted. Tony applied for a place there. "They'll never accept me," he thought, "but if they do..." Somehow he had to show his mother he had made the right decision. He submitted 3 of his paintings and waited 4 weeks to hear whether he had been accepted. At the end of the 4th week, his concierge handed him a letter from the school. He was to report the following Monday. The École des Beaux-Arts was a large stone building 2 stories high, with a dozen classrooms filled with students. Tony reported to the head of the school, Maître Gasson, a towering, bitter-looking man with no neck and the thinnest lips Tony had ever seen. "Your paintings are amateurish," he told Tony, "but they show promise. Our committee selected you more for what was not in the paintings than for what was in them. Do you understand?" "Not exactly, maître." "You will, in time. I am assigning you to Maître Cantel. He will be your teacher for the next 5 years, if you last that long." "I'll last that long," Tony promised himself. Maître Cantel was a very short man, with a totally bald head, which he covered with a purple beret. He had dark brown eyes, a large bulbous nose, and lips like sausages. He greeted Tony with, "Americans are dilettantes, barbarians. Why are you here?" "To learn, maître." Maître Cantel grunted. There were 25 pupils in the class, most of them French. Easels had been set up around the room, and Tony selected one near the window that overlooked a working man's bistro. Scattered around the room were plaster casts of various parts of the human anatomy taken from Greek statues. Tony looked around for the model. He could see no one. "You will begin," Maître Cantel told the class. "Excuse me," Tony said. I didn't bring my paints with me." "You will not need paints. You will spend the first year learning to draw properly." The maître pointed to the Greek statuary. "You will draw those. If it seems too simple for you, let me warn you. Before the year is over, more than half of you will be eliminated." He warmed to his speech. "You will spend the first year learning anatomy. The second year, for those of you who pass the course, you will draw from live models working with oils. The third year, and I assure you there will be fewer of you, you will paint with me in my style, greatly improving on it, naturally. In the 4th and 5th years, you will find your own style, your own voice. Now let us get to work." The class went to work. The maître went around the room, stopping at each easel to make criticisms or comments. When he came to the drawing Tony was working on, he said curtly, "No, that will not do. What I see is the outside of an arm. I want to see the inside. Muscles, bones, ligaments. I want to know there is blood flowing underneath. Do you know how to do that?" "Yes, maître. You think it, see it, feel it, and then you draw it." When Tony was not in class, he was usually in his apartment sketching. He could have painted from dawn to dawn. Painting gave him a sense of freedom he had never known before. The simple act of sitting in front of an easel with a paintbrush in his hand made him feel godlike. He could create whole worlds with one hand. He could make a tree, a flower, a human, a universe. It was a heady experience. He had been born for this. When he was not painting, he was out on the streets of Paris exploring the fabulous city. Now it was his city, the place where his art was being born. There were 2 Parises, divided by the Seine into the left bank and the right bank, and they were worlds apart. The right bank was for the wealthy, the established. The left bank belonged to the students, the artists, the struggling. It was the Café Flore and Henry Miller and Elliot Paul. For Tony, it was home. He would sit for hours at the Boule Blanche or La Coupole with fellow students, discussing their arcane world. "I understand the art director of the Guggenheim Museum is in Paris, buying up everything in sight. Tell him to wait for me." They all read the same magazines and shared them because they were expensive. Studio and Cahiers d'Art, Forme et Couleur, and Gazette de Beaux-Arts. Tony had learned French at Le Rosé, and he found it easy to make friends with the other students in his class, for they all shared a common passion. They had no idea who Tony's family was, and they accepted him as one of them. Poor and struggling artists gathered at Café Flore and Les Dumargons on Boulevard Saint-Germain, and ate at Le Pot d'Etienne on the Rue de Quenette, or at the Rue de l'Université. None of the others had ever seen the inside of La Serre or Maxim's. In 1946, giants were practicing their art in Paris. From time to time, Tony caught glimpses of Pablo Picasso, and one day Tony and a friend saw Marc Chagall, a large, flamboyant man in his 50s, with a wild mop of hair just beginning to turn gray. Chagall was seated at a table across the cafe, in earnest conversation with a group of people. "We're lucky to see him," Tony's friend whispered. "He comes to Paris very seldom. His home is at Vence, near the Mediterranean coast." There was Max Ernst sipping an aperitif at a sidewalk cafe, and the great Alberto Giacometti walking down the Rue de Rivoli, looking like one of his own sculptures, tall and thin and gnarled. Tony was surprised to note he was club-footed. Tony met Hans Bellmer, who was making a name for himself with erotic paintings of young girls turning into dismembered dolls. But perhaps Tony's most exciting moment came when he was introduced to Brock. The artist was cordial, but Tony was tongue-tied. The future geniuses haunted the new art galleries, studying their competition. The Drouin David Gallery was exhibiting an unknown young artist named Bernard Buffet, who had studied at the École des Beaux-Arts, and Soutine, Utrillo, and Dufy. The students congregated at the Salon du Temps and the Charpentier Gallery and Mademoiselle Rosa's Gallery on the Rue de Seine, and spent their spare time gossiping about their successful rivals. The first time Kate saw Tony's apartment, she was stunned. She wisely made no comment, but she thought, "Bloody hell, how can a son of mine live in this dreary closet?" Aloud, she said, "It has great charm, Tony. I don't see a refrigerator. Where do you keep your food? Out on the windowsill?" Kate walked over to the window, opened it, and selected an apple from the sill outside. "I'm not eating one of your subjects, am I?" Tony laughed. "No, Mother." Kate took a bite. "Now," she demanded, "tell me about your painting." "There's not much to tell yet," Tony confessed. "We're just doing drawings this year. Do you like this Maître Cantel?" "He's marvelous. The important question is whether he likes me. Only about 1/3 of the class is going to make it to next year." Not once did Kate mention Tony's joining the company. Maître Cantel was not a man to lavish praise. The biggest compliment Tony would get would be a grudging, "I suppose I've seen worse," or "I'm almost beginning to see underneath." At the end of the school term, Tony was among the 8 advanced to the second-year class. To celebrate, Tony and the other relieved students went to a nightclub in Montmartre, got drunk, and spent the night with some young English women who were on a tour of France. When school started again, Tony began to work with oils and live models. It was like being released from kindergarten. After 1 year of sketching parts of anatomy, Tony felt he knew every muscle, nerve, and gland in the human body. That wasn't drawing, it was copying. Now, with a paintbrush in his hand and a live model in front of him, Tony began to create. Even Maître Cantel was impressed. "You have the feel," he said grudgingly. "Now we must work on the technique." There were about a dozen models who sat for classes at the school. The ones Maître Cantel used most frequently were Carlos, a young man working his way through medical school, Annette, a short, buxom brunette with a clump of red pubic hair and an acne-scarred back, and Dominique Masson, a beautiful young willowy blonde with delicate cheekbones and deep green eyes. Dominique also posed for several well-known painters. She was everyone's favorite. Every day after class, the male students would gather around her, trying to make a date. "I never mix pleasure with business," she told them. "Anyway," she teased, "it would not be fair. You have all seen what I have to offer. How do I know what you have to offer?" And the ribald conversation would go on, but Dominique never went out with anyone at the school. Late one afternoon, when all the other students had left and Tony was finishing a painting of Dominique, she came up behind him unexpectedly. "My nose is too long." Tony was flustered. "Oh, I'm sorry. I'll change it." No, the nose in the painting is fine. It's my nose that is too long." Tony smiled. "I'm afraid I can't do much about that. A Frenchman would have said, 'Your nose is perfect, chérie.' I like your nose, and I'm not French." "Obviously. You have never asked me out. I wonder why." Tony was taken aback. I don't know. I guess it's because everyone else has, and you never go out with anybody." Dominique smiled. "Everybody goes out with somebody. Good night." And she was gone. Tony noticed that whenever he stayed late, Dominique dressed and then returned to stand behind him and watched him paint. "You are very good," she announced one afternoon. "You are going to be an important painter." "Thank you, Dominique. I hope you're right. Painting is very serious to you, oui?" "Oui. Would a man who is going to be an important painter like to buy me dinner?" She saw the look of surprise on his face. "I do not eat much. I must keep my figure." Tony laughed. "Certainly. It would be a pleasure." They ate at a bistro near Sacré-Cœur, and they discussed painters and painting. Tony was fascinated with her stories of the well-known artists for whom she posed. As they were having café au lait, Dominique said, "I must tell you, you are as good as any of them." Tony was inordinately pleased, but all he said was, "I have a long way to go." Outside the cafe, Dominique asked, "Are you going to invite me to see your apartment?" "If you'd like to. I'm afraid it isn't much." When they arrived, Dominique looked around the tiny, messy apartment and shook her head. "You were right. It is not much. Who takes care of you?" "A cleaning lady comes in once a week." "Fire her. This place is filthy. Don't you have a girlfriend?" "No." She studied him a moment. "You're not queer?" "No." "Good. It would be a terrible waste. Find me a pail of water and some soap." Dominique went to work on the apartment, cleaning and scrubbing and finally tidying up. When she had finished, she said, "That will have to do for now. My God, I need a bath." She went into the tiny bathroom and ran water in the tub. "How do you fit yourself in this?" she called out. "I pull up my legs," she laughed. "I would like to see that." 15 minutes later, she came out of the bathroom with only a towel around her waist, her blonde hair damp and curling. She had a beautiful figure, full breasts, a narrow waist, and long, tapering legs. Tony had been unaware of her as a woman before. She had been merely a nude figure to be portrayed on canvas. Oddly enough, the towel changed everything. He felt a sudden rush of blood to his loins. Dominique was watching him. "Would you like to make love to me?" "Very much." She slowly removed the towel. "Show me." Tony had never known a woman like Dominique. She gave him everything and asked for nothing. She came over almost every evening to cook for Tony. When they went out to dinner, Dominique insisted on going to inexpensive bistros or sandwich bars. "You must save your money," she scolded him. "It is very difficult even for a good artist to get started, and you are good, chérie."